race under him. It was beneath even people who said they voted for him. What Youngkin has done is he put it in a disguise.
Yes.
He gave it a fake name, and his candidacy is wrapped in two big lies. One is this half-truth. I flew an insurrection flag at my rally, but oh, Trump's at arm's length.
Channel, our friends at the Fox News Channel, building their programming, particularly their primetime programming around this for months.
Yep.
They're building a campaign platform for conservative candidates to run on it everywhere, even though it's not actually taught anywhere, even though it's not a real thing. I mean, there's nothing you could pay for in any campaign that would equal the kind of free help you'd get from that sort of conservative media, just fire hose on the issue.
And it's the same. It's the same. To your point, it's the same play they ran. If you own a bakery or a deli, you're going to have to bake. I mean, they run this play every cycle. They did it with the wedding cakes. You know, they're going to have to be 8 bathrooms. If you own a small restaurant, you're going to have a bathroom for. I mean, they take something that isn't real and they make it a potent issue. And I think the question after tonight, I talked to Jamie Harrison on my show today. The question for Democrats is going to be, almost Rumsfeldian. Do you go on the campaign trail with the Republican Party you know you've got, that they lie, that they launder the Trump racism in fleece, that they have a propaganda network that reaches more people than any candidate's ads in any state election? Do you adjust with this new propaganda, disinformation, barely veiled dog whistle race stuff, or do you keep trying to fight on, policy?
This is the problem with Democrats. They want to do the latter. They seem to believe that if they just do good government policy, that somehow people will understand that they are better for them. It's better for you to be with us because we're going to give you this policy, this policy, and this policy, while the Republicans are fighting with a sledgehammer. They're using like a blowtorch, and Democrats are coming out with like a fork. They don't understand. And Democrats also, I hate to say this, and it may sound mean, but the Democratic Party has not developed the reflex of defending black voters. They don't know how to do it. Even though African-American voters overwhelmingly, and brown voters, and all voters who are in a minority, they don't know how to openly defend them because they're so afraid of offending that suburban white voter who might be uncomfortable on race, and they're so desperate to get back to be able to win white voters again. They don't have the reflex and truly don't have the language to robustly defend their core voter. They haven't been able to defend them on civil rights legislation. They prefer to just drop the entire attempt to pass voting rights than really defend it. And on critical race theory, you have to come back with something and have an answer. They haven't figured out how to answer this racist truth.
There is another way in which it cuts back at them, though, right? Because there's, for the voter who is, as you were saying, Joyce, the voter who's exhausted, and the voter who wants the temperature to come down, and the voter who just wants things to get more rational and less dangerous. When you're talking about caring about education, maybe one of the things you care about is the school board members not being screamed at and threatened and doxxed and having their families threatened and all of these things, which has come with the fear-mongering around what's happening in schools, whether it's about vaccines, whether it's about masks, whether it's about this made-up stuff about racial indoctrination. I mean, the way that's played out on the ground, including in Virginia, is by teachers, school administrators, and school board members being put in the bullseye. And those threats against people who are public servants and who are trying to provide basic services to our kids and families, that is also a form of toxicity that I think the exhausted voter, you know, black, white, and other, does. There's a resonance there as well.
But you know what? For Democrats to really fight that, they would have to be willing to say what you have said on your show. I think we've all said a version of it. You have to be willing to vocalize that these Republicans are dangerous, that this isn't a party that's just another political party that disagrees with us on tax policy, that at this point, they're dangerous. They're dangerous to our national security, because stoking that kind of soft white nationalism eventually leads to the hardcore stuff. It leads to the January 6th stuff, because if people are tolerant of it in your party, they're tolerant of the soft racism, it's a really short trip to get to the January 6th insurrectionist place.
Although that's what Mcauliffe has tried to do that, though. I mean, by Mcauliffe trying to hang Trump around Youngkin's neck and Youngkin, again, trying to do this arm's length thing. I mean, that's what Mcauliffe has been trying to do.
And Obama did it very effectively. That was Obama's message, and it sort of set, I think that in a lot of ways was one of the more effective closing messages in the Mcauliffe camp.
I think we have, I heard a little eep.
Yes.
And I think that means that we've got Steve eeped. Does that mean that we have some first data, Steve?
We have our first votes in, and I stress this is about 2,000 votes, but I just want to show you we now do have vote coming in a little bit after 10 minutes after 7 o'clock. What you're seeing here is from Chesterfield County. This is just a good opportunity, I think, to talk about the importance of this county, because this is going to be a big one tonight. We are in the suburbs of Richmond. We're just south of Richmond. This is Mcauliffe, about 2,000 votes here, so this is very tight. You can't read anything into this small amount, but keep an eye on Chesterfield tonight, because let me show you the trend in Chesterfield. Joe Biden won this county by about 6.5 points last year. Again, this is one of those counties. Trump actually narrowly won it in 2016, and Romney in 2012 actually won this by 8 points. So this is one of those. It went from Romney by comfortable margin to Trump narrowly to a Democratic comfortable margin in 2020. This is a suburban county that's been migrating away from the Democrats, and that really took off in the Trump era. So Trump lost this. I think this is one of the counties tonight, the Youngkin folks, if they aren't winning Chesterfield back tonight, that's going to be a very bad sign for Youngkin's campaign. This is exactly the kind of place where his message around education was designed to resonate. This is exactly the kind of place when you just look at the suburban areas where the votes are in the suburbs, in the D.C. metro area, in the Richmond metro area. This is exactly the kind of place where you come looking for votes if you're Youngkin. So, again, this is just a sliver. And here we go. We're starting to get a little more lighting up here. This is an interesting county. Let's just zoom back out to statewide here. And again, we're just getting scattered amounts here. But this is Buchanan County here. This is fascinating. This is 57 votes. Again, this is a small county. It actually borders, you can see here, West Virginia and Kentucky, the only one in the state to do that. This has been a wild political journey for this county the other way. Take a look at what's been happening here over the last couple elections. Let's go back to 2012. You know, Mitt Romney was winning this by 34 points. At the end of the Trump presidency, Republicans were winning this by nearly 70 points. So, again, I showed you an example with Allegheny County, another small county, but this is another one of these Southwest Virginia counties, small rural counties, where Trump really built up the Democratic margin. And the question coming into tonight, one of the questions had been, can Youngkin sustain Trump levels of support in Southwest Virginia? So, again, Trump got 83.5% here last year, just a scattering of votes, and you see what Youngkin's at right now. As we get more in Buchanan County, let's take a look here. Is Youngkin running at that Trump level? That's something his campaign badly wants to see. Let's work our way up to Bath County here. And again, we're just getting a small scattering in, but the point I want to make here, again, we are in the heart of what was Trump country, what you would call Trump surge country in Virginia. It's a strongly Republican area that got much more Republican under Donald Trump. And so the question again for Youngkin, we'll see more votes obviously to come in Bath. Is he hitting that Trump number? number in this part of the state. Let's see what else is coming in. This looks like Culpeper starting to come in. Now, this is interesting because Culpeper, you're sort of one rung removed from the immediate Northern Virginia, Washington, D.C. area. Culpeper's an interesting county. Again, take a look here. Trump won this thing by 20 points. This is one of those places where Youngkin really wants to expand on that Trump margin. So, again, this is a small amount that's coming in right now in Culpeper County. And I'm actually just going to ask my producer, Adam, do we know, is this the same day? Are we getting same-day vote in Culpeper? Right. OK. And that's the other key point to make here. So what you see here is the vote starting to come in Culpeper. You see Youngkin at nearly 80%. Trump got nearly 60% in here. What you're looking at right now, this 6% that started to come in, this is from, and this is another important thing to keep in mind as the votes come in tonight, there are different batches of votes that are going to behave very differently. So you've got the mail-in vote, the vote by mail ballots. That's going to be the most pro-Mcauliffe, the most Democratic, the vote by mail. You've got the early vote. That's probably going to be pro-Mcauliffe, but not as much as the mail. And then you've got the same-day vote, the people that went out today to the precincts and voted today. This 6% that you're seeing so far in Culpeper is from the same day. This is same-day vote. That's the most Republican-friendly. That's the most Youngkin-friendly. So, again, he wants to be running significantly ahead of Trump in that particular type of vote. When they all get added in and we get a final result in Culpeper tonight, if you're Youngkin, you probably want to be running above 65% in this county. So, again, you want to be running, if you're Youngkin, generally 5 points or more above Trump's performance in any given county. And this is the kind of county, there are some demographic ingredients here. If you're Youngkin, you probably want to do even a little bit better than that. So that's an example there in Culpeper. Let's see what else is starting to come in. Reset with the statewide total. So, again, it's skewed right now. It is that we talked about it. The traditional model in Virginia has been rural areas, Republican areas reporting first. In the first 7,000 or so votes we're getting statewide, that is the case. You're getting these more from Republican. Here's another one. This is Richmond County, not the city of Richmond. Richmond County. Again, Donald Trump won this thing. He got 62% of the vote here last year. You're looking at same-day vote. If you're Youngkin, when everything gets added together here in Richmond tonight, you want to be at about 67% of the vote. So, again, this is the most pro-Youngkin. This is drawn from the most pro-Youngkin batch of votes you're going to get here. So let's see when everything eventually comes in Richmond County. Is Youngkin at about 67% or higher? That would be a target for his campaign. Again, just looking, we are in Southwest Virginia. We are in the heart of what was Trump surge territory in the state of Virginia. You can see Trump got nearly 80% of the vote here. Again, we are looking at, in fact, we can see here, I believe we can put this up on the screen, and if I got to I was going to try to show you. It's okay. That is election day vote. I thought we had a fancy way of illustrating that to you, but that is the same thing I'm talking about, where it's the election day vote that's the most Republican. So again, right now we're getting some of the election day vote in. This is Southwest Virginia. This is the heart of this Trump surge area in Virginia. And again, when this number comes down to when everything gets factored in here in a place like Wythe County tonight, again, if you're Youngkin and the Republicans, you want to be meeting that Trump number, what Trump was able to roll up there last year. Just take a look here. We have Brunswick County. Okay, now this is interesting. We're getting into if you get into sort of South Side Virginia here, you come west a little bit of the fall line, get into South Side Virginia. This is where there's a larger African-American population. So you can see in Brunswick County, Joe Biden actually won this county. This is rural, large African-American population. Joe Biden won here by 15 points. Again, getting a few of the same-day votes in here. But this is one of those tests we're going to be looking at tonight. We talk about the importance of the black vote to Democrats. This is the kind of county, if you're Mcauliffe, you want to be matching that Biden number. You want to be getting close to that Biden number if you can. This is the kind of place where if you can really excite, energize African-American support, you could do well here. So let's see how this one, again, just talking about a small number of votes here. The idea right now is more to get a lay of the land. Looks like Radford is giving us something. Radford University is here. This is the city of Radford. Again, this is an area that Donald Trump was more competitive in when it comes to cities. He didn't actually win it, came within 9 points, but you're looking at same-day vote in the city of Radford. Again, when you factor in ultimately the mail-in ballots, the early voting that'll be more Democratic, if you're Youngkin, I think you want to be winning Radford at the end of the night. You want to get a win here. Trump got 44. You want to be over 50. We'll see how things shake out when we get all the vote in there. We're just getting a scattering in a lot of these places right now. I'm just seeing if anything else has come in. Doesn't look like it has. There is one more there in Wise. We've actually got, I'm sorry, this is tiny, but this is the first county where it looks like we've got the vote in. So I do just want to show you. Far southwest Virginia, remember what we say, Trump surge. And question is, can Youngkin hit the Trump number in Little Wise County? Although that 99% doesn't seem, I want to check if that's a computational error. There should be more votes than that. So let's check on that. But let's look at the statewide result right now. Again, Youngkin, mostly small rural counties, mostly same-day vote that's coming in. Those are some of the trends we're going to look for as this map continues to fill out. And I got to say, I talked to the election officials in the big counties in Virginia. Some of them were emphatic that they were going to have their early vote out, their mail vote out, even potentially in this first 15, 20 minutes. Not the first time we've gotten a promise like that from election officials that hasn't exactly panned out.
Steve, can I ask just one clarifying question? You're talking about how counties are reporting different types of votes. Is every county going to be explicit about which type of vote they are announcing? With every county, will we be able to disambiguate that in terms of early vote, same-day vote, and all the rest? Yeah,
and I was hoping that unfortunately, we had a little thing set up here that was designed to display that for you. Sounds like there's a glitch with it, so hopefully I'll be able to display that on air. But the big change that was made in Virginia after 2020 was they asked every county, the state told every county, we want you basically to organize your vote so that you are explicitly reporting out the mail vote. They're going to assign a precinct to report the mail vote, to report the early vote, to report the same-day vote by precinct. So they all should be separated in every county. The state, going through the state's website, you should be getting it that way, and we are getting it that way now. So, yes, we didn't have a record of that in 2020. They didn't report it out that specifically. We only have estimates here of how that vote might have broken out in 2020. Tonight, we're going to have exact numbers. We're also getting a ton in all of a sudden. Let's just take a look here. We've suddenly got over 100,000 votes in statewide. Now you see that count has tightened a little bit. Couple things that have just come in. Let's take a look right outside of Washington, D.C. This is the core, one of the core Democratic counties in the state. This is Arlington County. It's geographically small, but this produces, Joe Biden got 80.6% of the vote here last year. And I'm just going to see if, since this isn't quite functional yet, Adam, do you know what type of vote we're looking at in Arlington County here? This is key. This looks like we're getting the early vote reported out in Arlington County. And now I do have a point of comparison here for 2020. The absentee early vote, and I'm just trying to call it up here. Okay. It was 85% for Joe Biden. The early absentee vote in 2020 was 85%. And it looks like Mcauliffe is running just a couple points behind that. So again, there was a 10-point cushion in this state for Democrats. Biden beat Trump by 10 points. Mcauliffe can afford some slippage tonight from where Trump ran in this state. So if in Arlington County he ends up 2 or 3 points behind where Joe Biden ran, that would be good news for Terry Mcauliffe. So again, we've got same-day vote. We've got more vote to come in Arlington County. But this is just one of those core vote-producing areas for Democrats. This is the city of Fairfax. This is interesting. Fairfax County, which is this area right here that's all in gray that you see, inside Fairfax County is Fairfax City. Now, Fairfax City is much, much smaller than Fairfax County. They do tend to vote similarly. The result in Fairfax City in 2020 was similar to Fairfax County. So what I'm going to show you here is the 2020 result in Fairfax City. Biden won this thing 68-30, basically, over Trump. We showed you Fairfax County was almost 70% for Joe Biden. Let's pay attention. If we end up getting Fairfax City before Fairfax County, you want to see how far under that number is. If Mcauliffe falls more than 5 points or so behind the Biden number in a place like this, that would not portend well for him in some of these other areas of Northern Virginia, areas that Youngkin has targeted to try to make inroads. So let's keep an eye as we get more in here in Fairfax City. Looks like we've got a lot to Prince William. We've got just a small amount coming in. This is another one of these big, densely populated, right outside Washington, D.C. counties. Joe Biden was winning here, with about 63% of the vote in 2020. Take a look at Manassas, which is inside of the county. They've got these independent cities. Take a look at Manassas in 2020. Biden was at 61%. Mcauliffe right now, with what we have, is running at 62%. Just take a look, reset to the same day. Youngkin continuing to lead. The big... as I say, the big mother lode of votes here in Northern Virginia is Fairfax. We don't have anything from there yet. Loudoun County's right next door. We don't have anything from there yet. And we have a little bit around the Richmond suburbs. So just keep watching here as this comes in.
All right, we're going to step away just for a second as this vote is starting to sort of pour in to give Steve a chance to catch up with what is coming in. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back right on the other side of this. Stay with us. Welcome back to our election night coverage here on MSNBC. We are closely watching the first returns come in the very, very tight Virginia governor's race. I say it's tight because the polls were tighter than a tick heading into polls closing tonight just about a half an hour ago. Since then, the race is too early to call, but we are still seeing significant numbers of results coming in from counties across the state. I will tell you that one very, very closely watched Democratic-leaning county in the northern part of the state of Virginia has made some news. This is the New York Times reporting. NBC News has not confirmed this, but Reed Epstein at the New York Times is reporting that Fairfax County in northern Virginia is delayed in reporting its early vote ballots. Now, we don't know when. We are expecting those ballots to be counted, but it will not be by the self-imposed 8 p.m. deadline. We've been talking about this a little bit with Steve Kornacki over the course of the evening thus far, that some of the voting reforms passed in Virginia over the past couple of years directed localities to start pre-processing early votes 7 days before Election Day, meaning, they've had 6 or 7 weeks of early voting in Virginia already. 7 days before tonight, a week ago, counties could start pre-processing those ballots. And a lot of counties sort of predicted, promised that would mean that they'd be able to report a significant number of those early votes right when the polls closed. If this New York Times reporting is borne out this evening, Fairfax County will not be among the counties that is reporting its early vote right away. We don't know the reason for the delay, but Fairfax County is a bank for Democratic voters. And so this will be significant in terms of the way the contours of the race unfold over the course of the evening. All right, back to Steve Kornacki, whose board is lighting up over there. We are still too early to call statewide, but Steve, what are we learning?
We are, and so we are starting to get, as you can see, some very significant vote here. This is 2021. Here we go. This is Lieutenant Governor. Here we go. 2020. I am sorry. This board has been acting up like crazy here. This is what I was trying to get for you. Glenn Youngkin leading in this sort of scattered vote that we have right now. As you mentioned, Fairfax County, we thought we would be getting a ton there early. We're getting nothing. We are getting a chunk here next door in Loudoun County. And we've talked so much about Loudoun County, D.C. metro area, the area here where Joe Biden really surged in 2020, where Democrats have had such great success during the Trump presidency. How much could Youngkin improve? And let's show you here how much in a place like Loudoun County, with that message on education, could Glenn Youngkin improve over Donald Trump? So you see almost half the vote right now is in Loudoun County, and you see Youngkin is running at 45%. Now, I'm just going to use my little cheat sheet here because I think what we're looking at here is a fair amount of the early and the absentee vote in Loudoun County. And I'm just looking back here and see if we can grab this here. So it looks like, we've got about 85,000 left to come here in Loudoun County. The question here, there still is more early absentee, I believe, to come. So the question here, for Loudoun is, Youngkin is, can he sustain this level of support in Loudoun County as the rest of the vote comes in here? Because this is absolutely about 45%. If Youngkin were able to walk away tonight in a place like Loudoun with 45%, that's definitely meeting and exceeding their goals, the Republicans' goals, in a place like that. The goal is not to win a county like Loudoun County. The goal is to erase as much of that Trump deficit as you can. If you can take a 25-point loss for Donald Trump and you can cut it down to about 10 points, you're putting yourself in a much better position than to rack up votes in core Republican areas and to make it a game statewide. So let's see as the rest of the vote comes in there. We've got a little bit less than half in Loudoun County. Let's see if Youngkin can sustain that and stay within about 10 points of Terry Mcauliffe. That would be a significant development for him because, again, we're just starting to get vote in here. Prince William County, again, this is about the same size as Loudoun County. You're just outside of Washington, D.C. here. This also a core Biden county, last year. That's a much smaller share of the vote here. So, again, we just want to see as we get more vote, more different types of vote here. But, again, for Youngkin, can he crack 40%, get into the low 40s, 42, 43%? Can he get somewhere around there in a Prince William County when all the votes are counted tonight? Just taking a look here, what else might be coming in? This looks like we're getting Montgomery County, and I wanted to check in. This is where Virginia Tech is. This is one of the bigger bigger counties, about 100,000 people here in Southwest Virginia, actually a county that Joe Biden won. We don't have many votes there. I just saw it light up, so I wanted to see what was going on. We're also just getting, this is right around Charlottesville, Albemarle County. Charlottesville is that little independent city in the middle. Again, I was just seeing if we were getting some significant vote there. We are not. A lot of just very small reports coming in. Going to check one more that I see. This is a little more significant. Just take you through quickly. This is Richmond suburbs, just north of Richmond. This is Henrico County. This is one of those places. Let's put it up. In 2020 in Henrico County, Joe Biden cleaned Donald Trump's clock here. He won by nearly 30 points. This has been a Democratic county for some time, Henrico County. This is a big one. There's more than 300,000 people who live here. This has been a Democratic county for some time. But if you went back to 2012, that's the last time Republicans fielded a presidential candidate who wasn't Donald Trump. Republicans only lost here by 12 points. So that you see how much ground they lost under Donald Trump in Henrico County. Romney lost by 12. Here's Trump losing by nearly 30. And again, we're only getting about a quarter of the vote in here right now. But if you're Glenn Youngkin, can you get anywhere near? If you could cut that 30 in half, if you could cut it down to 15, that would be terrific news if you're Glenn Youngkin, if you're a Republican. But again, I believe we've still got mail vote to come here in Henrico County. That Mcauliffe number can go up. But just keep that in mind as you look at the numbers and you look at the rest of the vote come in Henrico County. Is Youngkin above 40? Is he starting to get significantly above 40? The more he can get above 40 in a place like Henrico County, when everything is tallied up and all those different vote types kind of balance each other out, that's a good night for him if he can get a couple points over 40 there. So again, let's just check in what's coming in so far. You see the statewide total. As you said, we got nothing from Fairfax County. That's the mother lode. 1 out of every 7 votes in Virginia tonight is going to come out of that county. I'll light it up for you. Fairfax County, we've got nothing from there so far. Core Democratic County, you're starting to see Trump country down here in Southwest Virginia. That's starting to fill in here. A lot of other kind of Trump-friendly rural counties here lighting up red again tonight. That's why Youngkin's out to this lead. But it still is very much a scattering of votes here. We're looking for, and we don't really have yet, completed counties where we can really give you a comparison to 2020. But giving you a sense here of what we're looking for in some of these key places as the vote fills in. And I just see Virginia Beach. We're starting to get some, as I said at the top, Virginia Beach, this is the closest thing there is in Virginia, I think, to a bellwether county or a bellwether city tonight. Again, small amount of the vote in right now. Here's Glenn Youngkin up 20 with the tally we have. This is a city that Joe Biden won by more than 5 points. It's a city that Biden flipped from Donald Trump. It's a city with a Republican history. There's about 450,000 people here. This is the biggest city in Virginia. Glenn Youngkin, this is one he wants to win. This is one he wants to get up probably to 52% or so tonight. That's probably the Youngkin campaign's goal in Virginia Beach. Win it and get a little bit of a pad in Virginia Beach. So small amount in right now. This looks like same-day vote, Youngkin-friendly vote. Let's see when everything gets factored in Virginia Beach by the end of tonight. Can he keep that above 50? Can he keep that a few points above 50? It's a similar story right next door. This is the city of Chesapeake. This is another biggie. There's a couple 100,000 people in Chesapeake. Very similar to Virginia Beach. It was won by Joe Biden in 2020 after going for Donald Trump in 2016. Again, Youngkin, when you get to the end of the night, is he 52, 53%? Can he get somewhere up there in the city of Chesapeake? Only, again, a scattering of vote there right now. So I'm just surveying the board here. Again, we're at 14% or so in statewide. There's a lot of scattered precincts reporting out their same-day vote. As we said, where you're seeing same-day vote anywhere, that's the most Youngkin-friendly type of vote. So you're getting a lot of same-day vote right now. A lot of it is from Republican-friendly areas, so no surprise. Youngkin is leading the statewide tally. Still, obviously, some big areas here where there's nothing or very little from, and just keeping an eye on this.
And
see some changes.
Steve, just to sort of bring together all these things that you're saying, it seems to me like if I had a choice right now behind the veil of ignorance to be either Terry McAuliffe or Glenn Youngkin, I'd rather be Glenn Youngkin. I mean, although nothing is determinative, nothing is defined, nothing is decided, it's all still too early to call. From the numbers that we're seeing here, none of these numbers are bad numbers for Youngkin yet.
However, as I say, a lot of this is same-day vote. And I can't emphasize enough the difference here between how the same-day vote goes. It's the most pro-Republican you're going to see. I'll just give you a couple examples here from 2020, how this played out. Let's just take Fairfax County, the big one that we're all waiting on here. So in Fairfax County, and again, remember, in 2020, they didn't officially report this out by method, but here's what we can glean from the results in 2020 in Fairfax County. And I just want to take one look here to make sure I got this right. In the absentee vote in Fairfax County, that is to say, the mail vote plus the in-person early vote in Fairfax County in 2020, Joe Biden won that type of vote by 57 points. That's a 7 right there, won by 57 points. In the same day, the Election Day vote in Fairfax County, that was won by Joe Biden by 7 points.
Wow.
So a 50-point difference. Again, we saw this in so many states in 2020. There really is, in this era of mail voting and early vote, different methods, different modes of voting, there really is a strong preference Democrats seem to have, we see it in many states, to vote by mail. Republicans seem to have a much stronger preference, for whatever reason, to vote on Election Day. So it's so critical here, and it looks like we got some Fairfax in. It's so critical here to see the type of vote, and it looks like, so, okay, here we go. We just got, as I was speaking, in Fairfax County, it looks like a third of the vote came in here in Fairfax. This is 74% for Mcauliffe, and I just want to see, right, this is, and let me see if we actually were able to break this out by type. I just want to see this thing has been funky tonight. It's not actually working the way I hoped it would, but you can definitely see, let's see if I can get back to this. You can definitely see at 74%, that's in line with what I was just telling you. Remember, Trump won the absentee vote in this county by 57 points last time around. Here, the difference is about 48. Okay, Youngkin is within 48 right now. Trump lost by 57. I believe what you're seeing here is just the early vote. There is still, just based on the numbers that we have here, there's still a chunk of mail-in votes that need to come in here to fill out the absentee. So what I expect would happen is, I believe this is the early vote. There's a smaller chunk of mail-in votes that you would need to also add into this that, again, Fairfax told us they'd report early. Let's see if they do. So when you add that in, this Mcauliffe number would go up, I believe. Then you would have all of your absentee vote, and then it's just a question of the same-day vote, which will be more Youngkin-friendly. So, again, to answer your question, it's a long way of saying, I know I'm throwing all sorts of numbers and all sorts of terms out here, but to answer your question, Rachel, when I'm looking at these numbers right now, it's not at all clear to me, despite the fact that, Mcauliffe running at 73.7 here right now, it's not at all clear to me that Youngkin is in any better shape than Trump was in a place like Fairfax or statewide, because we got to see some completed counties here.
Steve,
there's just too much of a range.
I'm sorry, I never want to interrupt you, but let me just say that the decision desk has just changed its characterization of this race, which is an important change. It was too early to call. It is now considered to be too close to call. With that tranche of vote that we just got in from Fairfax County, which Steve was just going through, you will note overall that it's changed back again, actually. Youngkin had been ahead overall in Virginia in terms of the amount of vote that we had in. Then Mcauliffe had shifted to being ahead when we got that first tranche of vote in from Fairfax County. Now, with 25% of the vote in, Youngkin appears to be back out ahead in the lead. But the characterization of this race at the decision desk has changed from too early to too close. We're going to give Steve a chance to catch up here for a second. I want to go quickly to our beloved colleague, Claire McCaskill, former Democratic Senator from Missouri. Claire, I know you've been making calls and hearing from some people inside at least the Mcauliffe campaign in terms of how they're feeling and what they think about the turnout.
They thought the turnout was strong. Obviously, there was, a few 100,000 people that voted early in 2017. They had over 1 million that voted early in this election. Although it does look like they're going to end up with north of 3 million voters total, so that 2/3 of the vote will be Election Day vote. And, watching this map, Rachel, I got to say, it's just a thing that played in my head over and over again in rural Missouri. Margins matter. In areas that you don't win. How badly you lose makes a real difference. There's no question these culture wars have really worked in Southwest Virginia. And those numbers down there are pretty bleak. And they're little counties, but they add up when the margins are so great. And make no mistake, Mcauliffe is trying to fight history here, because even when Obama won big In 2008, a Republican got elected governor in Virginia the next year.
That's right. And that's been the pattern in Virginia all the way back to the 1970s. Every time we've had a newly elected president, the party from the other party's gubernatorial candidate wins in Virginia the following year. Claire, we'll be back with you in just a moment. I know that Steve has just gotten in some, I think, completed vote counts from certain counties, Steve?
Yeah, and this is the key, because like we're saying, there's just these different types of vote, and you're only getting partial in each county. So we can't really start to get a picture of this until we get completed counties, and we can say, how does that compare to last time around? What has changed? So we are starting to get a few, and let me show you what we got. I introduced this one at the start of the night. Very small, but we're not completed here. I'm sorry. I thought I was told we were completed here. Let me take a look. Bland County, it looks like completed. And so again, this is a very similar story, what I'm talking about. Very small, rural, Southwest Virginia area where Donald Trump really drove that Republican number up. Question coming into tonight for Glenn Youngkin: could he be reaching the Trump level of support in this region? You could see certainly one county we're getting in here. Youngkin has matched and slightly even exceeded the Trump number here. So again, there's a lot of small counties like this all throughout Southwest Virginia, in the Shenandoah Valley. Let's see if this is replicated elsewhere, but that's what you want to see in a place like that if you're Glenn Youngkin. We also mentioned this one earlier, Brunswick County, and again, you're getting just a little bit, west of the fall line here. This looks like it's completed too. Terry McAuliffe winning this by about 5 points over Glenn Youngkin. Again, we put this up a minute ago. Compare that to 2020. That's a drop of 5 points, McAuliffe versus Biden. Again, there's a large African-American population right here. If you're McAuliffe, you can probably afford statewide about 5 points of slippage, give or take, from Joe Biden's 2020 number. Remember, Joe Biden 54, Donald Trump 44. So you could probably lose about 5 points and still potentially eke out a victory. This is, if you're the McAuliffe campaign, this is right on the line of what you want to be seeing. You don't want to see any worse than this. You could potentially get by with getting 52% in a Brunswick County. I also believe now getting into northern Virginia here, this is the city of Manassas, and it looks like we've got completed vote in Manassas. Again, northern Virginia, core Democratic area. And you see here, Terry McAuliffe, 50, this is a 10-point margin, basically round it to 55, 45. And here you go. Biden's, this is slippage now of a little bit more than 6 points. This is about 6.5 point slippage for McAuliffe relative to the Biden number. So this is, these numbers can vary by county. If you're McAuliffe, you can get by if you can make up for it in some places with a number like this. But this is not a great number in this one place if you're Terry McAuliffe. Again, let's see if that's replicated elsewhere. But again, if you're Youngkin, you want to be gaining 5 or 6 points over Trump in northern Virginia. So that's a small independent city that's within Prince William County. We want to see it. I'm just seeing if we've got any more that's come in the big ones here. We've got a bunch now in Loudoun County. Check this out. So looks like about 3/4, a little bit more than 3/4 of the vote is in Loudoun County right now. I just want to, I'm tempting fate by pressing this, but let me see if I've got our breakdown here. We've got the, and let me just confirm this. Adam, is this correct? This is the, it's, okay, we got to confirm the vote type. We've had all sorts of glitches with that tonight. I can tell you this, though. This is about 3/4 of the vote in Loudoun County that's in right now. Again, this is a large county. We're talking more than 400,000 people, and this is the point of comparison for Loudoun County. Biden by 25 last time around. Youngkin made this, his last rally last night was held in Loudoun County. He believed the issue of education would resonate for him very acutely in Loudoun County. If he could finish anywhere near this would be a massive, positive sign for Youngkin. The question is, and this is what we're trying to get clarity on, that outstanding 23% of the vote in Loudoun County. The vote still to come. What type of vote are we looking at? If it's the mail vote, if that's the missing piece of this, the vote by mail, as I've told you, that's the most pro-McAuliffe, most pro-Democratic. The mail vote tends to be dramatically Democratic. If it's the mail vote, this McAuliffe number could still come up significantly, and this could look like a very different story than it does right now. So we're trying to find out exactly what's missing in Loudoun County, but we are now at more than 3/4 of the vote. It's a critical question what type of vote remains in Loudoun County, because, again, if Youngkin is able to finish anywhere near where he is right now in Loudoun County, boy, that is more than his campaign was hoping for in this county. But again, if that were to get knocked down 3 or 4 points here, it'd be much more in line with what the McAuliffe campaign was hoping for. So we're going to try to get clarity on that, and we'll see if we've got 3/4 in. We'll see if we can get completed vote there shortly. So again, just reset statewide a little bit more than 1/4 of the vote. That's what you're looking at.
All right. While we watch those additional results come in, I want to bring in Senator Mark Warner, former U.S. Senator from Virginia, former Virginia governor. Senator Warner, it's a real pleasure to have you with us tonight. Thanks very much for being here.
Well, thank you, Rachel. It's another exciting night in Virginia.
So it is always an exciting night in Virginia, and the whole country is always watching in these off-year elections because Virginia sort of stands alone, at least alongside New Jersey, in terms of having one of these big statewide races. I know that you're at McAuliffe headquarters tonight and that you're watching these things come in as we do. How confident are you that your colleague, Mr. McAuliffe, is going to be able to pull this out tonight? Looks like it's going to be very, very close if he does.
Well, it's going to be close. I felt very good about the fact that we got our early vote up to 1.2 million votes beforehand. That's probably going to break almost 60-40 for Terry. That's one of those things, expanding voting rights, that frankly could be in jeopardy if his opponent is successful. And I just point out to our viewers, you know, we report kind of strangely in Virginia. Last year, when I won the state, ran ahead of President Biden, won it by over 500,000 votes. It wasn't until about 10:30 that I actually went ahead. So I would say to your viewers, particularly those who want, you know, Terry to win, you know, chill out a little bit, grab a beer, get a pizza, whatever is your beverage or food of choice on an election night, and settle in, because we're probably going to have a long evening.
I wholeheartedly endorse the beer and pizza prescription for everybody who's watching. But Senator, do you think that the Beltway press has been right to look at this race as a referendum on national politics, as a referendum on President Biden, on a referendum as to how you and your Democratic colleagues are doing in terms of holding governing majorities in Washington? Is this a race that we should extrapolate to some national narratives, or is this something that is really specific to Virginia?
Well, Rachel, are you suggesting that maybe the national press time sometimes overstates the case? I say it a little bit glibly because clearly, you know, there's gambling in this establishment. But I think, you know, candidly, as somebody who wants the president to succeed, I wish we would have passed the infrastructure deal 2 months ago. That would have given the president a big win, and I think would have helped here in Virginia. That being said, we're going to get them both done. We're going to get infrastructure done, I hope, this week. I even think my friend Joe Manchin and Kirsten Sinema, we're going to get the second half that deals with child care, climate issues, lowering the price of prescription drugs, and actually doing it in a way that makes the tax code fairer. I'm up to my eyeballs in the details on that. We're going to get that done as well. Timing-wise, yes, if we had gotten infrastructure done earlier, we got it done in the Senate in July. I wish it would have been done earlier, but we are where we are.
Senator Mark Warner of Virginia joining us tonight from McAuliffe headquarters, where everybody is watching each of these results as they come in one by one. Sir, thank you for your time tonight. I really appreciate you making the time.
Thanks so much, Rachel. Appreciate it.
All right, we are still in the thick of this as these results are coming in. We are going to take a quick break here, but I can tell you that when we come back, we've got a poll closing in New Jersey, which is the other governor's race. Tonight, polls close in New Jersey just about 5 minutes from now. We'll have those results as soon as they come in, as well as this too close to call race in Virginia. We'll be watching it till the cows come home. Stay with us. Welcome back to our special election night coverage here on MSNBC. We do have a call. This is a congressional election in Ohio. This is a Cleveland area district, a very blue district. This was opened up by Marcia Fudge being confirmed to President Biden's cabinet as HUD secretary tonight. Democrat 𝚢𝚘𝚊𝚛𝚘𝚗 Brown has beaten the Republican candidate Laverne Gore. Again, NBC News just making that projection in Ohio's 11th congressional district. Congratulations to the Congresswoman-elect 𝚢𝚘𝚊𝚛𝚘𝚗 Brown in Ohio. I can also tell you that in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0 seconds from now, New Jersey's polls have closed. The governor's race in New Jersey, one of 2 governor's races that we are covering tonight. It is Democrat Phil Murphy trying to be reelected. He is up against a Republican challenger named Jack Ciattarelli. At this point, NBC News projects that this race is too early to call, but we will be watching closely as the first results start to come in New Jersey now that those polls have closed in the Garden State. Also at this hour, polls have just closed moments ago in the great American city of Atlanta, Georgia. Atlanta will be electing a new mayor tonight under somewhat unusual circumstances. The current mayor of Atlanta is the very high-profile, very charismatic mayor, Ksha Bottoms, long been considered a rising star in the Democratic Party. She was considered as a potential running mate for President Biden in his presidential aspirations. But earlier this year, Ksha Bottoms made a shock announcement that she would not seek re-election as Atlanta's mayor at the end of this term. So she is leaving that seat. There are 14 candidates on the ballot in Atlanta tonight running to succeed her. In order to win, a candidate needs to get 50% of the vote. And while that seems a reasonable thing in most elections, when you're running against 13 other people, that's almost mathematically impossible. If, in fact, that is the way this shakes out tonight, if none of these 14 candidates get to 50%, the top 2 performing candidates in Atlanta will go on to a runoff election, and that will happen on November 30th. But again, polls have just closed in Atlanta. And at this point, we are, of course, still watching Virginia. In Virginia, the polls closed 1 hour and 1 minute ago. NBC News currently projects that race as too close to call. With 35% of the vote in right now, you see Glenn Youngkin, the Republican candidate, Trump-endorsed candidate, at 54%, Terry McAuliffe at 45%. But we're continuing to watch those vote totals come in. I'm here in our New York City studios with Joy Reid and Nicole Wallace, absorbing what we've seen come in over the course of the last hour. I feel like in the Virginia governor's race, I would rather be Glenn Youngkin than I would be Terry McAuliffe. But our main margin here, our main metric here, is that we're comparing McAuliffe to how Joe Biden did last year. Joe Biden did very well in Virginia. He won by 10 points. Terry McAuliffe doesn't need to win by 10 points. He only needs to win by 1 vote.
Right.
How are you guys feeling looking at this? Does it strike you the same way it strikes me?
No, you know what? I'm old enough to remember, and you are probably old enough to remember, I'm not going to age any of us, when it used to be that the absentee ballot...
I was thinking
right,
that
the absentee vote was Republican. It's so weird to me still to hear Steve Kornacki say that mail-in vote is overwhelmingly Democratic. That is a complete and upside-down shift in the way elections have always been. Democratic voters were same-day voters. They were day-of-election voters, and then they became early voters. But Republicans owned absentee. And I wonder long-term, depending on how this goes for Youngkin, how the Republican Party is going to feel about giving away absentee, which going forward is going to become more and more the way that modern elections happen because it's more convenient. And if they've just given this to Democrats as a thing.
Well, it's also, let's say we're going to have 3 million people vote in Virginia. I'm just picking a number out of a hat. Over 1 million people are going to be, will have voted by mail, will have done it this way. And so what'll be interesting to see is not only how campaigning changes, because you can't count on any one category of ballot leaning any one way in partisan terms, but it may also be that we're looking at higher turnout in every state, in every election from here on out, because we've made voting easier by allowing people to vote more easily by mail.
So that's the cause. The effect is 400 voter suppression bills tearing 48 states. Yeah. The voter suppression bills are targeted at exactly this, which you said started. There are prominent national consultants who rose to fame, in some cases infamy, in the GOP for being so good at turning out the mail vote. Yes. I mean, there are prominent consultants who became Svengali delis because they could turn out GOP mail vote. It is now, along with same-day, drive-through voting, which is one of the most secure forms of voting, it is on the chopping block. It is at the top of the list for the things that Republicans want to outlaw. So I think every time we talk about these three categories, two of them are in grave jeopardy around the country.
And can we talk about Virginia just as a state that's one of the easiest states in the country to vote in? They've really done a good job of liberalizing, small L, liberalizing the access to the ballot. And Terry McAuliffe, when he was governor, did something that's really important, was that former felons, people who'd served their time, he took them off of that Jim Crow list of states where they couldn't vote. So he's made it easier to vote in so many different ways between Northam and Terry McAuliffe. If Youngkin is the one who benefits from that, it'll be a weird thing.
So, I mean, in pure absolute value civic terms, more people voting is a good thing. More people voting, having their votes counted, finding it easy to vote, not having those barriers to vote, that's a good thing. The consultants are going to have to change their game.
And hopefully won't switch it
to not be able to count it.
Exactly.
To not be able to count on it being a partisan contour to any one form of voting. But while we've been talking about this, Steve has been eeping. Steve, am I right to say that we are getting in? It looks like the vote's coming in somewhat faster now.
Yeah, now, so we are up to about 40%, a little bit more than 40% statewide. And again, we talked at the start of the night, we were wondering if that traditional model of the Republicans building a big lead in the vote tally and then the Democrats trying to reverse it late with a lot of vote in Northern Virginia was going to change. That is the pattern that's shaping up here again. The old patterns prevailing. The Republican Glenn Youngkin, we're getting a lot of the, as you can see on this map, we're getting a lot of the rural areas, a lot of the Republican-friendly parts of the state in right now. Youngkin is building a substantial lead statewide. It is certainly going to shrink, and I'd say shrink very significantly because there's a lot still out here in Northern Virginia. So let me take you through two ways of looking at this, because really what is shaping up right now is two kind of key questions. Number one is, outside of the immediate suburbs of Washington, D.C., the suburbs of Richmond, outside of that, more strongly Republican counties, can Youngkin match or exceed Donald Trump's numbers? We are starting to get more complete counties that fit that pattern. So take a look at like Louisa County here. We're not too far from Charlottesville here. We're basically all complete. And here's Youngkin by 30 points. Let's compare that to how Donald Trump did last year. Trump won here by 23. So this is an improvement. Youngkin's running a little bit less than 5 points better than Trump. He's increased the margin. That's a decent sign for Glenn Youngkin's campaign. They want to see this all over the place. They want to be driving up that number. We've got pretty much all the vote in. When you see 95% tonight, that at this point means pretty close to 100. And you can see here in Culpeper, pretty close to all the vote is in right now. Provisionals, would still come in, but you can see Trump 59% here last time around. Here's Glenn Youngkin. He's definitely jumped that number up, about 67% of the vote right there. So again, that's, if you're the Youngkin campaign, that's what you want to be seeing. You're talking about Bath County, one of those very small counties, but again, one of those areas where Trump really did well for the Republican Party, and here's Youngkin running better. So when I say two things are shaping up, one is the types of counties I'm just showing you right now. One of the questions coming into tonight was, would Youngkin be able to hit and then build on the Trump levels? We're starting to see a pattern here, as you could just see, that that Youngkin seems to be doing that. So then the second question becomes, and this is, I think, going to be the question that defines the rest of this night here, can McAuliffe answer in the key and in the core Democratic areas? So we've been talking about Northern Virginia here. Let's zoom in a little bit more. And again, this is the big one, Fairfax, where we got a big batch of vote probably about 20, 30 minutes ago. We haven't had anything since. There's more than 1 million people here. So this is by far the biggest. This may take a while now, given some of the reporting we're getting. So let's look next door to Loudoun County. And Loudoun County, we were talking about a few minutes ago. This is a real big question mark right now. About 82% of the vote is in, and you can see Terry McAuliffe is leading by 5.5 points. Again, if you compare this to 2020, holy cow, if you're Glenn Youngkin, you love these numbers. We now have a sense, though, of what is remaining, the vote, the exact type of vote that's remaining in Loudoun County. So I can tell you they have not yet counted the mail-in vote in Loudoun County. There are about 16,000 mail-in ballots to be counted in Loudoun County. You expect those to go overwhelmingly for McAuliffe. I mean, you're talking like 80% of the vote, something like that, maybe even more. That's just the pattern we see with mail-in ballots. So there's an opportunity there for McAuliffe with the mail votes to drive the number up. We are still also waiting in Loudoun County. We have a good chunk of the vote that was cast today, the same-day vote. That's the more Republican-friendly vote. There is still some more same-day vote to come as well. And also, there may be a sliver, a smaller amount of early vote. But really, there is a Mcauliffe-friendly mail vote still to come here. There's still some Youngkin-friendly same-day vote, too. And it's just shaping up as a key question here. I think this number should move more in McAuliffe's direction when it gets up to 100%. But the question is, how much? What does the margin land at here? Trump won the county by 25 points. Is McAuliffe ultimately able to get this up to a 10-point victory in Loudoun County? Is this single digits? This is a key question, and it's a key question, obviously, because Loudoun itself is important. But again, we are waiting on Fairfax County next door, where we've got the early vote here so far, and we're still waiting on mail. We're still waiting on same-day vote. We've got those reports that it may take a while. We've seen this in Fairfax County in past elections where they kept us waiting all night. We may be waiting all night on Fairfax County again. Whenever we get all of the votes finally reported out in Fairfax County, it's going to be a big plurality for Terry McAuliffe, and that by itself would go a long way into eating this. So Youngkin is getting what he wants to in the Republican areas. Can McAuliffe answer in what have been the core Democratic areas?
Steve, I want to ask you to switch gears on the fly, if I can. Sorry. Do you know if we have any results in New Jersey yet? We've just had the governor's race. The polls closed in that governor's race just 10 minutes ago.
Yep, here we go. We've got a chunk of the vote here in Gloucester County. This is just south of Camden. You're talking about South Jersey here. And again, I think what you're looking at here is they now have mail-in voting in New Jersey. And again, we talk about the mail ballots, the vote by mail being the most Democratic friendly. So I think we've got the mail vote in one county in New Jersey. You see Murphy. This was a 50-48 Biden county. Trump actually did fairly well in this part of South Jersey in 2020. The mail vote, very Democratic friendly. You see Murphy out to 68%. Again, we'll see that should come down some as the same day comes in. But obviously, if you're Ciccarelli, you need to be improving substantially. In every county we look at in New Jersey tonight, if you're Ciccarelli, you don't want to be getting, when we take a look back here at Gloucester County, you don't want to be hitting 48% when the night ends in Gloucester County. I mean, you want to be adding, 55, 60%. You want to be somewhere up there in a place like Gloucester County. We're also getting a chunk here in Essex County. This is the biggest Democratic vote-producing county in New Jersey. This is where the city of Newark is, Newark and its immediate suburbs. You can see here what Biden did, a 56-point victory last time out. Just a scattering of votes here, about 15,000 so far in Essex. Murphy doing what you would expect a Democrat to do in Essex County. Again, tonight, we want to see Monmouth County. We want to take a look at Monmouth County when it comes in. We want to take a look at Somerset County, Morris County. These are sort of suburban counties in New Jersey that have really moved, especially in the age of Trump, dramatically away from the Republicans. We want to see if Ciccarelli can make massive inroads there. He would need to, because, again, this state was so strongly for Biden in 2020. It's a lot for Ciccarelli to pull out. Just a small amount of vote in so far, though.
I want to bring into our conversation our friends, our political analyst, Claire McCaskill, former Democratic senator from Missouri, David Plouffe, campaign manager for President Obama in 2008, and Julian Castro, former Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, San Antonio mayor and presidential candidate. I start with you, David Plouffe, and something you said on my program a couple hours ago. Your break glass number in Loudoun. How are you feeling about the glass breaking right now?
Not very good in Loudoun. That's probably the darkest part of the map. So, it's 150,000 votes now that McAuliffe's down, and clearly that margin's going to narrow. And I think he's going to pick up a lot of vote in Arlington. He's going to pick up a lot of vote in Fairfax. But even if he dominates the rest of the vote, 80-20 if it's mail vote, he's still going to be south of 20%. And so that's deeply concerning. And I think that Loudoun's been on a journey. I remember when we won it for the first time, it seemed historic. It had been so long time as a Democrat. And then Biden won it, by, I think, 25 points. So that's the thing that concerns me most and that's just a lot of raw vote. When you're down 150,000 votes for the rest of the 8% of the vote that's out, every 1 or 2% that comes in, you want to be eating into that margin. And Terry McAuliffe will eat into the margin. But to get all the way back, those Loudoun numbers are a real warning sign.
I want to jump in here for a second, actually, while we are talking about Loudoun, because I do believe that Steve actually just got in some additional Loudoun vote. We're going to go back to our friends in just a second, but what have we got, Steve?
Yeah, we told you we were waiting on a very Terry McAuliffe-friendly pile of absentee ballots, so a lot of that has now just been counted. Remember, a minute ago we were showing you about a 5-point gap there in Loudoun County. This is not all of the vote in Loudoun County. There is still some same-day vote to come in, but you can see it's now changed. McAuliffe with an 11-point advantage in Loudoun County. Now, what is still to come in Loudoun County, there are still some same-day precincts to report, so that could still be a little bit more of a Youngkin-friendly vote. So that now might move with what comes in for the rest of the way here in Loudoun. It might move a little bit more in Youngkin's direction. But again, here's your point of reference. 61-36, 25 points for Joe Biden last year, 25 now sitting at 11 for McAuliffe over Youngkin. That's a significant gain for Glenn Youngkin in this county. We'll see exactly where it lands. But as you've been talking about, if you're Youngkin's campaign, I think your number coming in tonight, you want to be hitting 43, 44%. You'd love to do a little bit better. We will see with the remaining same-day vote if he's able to tick that up to 45 or so. I tell you, if they could hit 45 in Loudoun, I know they'd be very ecstatic. But that is, again, if you're Youngkin, you're basically looking at a number there that you were hoping to get tonight in Loudoun County.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back as these results continue to come in. We'll be back with our friends, our political analysts, with Joy Reid, Nicole Wallace, more with Steve Kornacki. Stay with us. Welcome back to our election night coverage here on MSNBC. As you can see, the two marquee governor's races we are watching tonight are in Virginia and New Jersey. In Virginia, it is too close to call right now, with 47% of the vote in. Too close to call in New Jersey. That is projected as too early to call. No surprise, with just 3% of the vote in New Jersey thus far. But we're watching returns come in both of those states. We'll also be watching some important mayor's races over the course of the night as well.
All right, I want to bring back in our friends and political analysts, Claire McCaskill, David Plouffe, and Julian Castro. And Julian Castro, I want to start with you. You are very good at telling the Democrats hard truths that they need to learn. Given the way this thing is going, and we don't know how it's going to go, we're not projecting anything, but if, in fact, Terry McAuliffe is not able to pull it out and he loses, what lessons do you think the party writ large should take from it, if any?
How long do we have, Joy? I started out this night optimistic. I said it, but as we watch these results come in, and as Steve has pointed out, with a lot of caveats, we're still waiting for the mail vote, and that tends to skew toward the Democrat dramatically. But there are a few races that I've seen at this point that turn around by this many points. So having said that, we're going to see what happens. The lessons, I think, number one, we need to rethink in 2021, going into 2022 and beyond, what we think of as an electable candidate. There has been a lot of oxygen spent blaming the progressives, suggesting that perhaps our best bet is always a centrist candidate. I think we need to rethink that. And these midterms traditionally have been elections where you need to get the base out. You need to get them excited. And if Terry McAuliffe loses, then I think one of the lessons is that we didn't do that. We didn't get them out. I took note, for instance, that he was underperforming in Manassas County, Virginia. Manassas County is over 30% Hispanic. It has one of the biggest Latino populations in the state of Virginia, a significant size of the chunk of the voters. I think another lesson is we need to get better about defending against this cultural wedge play that Republicans do over and over and over again, whether it's on immigration or bathroom politics, or in this case about critical race theory, of taking a fantasy world and making that electoral reality to win these elections. Democrats have not been good about making these elections play out on our own terms. And it'll be fascinating to see what happens in New Jersey, where very early on, Phil Murphy looks like he's doing better. The main issue there was taxes. It was not one of these culture war issues. So it'll be interesting to compare New Jersey and Virginia. Those are a couple of the lessons that we need to take. Rethink what we think of as electable.
And, Claire, just to stay on that note, I had Cori Bush on my show earlier this week, and she continued it in a statement today, just really read the riot act to the moderates in the Democratic Party, who have been essentially trying to, in a sense, sort of goad the progressives, that you have to pass the big infrastructure bill, that's all that's important. That's the thing. And if they don't pass it, then it's going to cost the Democrats Virginia. But all the anecdotal evidence that I hear of just people who are motivated voters generally, what's making them feel demotivated, particularly voters of color, it's the other bill being thrown to the side. It's the idea that the Build Back Better bill, which has got all the stuff for women and people of color, that's got all the stuff for environment, for young people, that bill is seen as secondary to Democrats in Washington, and all they care about is the bill that in their mind will win them back, like, white independent voters. Do you think that Democrats can take that lesson out of this, or do you think that they're just going to take the usual lesson and, as Julian Castro just said, go find another centrist and try the same game again next time?
Well, I think it depends entirely on the district, Joy. The Democrats are going to pass this bill, and it's going to have not only these amazing programs for women and families and health care, it's going to bring down prescription drug prices. They cut a deal today to get that done. It's going to be a really massive piece of legislation along with the hard infrastructure, and we can talk about that next year. And if it's a very blue place, then I think it's one thing to talk about just running a progressive candidate. But what happened in Virginia tonight, if it holds up, is that the Republican candidate won more suburban voters and the Democratic candidate won less rural voters. And that isn't a progressive liberal versus really conservative play there. What's really going on here is, can a Republican get away with distancing himself from Trump to get suburban voters back into the Republican camp? And that is really where these districts that swing either way are going to be decided, is in these suburbs. So I can't believe Trump let him do it. And will Trump let all these Republican candidates do it? Will he let them all say, don't you dare come to my state? Or will his ego take over, and then will he start going after Republicans that aren't willing to genuflect and do what he thinks is necessary to worship Donald Trump? So I think there's a lot of Republicans watching this tonight that are running in Pennsylvania and running in Wisconsin and running in Ohio and North Carolina that are trying to figure out how they can get those suburban voters back from Joe Biden.
David Plouffe, I want to press on this. I think we know the answer to some of this. I watched Glenn Youngkin's interviews on Fox News, and he did nothing that he did not. I mean, he worshipped at the altar of Donald Trump on Fox News. He flew an insurrection flag at his rallies. He simply didn't. He played dumb about a Zoom rally. He did not really put much distance between himself and Donald Trump on the big lie or the deadly insurrection in which police officers were maimed by flagpoles. So I think that the real ominous thing is that critical race theory, which isn't real, turned the suburbs 15 points to the Trump insurrection-endorsed Republican. What do Democrats do about that?
Well, I will point out, Nicole, the banning of the books and the flag flying, as appalling as they were, and they got a lot of attention. But I think in Virginia, Youngkin spent months spending millions and millions of dollars running ads, more like he was a Romney Republican. So I do think voters, what is clear, I think, in some of the research that happens after an election, which is incredibly important to dig into what happened here in places like Loudoun, so not everybody bought that he was a Trump clone, number one. Number two, we think critical race theory, and I'm sure it did have an effect here, but this was also a terrible terrain, I think, for
Got travel goals?
He was a repeat
NerdWallet has your back.
This can end up being more of a change election. We still have the pandemic hanging around. I think most voters are weary of that. We've got high gas prices. We've got high cost of living.
Our
Washington is not working.
It takes about 6 months to earn enough points for that big trip.
But this is right over the
Get a travel card now so you can cash in later.
Democrats have to learn.
Compare and find the smartest travel credit cards on NerdWallet.
Maybe in New Jersey.
For all your money questions,
and really
turn to the nerds.
Why did voters move in the suburbs? Was there turnout differential? Claire's right. Youngkin now has passed Trump's numbers in a lot of these small rural counties, and I think a lot of people probably thought that was the ceiling. And then I agree with, Mr. Castro, who always says such smart things about these message wars and culture wars. Critical race theory was a lie. And I think we need to go on the offense a little bit. And Terry McAuliffe tried to do this. Say it's a lie. They know it's a lie. But are you scared for your kids to learn about slavery or lynching or housing discrimination? Are we raising kids to be that weak? Like, I think sometimes we answer with facts that we don't believe people will believe these things. But they're not going to campaign on the level, Nicole. They are going to lie. They will say anything. If this is a boxing match, they're bringing heavier gloves and knives in their boots. And we have to understand that. I think the terrain for Democrats will be much better a year from now. Hopefully the pandemic will be endemic and it'll be in a rearview mirror. The economy's chugging, and I think we'll have better terrain. But we need to learn these lessons and only have a year to course correct.
I'll tell you, on that point that David Plouffe was just making there in terms of the pandemic, one of the things we haven't talked about that has happened since we have been on the air tonight is that the CDC director has just announced that the CDC has endorsed its vaccine advisory panel's endorsements, and the CDC is now officially recommending vaccinations for kids age 5 to 11 years old. And that is a huge thing toward what David Plouffe just said exactly, which is moving from pandemic to endemic, something that maybe will never be eradicated. It is something that we live relatively normal lives alongside if it is a vaccine-controlled transmissible disease.
Yeah. These education numbers have wrapped in them, and I've heard this from Republicans in Virginia, wrapped in them frustration, exasperation, anger about 18 months of remote school.
That's right.
You know, I think some parents looked at that as something to protect your kids from this unknown new thing, but I think some parents, you know, are angry about that still. And I think, as David's saying, you know, and Democrats are one of the two parties that still, one, accept the results of elections, and two, study why they happened. I think unpacking that education number, which Steve said is the #2 most important issue driving voters.
That's right.
We'll have to include that in that year.
Economy and then education is what we're hearing from voters in terms of what was most motivating them today. But in terms of what motivated voters to do what and how they are voting, Steve is getting in more information. Steve, what do you got?
Yeah, I mean, it continues to be. We look at the counties that are getting to 100%, that are getting all the vote in right now, and it just continue to have this pattern we've been talking about. Take a look, you know, Mecklenburg County. Here's Glenn Youngkin at 65%. There was Donald Trump at 57%. So again, that's exactly what Youngkin wanted to be seeing tonight. Here's Middlesex County. You know, it's from Trump at 62. Youngkin is building on that. We're just seeing this pattern. A lot of small rural counties, a lot of counties that were core Trump counties. One of our questions coming in tonight was, does Youngkin meet that number? Does he exceed that number? We're basically seeing him exceed that number, sometimes dramatically, in a lot of different places. Now, just this vote is not yet complete here. This is one of the biggest counties, though, in Southwest Virginia, Montgomery. This is where Virginia Tech is. And I mean, you could just see right now, again, there is some McAuliffe-friendly absentee vote that's going to come in here. But again, if Youngkin is running well over 50% here, if he ends up at 52, 53, he's in a great place coming out of there. So there isn't a county I've seen that fits this type where Youngkin isn't getting exactly what he wanted to get at it tonight. Meanwhile, again, we're waiting on, there's some more vote to come in Loudoun, but not much. I think it's going to land probably somewhere right about here. If you're the Mcauliffe campaign, you wanted more than this out of Loudoun. It wouldn't by itself, if we didn't see anything else on this map tonight and we just saw this, you could piece together, hey, you know, maybe McAuliffe could make it up X, Y, and Z. But when you add in what we're seeing in these rural areas, these Trump-friendly areas in different parts of the state, that becomes a tougher pill to swallow if you're the Democrats. A couple other of the big population centers here in Northern Virginia, we are waiting pretty much just on same-day vote in Arlington County, right outside of Washington, D.C. So, again, I think this is going to tick up a few points in Youngkin's favor before all is said and done. Biden was at 80.5. This might come down a few more for McAuliffe before it's over. Fairfax is the big one we are waiting on for the bulk of the vote here. And, again, what you're seeing with McAuliffe is this is the mail vote right here that you're looking at. This is the vote by mail. This is the best Democratic vote you're going to see in Fairfax County. This is the best he's going to do. You've still got, I should say, the early vote, and you've still got a lot of the same-day vote that's going to come into this Fairfax total, and I think potentially bring that down a bit here. And again, Youngkin wanted to be getting his number into the 30s. He's taken the biggest hit McAuliffe can give him in Fairfax County. We've counted the mail vote. The rest of it starts to get more Republican-friendly as the rest of the vote comes in here in Fairfax County. So, you know, there is an opportunity there on paper for Youngkin to be getting into the 30s. Does he get into the 30s there in Fairfax County? That's exactly what he would need to do, just given everything else seeing here around the state. He wouldn't need to do much more than the low 30s potentially in Fairfax County. Few other places we're just looking at where, you know, a little bit more than half the vote. We talked at the start of the night, the suburbs of Richmond, Chesterfield County here. This swung to the Democrats during Trump's presidency. Biden won it by about 7 points. Youngkin right now, again, still vote to come, but Youngkin, that's the kind of number he was hoping to get there. Henrico County, this is a little bit more of a Democratic county, just north of Richmond. Again, Biden by 30 right now, McAuliffe by 10 with about 3/4 of the vote in. And just take a look again, we identified at the start of the night, Virginia Beach is kind of the closest thing to a bellwether in the state. Here's Youngkin. Now, again, I expect this to come down. There's absentee vote to be counted here, but in the same-day vote that's coming in, Youngkin's running, I think, where he wants to be running here. About half the total vote is in. You see Youngkin's numbers at 58. This is what it looked like a year ago. Trump finished up at 46%. Again, I think with what's to come, this Youngkin's number is going to come down, but I don't know if it's going to be touching where Trump was a year ago. So there's all sorts of good signs here on the map for Youngkin. If you're Terry McAuliffe right now, what's missing? Well, we don't have any votes out of the state capital, Richmond. That's an 80% Democratic city right there. Again, you're hoping you can get some good news with what's left in Fairfax County. That's a huge county, as I say. It's 13% of the state. There's still vote to come in quite a bit. This Prince William County, core Democratic area. This is just same-day vote we're looking at. There will be absentee vote that comes in here that boosts the McAuliffe number. So there are some opportunities there still for McAuliffe, but that's, he's facing more than a 200,000 vote gap as we get to 60% in here. At the start of the night, if you put this up and said at 60% in, this is where you are. Rachel, this gets back to what you were saying earlier. You were onto it very early. If you're the Youngkin campaign, I think this is where you'd love to be at about 60% in.
Well, Steve, in terms of just those raw vote totals, and I was struck by this because David Plouffe was talking about it in these terms. Tell us again what the overall deficit is in terms of raw number of vote that McAuliffe is looking at, and then how many votes are still outstanding in Fairfax?
Yeah, so you're looking at, as you can see right here, this is the difference statewide, 207,000 votes for Youngkin, and you're looking at, so at about 40% in here in Fairfax County, that's about 160,000 votes. I do think we can end up getting somewhere upwards of 400,000 votes cast in Fairfax County, so there's still a significant amount right there. In fact, let me just see what we're landing at here for our. I think I have the exact estimate here right now. We think maybe about 250,000 remaining here. So there is an opportunity here, as I say, for McAuliffe to get quite a few votes. You do have to balance that with there are outstanding votes and in some cases outstanding counties still that are going to be Youngkin friendly. So it's not just the Democrats can get a big number out of Fairfax and then that's it. But the lead here that Youngkin's driving up in the Trump areas is substantial.
All right, we're going to take a quick break now. We're going to come back and take a look right off the other side of the break at what's going on in New Jersey. Again, it's been about 36 minutes since the polls closed in New Jersey. That is the other governor's race tonight. It has been since 1977 that New Jersey voters have decided to give a Democratic governor a second term. Phil Murphy is trying to do that tonight. We'll have a look at how that's shaping up for him right off the other side of this. Stay with us. change in the decision desk's projection on the Virginia governor's race. We started off with it being too early to call, then it was too close to call. Now the projection is that it is too close to call in the Virginia governor's race, but Republican Glenn Youngkin holds a lead in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Again, still at base, too close to call, but Youngkin in the lead. Right now at this hour, the projection in the New Jersey governor's race is that it is still too early to call. As you can see there, there's only about 6% of the vote in, but this is Democrat Phil Murphy trying to win a very, 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 very rare Democratic second term as a New Jersey governor. That is something New Jersey voters have not wanted to do for the past 40 plus years. But Jack Ciattarelli right now at 32% and incumbent Phil Murphy over 60%. Steve, we're looking right now at both of these races. I'll give you dealer's choice in terms of what you'd like to tell us in terms of what interesting vote is out there and coming in.
Yeah, I mean, we'll just take a look at continuing in Virginia right now, because, again, about 60%, you got the characterization from the decision desk, the picture coming more and more into focus. We said a little while ago the question was, look, Youngkin was driving up the numbers more than the numbers he was going to need in the smaller counties, the rural areas. The question was, would Mcauliffe be able to answer equally in sort of the big Democratic areas? We talked a lot about Fairfax County. We got a lot more of the vote in, and here you go now. More than half the vote is in Fairfax County. Again, that includes the most Democratic-friendly, the most Mcauliffe-friendly type of vote there. That's the mail vote. And by comparison to 2020, now that Mcauliffe number is under by a few points where Joe Biden was. And again, it could come down further. There is still a lot of same-day vote. Same-day vote is the most Republican-friendly type of vote we tend to find. There's still a lot of that to come here. So, again, Mcauliffe now running under the Biden number, and the possibility of going lower there in Fairfax County. One little clue we may have in Fairfax County, the way things work in Virginia is they've got all these little sort of islands you see within counties here. They've got independent cities within counties in some case. Here's the most confusing one. Inside of Fairfax County, they've got Fairfax City. Fairfax City is much smaller than Fairfax County, but it tends to, the vote patterns are pretty similar. When Fairfax County moves this way, Fairfax City moves this way. When Fairfax County moves this way, Fairfax City moves this way. All a long way of saying we've got basically all the vote in Fairfax City. Now, I think this might be a clue of what's to come with Fairfax County. And check this out. In Fairfax City, Biden got 68% of the vote in 2020. Mcauliffe now down to about 63.5% of the vote. Trump was under 30. Youngkin now up to 35 and change right here. So if you're Youngkin, Fairfax City itself is relatively small. But if you're doing that, kind of a jump in Fairfax County as well, that is exactly what Glenn Youngkin's campaign want to do. They want to get into the mid-30s if they can in Fairfax County tonight. And again, it's so critical for Mcauliffe right now because of the margins that Youngkin's driving up in these Republican areas. The only chance Mcauliffe, as I say, is to answer with a huge performance of his own. He's got to answer with a Biden level of support at this point in Fairfax County. Now he can't be within a few points of it. He can't be falling off 4 or 5 points in a place like Fairfax City. He's got to be answering because this is where he's going to get the votes. If he is going to make up close to 200,000 votes statewide, he's got to get a ton of them out of here. And right now, the pace just doesn't look like it's going to match that. And you just look, Virginia Beach, we showed you before. Youngkin, about half the vote in, getting what he wants there. Chesapeake's not much in right now. So, again, for good reason, you see that characterization of Youngkin from our decision desk for good reason. Based on what we're seeing here in Northern Virginia. And just we could check in on Jersey if you want. You mentioned it. What we're basically looking at in New Jersey right now, 6%, and you see Murphy is just pouring it on. You're basically looking at mail, vote by mail. So, again, just most Democratic vote. There's nothing in this mail vote that you would look at and say, wow, New Jersey's in for a big surprise here. But let's see when we start to get some same-day vote if there's a big shift here at all. But this is about, as I said, this is about what you'd expect. Give you an example. We've got, I think, some same day, in fact, even in this county. And just give you a sense here, Biden won 50% here. Ciattarelli needs to be getting up to 55, 60% in a county like Gloucester County. He's going to need a huge, huge same-day number to do that. So it's very early in New Jersey, but there's no immediate sign there that one looks different than expected.
All right, Steve, thank you very much. Again, we're watching both of those come in right now. The characterization in Virginia is that it is too close to call, but Glenn Youngkin is in the lead. The characterization characterization in the New Jersey governor's race is that it is too early to call. But polls have closed in both of those states, and we're continuing to watch those votes as they come in.
All right. Well, Trump approved Republican Glenn Youngkin's closing message to Virginia voters has almost singularly focused on weaponizing race, stoking hysteria over the coded boogeyman of critical race theory, which is not currently taught in any Virginia public school. From banning Toni Morrison's Beloved, this epic novel, a Pulitzer Prize-winning seminal work of American fiction that recounts the horrors of slavery, to casting himself as the candidate of so-called parents' rights, vowing to ban critical race theory, which again is not taught if elected. Again, it's not taught in any Virginia public schools. With us now is Cornell Belcher, Democratic pollster and MSNBC political analyst, who's also a Virginia native. And Cornell, I asked this question of Julian Castro earlier, and I will ask it of you now. What lessons, if in fact the results that we see right now prevail and Glenn Youngkin becomes the next governor of Virginia, what lessons should Democrats take from it, and what lessons do you think Republicans will take from it?
Well, a couple of things, Joy, and it is one, and I said this earlier, you know, even more so than Youngkin versus Terry McAuliffe, I think Trumpism and critical race theory is on the ballot. And what you're seeing, whether Terry, and still a lot of votes out, but whether or not Terry makes this up or not, I think tonight is a victory for critical race theory. Because if you look at McAuliffe, and again, it's still early, it's not a lot of votes out, but if you look at McAuliffe's margins, so they're way off of what Biden's margins are. And in a place like Loudoun, Biden won that by, close to 20 points. You know, he's only winning it by 10. You know, Virginia Beach, a really sort of critical swing area that swung for Biden, you know, that is now too close to call. Wherever you look, it looks like these college-educated suburban white voters who Democrats thought were breaking their way, you know, they rallied back around critical race theory. And again, you know, for me, critical race theory, Joy, is just the most recent, more eloquent iteration of the Southern strategy, right? Whether it be crosstown busing, whether it be the welfare queen, whether it be defund the police. This original sin of America keeps evolving, and critical race theory is the most latest and most eloquent, quite frankly, iteration of the Southern strategy, in a way, quite frankly, to tribalize an election, to tribalize an electorate in a way to drive up the white vote. And whether Terry comes back or not, I think that critical race theory was central to Youngkin's sort of close here, and that he's made it so close. And a lot of these suburban areas where Democrats thought they were making ground in, I think we're going to see this again in the midterm, and it's going to be problematic.
Yeah, and let me bring in Jason Johnson. I think we have his camera up there. Jason Johnson, to that very point. Yeah. Christopher Rufo did a speech at the Claremont Institute, and he's one of the people who's been the most eager and active in pushing Republicans to use this as a strategy to turn out their vote and to pull in suburban voters. And he admitted at the Claremont Institute that he had no idea what critical race theory is and doesn't care what it is, but that whenever what he wants is that when white voters see any story that makes them uncomfortable, anything that's about wokeism or, you know, multiculturalism that makes them mad, he wants them to think critical race theory and then vote Republican. It's a strategy that they were not hiding. It's been very open, and the Claremont Institute and others, they've been very open about it. What does it say to you that Glenn Youngkin was able to, we don't know how this is going to turn out, we should go say again with these too close to call, but if Youngkin wins based on using that strategy, is Cornell right? This is the new Lee Atwater strategy, and it's going to be used over and over and over again.
I rarely disagree with Cornell on air. I gotta disagree with him on this. Look, here, the only reason that we're talking about critical race theory is because Glenn Youngkin had 18 months to convince people that he was not a fire-breathing, horns out of his skull racist. You can only talk about critical race theory if you present yourself as the kind of neutral white guy who's like, I don't dislike brown people. I just think this is going a little too far. So it only works if you've been able to present yourself as neutral or non-hostile on race issues. That's not something that a lot of Republicans are very good at. And I saw somebody put this very eloquently online. They said, look, you know, Glenn Youngkin ran pretending to be Larry Hogan. He's going to govern like Mike DeWine, but to his base, they think he's Ron DeSantis. And that's what this is. It was a very sneaky triangulation. Because if you run on critical race theory and you're a screaming MAGA hat wearing maniac, then you're going to lose those suburban people because they don't want to be associated with that. Right. So I think it's only an effective strategy if you've been able to put 4 or 5, 6 other things in line. Anybody else who runs on critical race theory, if you don't have the proper candidate to promote the message, it's not going to get you anywhere.
Cornell, I think Monmouth had the last poll on independent voters in Virginia. They swung 18 points. Whatever the sins of Youngkin's strategy, it would appear if he prevails by closing the gap 15 points in Loudoun and really eating into President Obama and President Biden's margins in those kinds of counties, that, you know, Youngkin might be the talk of the next sort of presidential candidate in the GOP. I mean, his stock, if he wins tonight, his stock will soar. And I wonder at what point figuring out how to defeat that kind of Republican becomes the full focus of the Democratic Party.
No, that's a really good point. And to my friend Jason's point is that Youngkin is a different kind of Republican. And the question to you, quite frankly, is that I don't think either one of us think that Youngkin can win a Republican primary on the national level. I think when you look at sort of how he's tried to, quite frankly, be a more sort of, I mean, his first ads, people in Virginia thought, well, is he even a Republican, right? He sort of soft-pedaled this Republicanism and kept Trump at a distance. I don't think you can win a Republican primary. And by the way, the Virginia Republican primary, as we know, was set up for him. I don't think you can win a national primary not being full on Trump. But I think what Republicans do take from this, and I know whether he wins or loses, he's made Virginia so close that Republicans are going to take this and they're going to try to do this again and again and again going into the midterms. And believe me, the Republican Congressional Campaign Committee and the Republican Senatorial Campaign Committee, they're going to try to recruit candidates who look more like Youngkin than they do the Trumpers. Now, I think they'll have problems in the primary, but I think that's the battle going forward for the Republican Party is can they recruit and win in the primary with Youngkin-like candidates? Because if they do, they can make a lot more of these districts competitive.
Can I just say, though, Bob McDonnell, right? Since 2005, there have been like 14 major statewide races in Virginia. Democrats have won 13 of them before tonight. Bob McDonnell was the exception. Yeah. After Barack Obama won the presidency in 2008, Bob McDonnell won in 2009. And what did the Republicans do? They instantly elevated him to presidential status. They had to give the response to the State of the Union. He was going to be the answer to, you can't beat Obama by being a fire-breathing terrible guy. You have to seem mild-mannered. You got to kind of carry yourself like a dentist. And he was going to be there. He was going to be their savior. And then Bob McDonnell was a terrible governor in Virginia who ran on crazy policies that made no sense and that made Virginia a scandal and got them boycotted nationwide. Yeah. Remember the mandatory vaginal ultrasound stuff? I mean, and then he gets run out of office on a bizarre corruption scandal. I mean, how you comport yourself once in office is going to make the difference here. And that's part of why one of the things we need to watch tonight is whether or not Youngkin is going to have Republican control in the state legislature. Yeah. House of Delegates, if that flips tonight and becomes Republican controlled, he may ultimately be putting together something that looks like a governing Republican Party in Virginia, which is going to be a much harder thing to get himself to the presidential aspirations than if he's got a divided government.
You said that, and I immediately thought George Allen. Yeah, that was the other one who sort of was set up as like he was going to be the man, and then he was. If he's able to set up this governing majority, then the question becomes what happens in 2024 when all Republican governors will be under tremendous pressure to do whatever it takes and whatever they can, if Donald Trump is running for president, to swing the election, to refuse to seat electors, to do the entire Trump, wish list. And the question is, would he withstand it? He doesn't seem to be somebody who would withstand it. We'll see.
We're going to take a quick break right now. I want to say thank you to Jason Johnson, Cornell Belcher. Gentlemen, it's a pleasure to have you with us tonight. We're going to take a quick break. When we're coming back, we're going to be checking back in on both those governor's races. Again, too early to call in New Jersey, too close to call with Republican Glenn Youngkin in the lead in Virginia. Stay with us. Lots more ahead tonight. We are just coming up on 9 p.m. I'm 𝚌𝚘𝚊𝚛𝚘𝚗. Super happy to have you with us here this evening. I'm here in studio with my beloved colleagues, Joy Reid and Nicole Wallace, and we've got the eighth wonder of the news world, Steve Kornacki at the big board, who's been processing data for us over the course of the night. The marquee race, of course, tonight is in Virginia, where the governor's race there is still too close to call at this hour. But NBC News is projecting that Republican Glenn Youngkin holds the lead. We've been watching those votes in the lead. In New Jersey, the race there is still too early to call. You see less than 15% of the vote in. That's the New Jersey governor's race, where Democrat Phil Murphy is trying to earn a second term against Republican challenger Jack Ciattarelli. We're going to be checking back in with Steve about where things stand in both of those races in just a moment. I do just also want to note that polls have also just closed in a few other key races that we are watching tonight. Polls have just closed in the New York City mayor's race. The nation's largest city choosing a new mayor. Mayor Bill de Blasio is done. He will be succeeded by either Eric Adams or Curtis Sliwa. Polls, again, have just closed at this point in time. That race is considered too early to call. We're also watching mayoral races in the great cities of Minneapolis tonight and Buffalo, New York. In Minneapolis, it's the incumbent mayor, Jacob Frey, who's trying for a second term. In Buffalo, the incumbent mayor there, Byron Brown, was actually beaten in the Democratic primary back in June. He is nevertheless trying to retain his seat, trying to get a fifth term as mayor of Buffalo in a write-in campaign as an incumbent, which is a weird combination of factors. And in terms of other major mayor's races, polls have also closed in the last hour in the great city of Boston. The city is poised to elect the first female mayor ever elected to that office, regardless of whether which of the two runoff candidates wins tonight in Boston. So there's lots still to learn tonight, lots still to watch as the returns come in. But let's go back now to Steve at the big board. I see we are all on Virginia with 63% in overall.
Yeah, and again, you can see about two-thirds in statewide. Right now, the lead for Glenn Youngkin, it continues to be basically 200,000 votes over Terry McAuliffe. What is still outstanding here? What's keeping this thing from being called? Well, I give you a couple things that our decision desk is looking at right now in terms of outstanding vote. Number one, if you zoom in on where the state capital is, Richmond, you can see there's barely any vote in here. This is an overwhelmingly Democratic area. You see Joe Biden getting more than 80% of the vote here last time out. So we know there's going to be a substantial number of Democratic votes here in Richmond. The other thing that's going on is if you take a look at Virginia Beach, we've been talking about this a lot tonight. I keep saying kind of a bellwether county. It doesn't look like too much of one with Youngkin up this much. What's happened in Virginia Beach so far is, again, this is what happened in 2020. What you're seeing here in Virginia Beach right now is just the election day vote. So they're still going to count the absentee vote. That's the more Democratic-friendly vote. So the vote still to come in Virginia Beach is going to strongly favor Terry McAuliffe. He could pick up some more votes. Certainly he could pick up quite a bit through that. So Virginia Beach, there's an absentee vote to come. Another big county right here, Chesterfield County, we've talked about a lot, right outside of Richmond also. No absentee vote has been counted yet. The rest of the vote that's counted here in Chesterfield County will strongly favor Terry McAuliffe. And also, obviously, big piece still to come. We keep talking about Fairfax. Here, it's mainly same-day vote that's still to come. Now, the same-day vote here still will be Democratic. The problem for McAuliffe is right now it's just not as Democratic as what you're seeing on your screen. So far, McAuliffe is leading in Fairfax County overall by this margin. But in just the same-day portion of the vote in Fairfax County, and that's mainly the vote that's still being tabulated here, he's running about 10 points lower than this. So the bottom line is when you factor that in, if you kind of extrapolate that out, and if you kind of extrapolate out the trends we're seeing everywhere in the places I just talked about, you could see McAuliffe, taking 125,000 or so votes out of that Youngkin lead. But he'd still be 75,000 short. And Youngkin is still adding votes in a lot of these rural areas of the state. Small pockets here and there, but they do add up. So for McAuliffe, this is going to come down. This is going to come down considerably as more vote comes in. But to actually get close to Youngkin and potentially overtake him, he would need numbers in the absentee vote still to come in the places I'm talking about here, especially in the absentee vote. He would need, and again, some more Youngkin areas just came in. You see, now he's north of 200,000. He would just need numbers we're not seeing him get really anywhere else tonight. So that's what Mcauliffe is up against here right now. Again, Youngkin in those suburbs, and I think we could just show you again, in those suburbs right outside of Washington, D.C., this is where I meant to go, Loudoun County. We are basically all in now in Loudoun County. I believe there is one precinct outstanding in Loudoun County, and this maybe by itself tells the story of the night here. Mcauliffe is going to win it. He's going to win it by basically 10 points. Right now, it's actually 9.9 points. And we said at the start of the night, Youngkin didn't necessarily need to win Loudoun County. He needed to eat into the big gains that the Democrats made during the Trump era. Those are the big gains the Democrats made in the Trump era in Loudoun County. They rolled it up to 25 points. Youngkin has cut that more than in half tonight. And if you're a Republican and you can get back in the game that way in Northern Virginia, then the other piece of it is just turn out the vote that Donald Trump was able to turn out. And, I mean, wow, that's the other piece of the story tonight. Just going from one county to another, one small county to another here in Southwest Virginia in particular. Youngkin is meeting and exceeding the Donald Trump total. I'll just take you through a bunch of these right here. Look, Trump 80, Youngkin up to 83 in Grayson County, 80.9, 83.5. A lot of these counties in Southwest Virginia, Trump did much better than, for instance, Mitt Romney had done back in 2012, the last Republican nominee before Trump. It was not necessarily a given that any Republican would come in and keep getting that high of a vote, but Youngkin looks like he's even driven it up further. So that combination that Youngkin needed tonight, we are absolutely seeing that in these results. And again, we just kind of reset statewide here, 207,000, basically exactly two-thirds in right now.
And so, Steve, again, just taking sort of a bigger picture look at it, and you're better at this math than I am, but sort of synthesizing everything that you've just said, it sort of seems like what we've seen is a shift toward the compared to 2020. We're seeing a shift, a steady shift toward the Republican, basically in every county in the state, except for in Loudoun County, where we're seeing a big shift toward the Republican. And so while Mcauliffe may have been able to still win or get it close to something that looked like a tie by underperforming Biden by a few points in every county in the state, since Biden won by 10 against Trump overall, losing that much ground in one big Democratic-leaning county that has a ton of voters in it, that could potentially be the fatal factor.
I think it's that, and then it's what we're seeing in those, again, that kind of Trump surge area of the state. This might be a good way of illustrating it. I think we have this, and let me just call it up. What you're seeing here, what I'm highlighting is these are the counties that, from Donald Trump's arrival on the scene in 2016 through the 2020 election, that swung the hardest toward Donald Trump. These are basically the counties where Trump brought new people into the Republican Party. So voters that the Republican Party didn't have before, Trump brought them in. And this was the other question tonight. Could Youngkin keep them? And I think there was somewhat of an open question here, but Youngkin is, look at this, he's absolutely keeping those voters tonight, sometimes by dramatic margins in one county after another. So I think the map has changed here a little bit in Virginia. I think we were talking about this. We were taking a look at this sort of from the standpoint of, hey, you know, could Youngkin roll this thing back to where it was before Donald Trump came along in Northern Virginia? The answer to that is kind of no. Loudoun, as you say, is his best one. He still is not going to roll it back to where it was in 2012. You know, in 2012, Mitt Romney was within 4.5 points in Loudoun County. Tonight, Youngkin's going to lose this probably by 10 points. So we didn't even get back to Mitt Romney numbers, and I don't have to remind you, Mitt Romney lost Virginia in 2012. So what's happened here is Youngkin has eaten in somewhat to what Donald Trump's deficit was in Northern Virginia, and then he has supplemented it with these significant, and they do add up. I know each one I show is very small here, you know, 5,000, 10,000 people. They add up. He's supplemented that with Trump-level support in the rural parts of the state, and that is adding up to this Youngkin lead you're seeing.
That is fascinating. Let's bring into the conversation now Larry Sabato. He is director of the University of Virginia Center for Politics. He's known for his crystal ball predictions of political races. Just before the election that we're looking at tonight, Mr. Sabato and his crew changed this to a lean Republican prediction on this race. Mr. Sabato, it's a pleasure to have you here. Thanks for making time.
Thank you, Rachel. Thanks so much.
I want to ask you, I'll warn you in advance, I want to ask you a little bit about what's going on in the House of Delegates tonight, because if Glenn Youngkin is potentially going to pull this out and be a new Republican governor of Virginia, whether or not he's able to govern with Republican Party principles, well, the legislature will have a lot to do with that. I'm going to ask you about that in a moment. But looking at the governor's race and this top-line marquee race, what do you think the story is here tonight thus far?
The story is, I'm not going to call it a blowout because we don't have the final numbers, but I will tell you somebody in high up in Mcauliffe camp who was there with Mcauliffe put it this way to me about an hour ago. It's a bloodbath. And so far, everything we've seen pretty much falls along that line. And while we don't have complete figures, anything close to complete figures for the House of Delegates, you could guess based on what I've just said.
Given the distance that Republicans had to come in order to pull this off tonight, I'm struck that it has been 12 years since a Republican has won a statewide race in Virginia. Going back to 2005, of the 14 major statewide races there have been in Virginia, 13 of the 14 have been won by Democrats. What had to change in order to make this possible tonight?
Well, first, Donald Trump left office. He was the greatest producer of Democratic votes in modern history. But, of course, the Democrats started winning in 2008 with President Obama's first term. So it was more than Donald Trump, but Donald Trump supercharged it. And, let's be honest, President Biden's ratings, even in Virginia, which he carried by a little over 10%, are 42, 43, 44%. That is not good news for a Democratic nominee running for governor. And on top of that, the clown show in Washington on Capitol Hill, the Democrats couldn't get it together. If they had gotten the two bills passed in September, Mcauliffe would have had something to campaign with, and he could have sold very specific items. He knows how to do it. He's a great salesman. He had nothing, and he was given all kinds of promises, as everybody else was, by Democratic leaders on Capitol Hill, and we all know where it is. Nowhere, at least to this point. So it's certainly too late to help Mcauliffe. So, I'd say those are two big points in favor. And then you have the issues that Youngkin was running on. You may have the same view I have of critical race theory, which is it was a phony issue. It certainly isn't Virginia, where it isn't taught. But people believe what they want to believe. We're still in the Trump era, right? You don't have to have the facts backing you up. If people want to believe what you say, they will believe it.
It strikes me that the other option that the Democrats had in terms of making their case to voters here is to run on what they've been able to do with their control of Virginia state government over the past couple of years, getting 500,000 Virginians health insurance who didn't have it before, backing up voting rights, backing up abortion rights, backing up a woman's right to get contraception, doing other things that are playing the other side of some of these culture war issues, but also have a real practical impact in terms of people's lives. If Glenn Youngkin is going to be a Republican governor in Virginia, if he is going to pull this out tonight, the legislature is going to be an interesting factor. The state Senate is not up tonight. The House of Delegates is. Democrats have had a 5-vote majority in that 100-seat body. How are the Republicans doing in their efforts to try to take over that House of the legislature tonight? And what might that mean if Youngkin is elected?
I've only seen early returns for most of the critical swing House of Delegates districts, but if Youngkin ends up winning by a decent margin, 3, 4, 5 points, or maybe it's more than that, the odds are very, very good that he will pull in a Republican majority in the House of Delegates, because we live in a highly partisan, polarized era, and people start at the top voting for a governor of one party, and they usually stay in that column until they're finished with the ballot. So I'd say the odds are pretty good, not certain, haven't seen enough returns to be able to tell you that. Let's assume rightly or wrongly, that the Republicans get a majority in the House of Delegates. It's true what you said. The state Senate is not up this year, but the state Senate's very close. It's 21-19 Democratic. However, there is at least one Democrat who votes with Republicans on a number of issues, including, by the way, abortion rights. Again, if Youngkin wins by a decent majority, as he appears to be doing early, he could pull in the Republican nominee for lieutenant governor. So then you got the tie-breaking vote with Youngkin, in addition to potentially one Democratic senator who, at least on some issues, will vote with the 19 Republicans. So there you go. It's amazing how things potentially, if the elections are called the way we're talking about, potentially one night can change the entire coloration of a government in a state. And some of this matters, obviously, for 2022 when 36 governors are up and loads of legislative seats.
Yeah, and it could mean huge changes in the state in terms of the policies that affect Virginians' lives in short order. Larry Sabato, director of the University of Virginia Center for Politics. Huge night in Virginia politics. Thank you for helping us understand.
We are going to bring into our conversation our colleague, Chris Jansing. She's at Mcauliffe headquarters. Chris, I'm hearing that they're still looking for some of the outstanding vote, and they're also in touch with reality, not sounding particularly hopeful at this point.
Yeah, I was just in touch with somebody who's very close to Mcauliffe, and I asked him what the mood was in the room, and he answered in one word, glum. Now, he also said they do still believe there's a path, whether they can overperform in some of the votes still to come in Fairfax County. And in fact, Nicole, just about 2 or 3 minutes ago, a senior official within the Mcauliffe campaign came over to tell me, we still believe this is too close to call. We think that there are still ways for us to make up this vote difference. Having said that, we've been talking for the 4 days that I've been here about this enthusiasm gap, and I certainly have seen it on the ground when I've gone to Youngkin campaign events. They have been louder. They have been much larger than the ones run by Terry Mcauliffe. And in fact, who would have thought even a couple of weeks ago that Glenn Youngkin would come into what had been deeply blue Loudoun County, where Joe Biden won by 25 points and Governor Northam won by almost 20 points, and have his final campaign rally. And then he was very loose out this morning shooting hoops at a middle school. So this is obviously not where they wanted or even expected to be. I will say that they are looking less, many of the Democrats I talked to close to Terry Mcauliffe, at this whole issue of education. They realize that it played a big role in this, but they're also very disappointed at what's going on in Washington. They think that the Democratic voters and many of those important swing voters looked at that as well. And so they are really looking at what was for them, they thought, an uphill battle, because people are looking for change. They're not happy about what they're seeing. Nicole?
Chris Jansing, MSNBC's senior national correspondent, who you've been really ear to the ground in Virginia all day long. Thank you so much for being part of our coverage. I want to bring in our colleague Garrett Haake, who's at Youngkin headquarters. Garrett, I talked to a Washington strategist who said that the real turning point for the Youngkin side, when the Mo really flipped and never came back, was when Terry Mcauliffe made that comment at the debate about parents not having sort of, I don't want to misquote him, but the role that parents should play in education and curriculum. That Youngkin jumped on that. Some might say he distorted it and exploited it, but that in terms of the momentum and the energy on the race, that was when the Youngkin campaign really set its sights on places like Loudoun, and that was when they see this turning in their direction.
Yeah, I think that's right. That'll be a pivotal moment, but my sources in and around the campaign actually think the momentum started to shift their way even earlier than that. They saw it change around the time of the pullout from Afghanistan, where Biden's numbers, the president's numbers, started to get soft. And as the president's approval numbers ticked down, so too did every Democrat in the state of Virginia. They felt like it gave them an opportunity to try to exploit, to try to raise their guy up. The education issue obviously became huge, both from that moment in the debate and the kind of dual-track campaign strategy that the Youngkin campaign used. If you watch broadcast television in the D.C. market or anywhere else in Virginia, you're seeing ads from Glenn Youngkin about education. They're talking about hiring teachers and investing in public education. If you're watching cable news on the right, you're hearing education talked about in terms of critical race theory and race issues in schools, or critical race theory not taught in Virginia schools. The education issue was a Rorschach test for Virginia voters, and it played big. I think as we're seeing in the exit polls, certainly from the supporters of Glenn Youngkin that I've been speaking to. The other thing that I've heard from the Youngkin campaign is they think that Terry McAuliffe fundamentally misread this race. That Terry McAuliffe is running a nationalized campaign, talking about Donald Trump, and really trying to make Glenn Youngkin, as McAuliffe said on the stump, as we heard from other Democratic circuits, into Donald Trump in khakis and a fleece vest. And they think McAuliffe essentially failed to make that connection. And that gave independent voters, maybe moderate Republicans who turned their back on the party during the Trump years, a hall pass, effectively, to vote for Youngkin and to not be embarrassed about it. And that generated the kind of momentum and the kind of energy that has them feeling tonight, the Youngkin camp does, like they've got this just about sewn up.
Garrett Haake, I can hear there's some energy, at least in the room. Not sure we can extrapolate that across the state. We're still watching and waiting, but I appreciate your reporting. Rachel, this point that Garrett makes about the turning point for Biden is something I picked up from pollsters that poll just independents, not Democratic, not Republicans. And when I sort of set out in September to understand where this president was, I heard sort of three analyses. I shared this with you guys in the break, that he lost independent voters and women around the pullout from Afghanistan. And I said at the time I thought 95% of the public was for leaving, but it turns out a whole lot of the public did not like the way we left, and especially some of that softer part of the Biden coalition that came and voted for him in 2020, but was always going to be watching the news. They were always going to be sensitive voters. They were always going to be, and not, sticking their finger in there, but they were always going to be watching. They were going to be watching and seeing how he performed, seeing how the vaccines rolled out, or seeing what happened. I don't know that anyone predicted Afghanistan would weigh in with those voters, but according to people who poll sort of center-right to independents, that was really damaging for him. And Garrett pointing that out is the first time I've heard someone report it out from inside the Youngkin side. The other piece was this frustration about the lack of fire. Why not fight for voting rights? Why not give speeches about... There was one speech given. One speech about democracy. It was beautiful. It was in Philadelphia, but no one's touched it since. And what is happening in sort of Republican America, it's not just critical race theory. It's saying, fraud happened. The people believe there was fraud, so they're fixing it. So Republican voters think Republicans are... Never mind that it's fake.
That's right.
Critical race theory isn't taught. It means something different to voters. They think it is. So Republicans are fixing it. Youngkin's going to ban it. And some of it is just a question for Democrats now. Do you adjust to a terrain that is not fair, that is not just, that is all fact-based? But at this tonight looks like it advantages Republicans.
Well, the way that you confront and defeat an opponent that has framed things in a way that is fake is that, yes, you can create your own competing fake framework and run on that. Or you can accomplish real things and then run on that and say, yes, these guys have invented a boogeyman about a form of racial hierarchy that you've fantasized into existence that isn't actually taught in schools. But look, you have a child tax credit and you have the biggest climate change legislation that's ever been passed in this country. And we have an infrastructure bill, and all of the terrible traffic problems in Virginia are going to get fixed because Republicans are talking about fantasy stuff and Democrats are talking about real
things. Who has done that successfully ever? Other than in a Sorkin movie. I mean, I've just never seen that campaign.
I'm sorry. I mean, because I think the other alternative is that I think you hit on the word that I think is the most important. It's fight. It's that you not only have to fight for what you believe in, but you have to be seen to be fighting.
Yes.
And the problem is the only part of the Democratic Party right now that is visibly fighting for people, the base of the party that votes for them, because yes, independents are important, but you need your base. And the progressives in the House are the only ones who are showing fight. The Democrats in Texas that walked out and flew and went all the way out of town and flew to D.C. and were like, we're not going to be there. We're walking out of here. Fight. If you're not seen to be fighting, the other way you respond to a fake campaign that is racially based is that you need to be seen fighting for those same voters. And Democrats, I never saw them fight for them. They didn't fight for criminal justice reform. They did not fight for voting reform. Have they lifted a finger to make sure that people of color are going to be able to vote? Fight. And they don't know how to do that and to communicate that we care enough to fight and to actually take risks. What the progressives did, even though they were getting bullied by the conservatives in the party and run over by people like Manchin and Sinema, is they said, we're going to hold up this bill. You want this thing so badly, you ain't getting it because we're fighting for the other bill because that's our base.
On substance. We're fighting for something.
But you got to show you're fighting.
The problem is Biden has a 43% approval rating because they're fighting. And I guess at the end of the day, Democrats have to decide if they want to fight and lose or if they want to reassemble the Obama coalition, the Biden coalition, and the Clinton coalition, which were winning campaigns.
But isn't the problem that part of the Obama coalition, unfortunately, there are a lot of Americans who don't want to deal with the history. They don't want to deal with it. And they might have voted for Obama, but they're in that coalition too. But when confronted with the opportunity to say, who really was Thomas Jefferson? They don't want to. And so they'll leave the coalition in a heartbeat. The people who stay with you are your base, and they don't think you're lifting a finger for them.
Yeah.
So it's hard to convince them to come out and vote.
I can tell you right now that we have a little bit of news, which is that NBC News now projects that Eric Adams will be the next mayor of New York City. Mayor Bill de Blasio has just completed his term. Eric Adams, the Brooklyn borough president, was up against a Republican named Curtis Sliwa, who ran on a number of issues. He made his largest headlines in the campaign for letting everybody know that he had a very large number of cats. Very large number of cats. He brought a cat to a polling place today. He was also hit by a taxi cab during the campaign, but Curtis Sliwa was not able to parlay those advantages into a win in heavily Democratic New York City. Eric Adams will be the next mayor of the nation's largest city. All right, we're going to take a quick break right now. Our friend Chris Hayes is going to be joining us when we come back. We're going to be checking it back in with Steve Kornacki as we watch those two governor's races that are not yet called tonight. As we watch the results come in there, stay with us. just about 9:30 on the East Coast right now. We do have a projection to make. This is the Ohio 15th Congressional District. This is a seat that was vacated in May, a surprise resignation from a moderate Republican congressman named Steve Stivers. Running tonight to succeed Steve Stivers, Republican Mike Carey and Democratic State Representative Allison Russo. There was a late endorsement for Russo from President Biden in this race, but this is a fairly heavily Republican district. This is a district that Trump won by 14-plus points. NBC News now projects that the winner in Ohio 15 will be the Republican lobbyist, Mike Carey, who's running for that seat. This follows our earlier call earlier this evening in the 11th Congressional District in Ohio. This is a district that was vacated when Representative Marcia Fudge left to become HUD Secretary in President Biden's cabinet. That's a Cleveland area district that's very heavily Democratic, and tonight 𝚢𝚘𝚊𝚛𝚘 Brown is the Congresswoman-elect to succeed Marcia Fudge in that district. I want to welcome our friend Chris Hayes to the set. Chris, it's great to see you. Thank you for being here, my friend.
Great to see you as well. You know, that's a +1 in the House margin with 𝚢𝚘𝚘 Brown's election.
Oh, that's right,
tonight,
because the Republican seat stays Republican in that one, right?
That was just unoccupied, which, when you're dealing with a 4-vote margin, I think is what the House Dems are at right now, is not nothing.
Yeah.
Right? Actually,
okay. Even if it is a D +50.
Yes, it's not. It was never in doubt. It's just that there's going to be some. You know, right now there's some very treacherous negotiating and navigating that Nancy Pelosi has to do, so she's got one more.
Let me just check in terms of where we are right now. NBC News just projected that the winner of the New York City mayor's race will be Eric Adams. We are expecting Eric Adams to give his victory speech shortly. We're going to dive into that as soon as that's happening. I want to let you know I may interrupt you for that at any moment because I want to hear that speech. Steve Kornacki is watching results as they come in tonight. Steve, can we talk about both New Jersey and Virginia in terms of those governor's races? Both of them, neither of them has a call at this point.
Yeah, that's right. And again, you see now 3/4 of the vote here in Virginia statewide. We've just been saying now for a while, it's been stuck at about 200,000 Youngkin's margin over Mcauliffe. Again, we do expect this is going to tighten pretty significantly. I just read off, Fairfax County, we got a ton left to come in terms of some same-day vote there. Chesterfield County, just south of Richmond, we've got absentee vote. Virginia Beach, we've got absentee vote. Prince William County, big Democratic county here, D.C. metro area. Again, it's absentee vote. It's the most Democratic vote, Democratic-friendly vote there is out there. Long way of saying, just from what I just gave you right there, just from that, you could see Mcauliffe netting, let's say, 75,000 votes. So that would take a chunk out of what Youngkin's got there. There are some other areas like that there. It's just hard right now to look at what else is left on this list and to get it up to anywhere near 202,000. You could certainly take a big bite out of that, certainly with what we see is left here. But Mcauliffe's going to have to find a way to take an even bigger bite to actually overtake Youngkin. So that's the situation in Virginia. If you take a look in New Jersey right now, 1/4 of the vote is in. You see the Democratic incumbent Phil Murphy. This is 4 points right now. Now, keep in mind what you're seeing. There's two things here. A lot of the vote that you're seeing so far here is from Ocean County. You see Ocean County, this is one of the biggest Republican vote-producing counties anywhere, frankly. 3/4 of the vote is in Ocean County. You can see Jack Ciattarelli, the Republican, leading Murphy 2-1. Not a huge surprise right there. Trump won this thing by almost 30 points. Ciattarelli's doing a few points better. So Ocean County right now is going a long way to driving that statewide number you just saw. Also, Monmouth County, which, we expect this as well to be a Republican county, not as Republican as Ocean County. In fact, it was very competitive in the 2020 presidential election. So Ciattarelli, again, running better than Trump's number here in Monmouth County. He's going to have to run significantly better, 8 to 10 points better than Trump kind of across the board to have a shot at winning in New Jersey. So Monmouth and Ocean are going a long way to driving the number here that you're seeing statewide. Meanwhile, if you take a look, Essex County, this is one of the biggest counties in the state. This is the biggest Democratic vote-producing county in the state. I think you basically just have the mail-in vote here in Essex County, so you can expect a lot more votes here. That's a big Murphy stronghold. You take a look at Bergen County. Bergen County, kind of a bellwether county here. It votes kind of the way New Jersey votes. We don't have much in there. This is the largest county in the state, though, so we really don't have much from Bergen County at all right now. A couple other places we can show you. Mercer County, this is where Trenton is. Again, this would be a big Democratic county, give you a sense of it. Joe Biden got almost 70% of the vote here. We really don't have much in here from Mercer County so far. So the vote that's in right now also, I think, skewing this a bit. Hunterdon County, this is a core Republican county. We're getting close to 100% here. Again, this thing actually got close. Trump over Biden by 5 points here in 2020. That's a really bad showing for a Republican in Hunterdon. Ciattarelli is moving that up 9 points. He's getting that done in Hunterdon County. The question is he able to do that in like a Bergen County? Is he able to get that kind of a shift in Bergen County? Another one to keep an eye on where we don't have any vote right now is Burlington County, South Jersey. This is another one that is sort of a bellwether. It votes kind of the same way the statewide vote goes. We don't have anything going here. Question is, can Ciattarelli be improving on Trump's number, again, by 8, 9, 10 points in a place like Bergen County? It's one thing to do it in Hunterdon County, traditionally Republican county. It's another thing if he can do it in a Bergen or a Burlington. Again, not much of the way in the way of votes there right now. The vote that's in so far is skewed pretty heavily toward Republican areas. Plus, we just have a lot of mail here in some of these other places. So I would take that margin you're seeing right there with a grain of salt. Let's see what we get when Bergen starts to report. Let's see what we get when Burlington starts to report. Keeping a close eye on those, and we'll keep you updated here.
Yeah, New Jersey, I mean, in terms of keeping the context in mind here, President Biden, as Steve was saying, won New Jersey plus 16 over Donald Trump. But Phil Murphy himself was first elected after the Bridgegate scandal, and he won by 14 points over Kim Guadagno, and he won that seat. So while New Jersey residents have not proven willing to re-elect Democratic governors at any time since 1977, Murphy would seem to have the wind in his sails for this.
Yeah, and I think it's obviously too early to do big analysis of New Jersey and Virginia because these are always the two big races on this night because of when they happen. But, you go back to 2009, and of course the big story on that night was Bob McDonnell and Chris Christie, right? The Republicans flipping both of those. Christie, obviously the bigger upset because New Jersey is a deep blue state. But let's imagine a universe, plausibly in which in both states Republicans outperform Donald Trump by 10 points, right? To the extent that's true, you got to look at macro issues more than you're looking at what ads which candidates are running and what the campaign was. A lot of the focus, particularly because Virginia is in the heart of the nation's political media capital, is very focused on what was the messaging and what were the campaigns and education and all that stuff matters in campaigns. The macro environment matters a lot, too. And to the extent that we're seeing similar benchmarks, you can run 10 points ahead of Donald Trump and lose the New Jersey election and win the Virginia one if you're just a generic Republican. To the extent you're seeing similar kinds of driving factors, you got to look to the macro environment that's driving that politically more than the specifics of who cut what ad and who said what at a
What was
debate.
the difference in the macro environment now versus November? Well, a year ago.
I think there's a huge difference. I think the story is that there was a real hope the virus was going to be suppressed and life was going to get back to normal. And basically through July, it looked like that was happening, and then it wasn't happening. It just wasn't happening. Like, inflation is higher than it's been in recent memory, and the GDP of the country slowed down to only 0.5% growth in the third quarter, and there's nearly 800,000 people have died.
But things have reopened. The Delta variant, the wave from the Delta variant is coming down. There are some variables that are moving in the right direction at this point.
And the exit polls showed that which was interesting, that the coronavirus or that the virus was a very
low
not importance to many of the voters there.
Was fascinating.
It was education, which is code for white parents don't like the idea of teaching about race. And unfortunately, race is just the most palpable tool in the toolkit. It used to be of the Democratic Party back in the day when there were Dixiecrats, and now of the Republican Party. It just is powerful.
I don't disagree with that, but I also think that, the other thing that happens here is just the thermostatic public opinion, which is a term coined by a political scientist in 1955, which is the reason that Virginia has, the big exception to the rule in Virginia was McAuliffe's 2013 win, It had gone opposite the party in power in the White House out of 12 times, 11 times. McAuliffe is the one thing. And that's because what tends to happen, and you see it in the midterms in the New Deal with FDR, that the party in power
gets a backlash.
Faces a backlash.
Yes. Yeah.
And that is it's almost like gravity, So there's lots of things that can be done in individual races above and beyond that. But the thing that's pulling on all of these atoms as they circle around is that.
In addition to the top of the ticket races in New Jersey and Virginia, one thing to watch in Virginia tonight, I mentioned this a couple of times, and I want to sort of bring this home, is that every single seat in Virginia's House of Delegates is up for election tonight. There's 100 seats in the Virginia House of Delegates. They're all up tonight. Before today, Democrats had a majority, 55. Republicans had 45 of those seats. That means that Republicans need to take 6 of those seats tonight back to regain the majority. That's, should be noted, the same number that Democrats flipped their way just 2 years ago in 2019. So far tonight, Republican candidates lead in several of the key toss-up races, likely to determine control, and the Republicans do appear at least on the cusp of taking back control. If Glenn Youngkin is now going to be the Republican governor of Virginia, and again, that race is not called, and the Democrats, the Mcauliffe campaign reportedly say they still see a path. But if Youngkin is going to end up being a Republican governor, there is a 1-seat majority effectively for the Democrats in the state Senate, and one of those Democrats is, as Larry Sabato was saying, a Democratic state senator who is more than happy to vote with Republicans a lot of the time. If Republicans are also going to get control of the Virginia State House of Delegates, that's going to be a sea change in terms of governance and policy in Virginia all in one night. Joining us right now is somebody for whom this is a very, very, very key question. She is Virginia's House Majority Leader, 𝚢𝚐𝚘𝚗𝚗𝚗. She represents the great city of Alexandria. She was just reelected tonight. Congratulations. I should also tell you that Ms. Herring is the first African-American woman from Northern Virginia ever elected to the Virginia legislature. Representative Herring, it is great to see you here tonight. Thank you so much for making time.
Thank you so much for having me.
So give us your take on how this night is going for you. You being reelected, you will be back in post, you and a number of your colleagues. The specific number is very important, though, in terms of whether or not Democrats are going to continue to govern in Virginia.
Oh, no, absolutely. But it's early now still. Results are still coming in. I feel good. I've, been traveling across the Commonwealth the past month, and the energy for Democrats is strong. We're turning out the vote. We've had record number of absentee voting in Virginia, and that's one of our successes. We expanded voting rights here in Virginia. We protected women's reproductive health care. We fought for clean energy, and we expanded clean energy. And Rachel, 2 years in a row, we've been named best place to do business, while at the same time expanding workers' rights. So we feel very good tonight.
In terms of running on that record, all the nonsense coming from people like us and the national media covering this governor's race tonight have been all about how national dynamics come into play here. The former president comes into play. Feelings about the current president come into play. Very little discussion about whether or not Democrats should have or could have been running more on what you all have been able to do since you've held the reins with full Democratic control of the state government over the last couple of years. Do you feel like that record should have been more front page, should have been more the story of this election rather than everybody trying to make this a national story?
Right. Right, exactly. Well, I will tell you, we have been talking voters face to face. My members have been sending mailers and newsletters and keeping up with their constituents. And that's what's key, is that grassroots, face-to-face communication. So while it may not have made front page news, we have been working the ground for 2 years. And so that's why I feel good tonight.
In terms of how this is going to resolve over the course of the evening, if there is going to be a shift in the governor's, in the State House, if there is going to be a shift and we are going to have a Republican governorship in Virginia going ahead, and I don't want to get ahead of the numbers, but we are watching these numbers, and NBC does say that Glenn Youngkin is in the lead tonight. How do you expect that you and your fellow Democrats in the legislature may be able to work with him?
And I'm sorry you cut out. Look, Youngkin may be in the lead right now, but all the votes have not been counted. So we're going to just continue to stay the course. We'll wait for all the votes to come in, but we still believe that Virginia is a progressive state, and that we have governed well, and that we will continue to govern well.
Virginia House Majority Leader 𝚢𝚘𝚗𝚗𝚗 Herring joining us live from Virginia as she has just been reelected to the State House of Delegates. 𝚢𝚘𝚗𝚗𝚗, thank you so much for being with us tonight. I appreciate you being here.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right, so we are still watching those results come in. We are going to take a quick break. As I said, we are still waiting for a victory speech tonight from Eric Adams, who is going to be the next mayor of the great American city of New York. He has defeated 𝚢𝚐𝚊𝚛𝚘𝚗 tonight and will be New York's next mayor. We're expecting his victory speech momentarily. We're also still looking for more returns on both these governor's races that we are watching tonight, New Jersey and Virginia. Stay with us. Welcome back to our special election night coverage here on MSNBC. It is still too close to call with Republican Glenn Youngkin in the lead in the Virginia governor's race. As you can see there, about 81% of the vote in and just under 200,000 votes separating Youngkin and McAuliffe. Right now, about 184,000 votes between them. In the New Jersey governor's race, this is considered to be too early to call. You see about a third of the vote in there, and the candidate's very, very tight. But that is considered to be too early to call, which is different than too close to call. In terms of some of the other results that we are following tonight, I can tell you that the Associated Press has just projected that Detroit's incumbent mayor, Mike Dugan, will be reelected this evening. The Associated Press has also projected that in the closely watched Manhattan DA's race, which has national implications that you can imagine in just a moment, we'll talk about in just a moment, Alvin Bragg will be the next district attorney in Manhattan. The reason that has national implications is in part because of the existing ongoing criminal case brought by the previous Manhattan DA against President Trump's business. Including felony charges against both his business and the chief financial officer of that business. That prosecution will now be in the lap of Alvin Bragg as that DA's office makes its transition to its new elected DA. I should also tell you we've been watching an interesting ballot question in Minneapolis. Minneapolis voters tonight considering whether their police department should be replaced with a Department of Public Safety with a broader and sort of more holistic remit. And right now, it's just over 70% of the vote in Minneapolis. It looks like that measure is behind, 16-point gap between those voting no and those voting yes, with the no's out ahead. But we'll be watching that in Minneapolis. That's super interesting. That's also happening, of course, alongside Minneapolis's Mayor Jacob Frey facing a large slate of challengers as he tries to get reelected to a second term. In terms of the mayoral race in New York City, NBC News has projected that Eric Adams will be the next mayor of New York City. We are still waiting for his victory speech, which we expect any moment now. His raucous campaign headquarters has been sort of having a great time since this was projected pretty soon after poll closings. But we'll watch to see Eric Adams make his victory speech. When that comes up, we'll bring that to you. But Steve Kornacki has had his finger on the pulse in terms of these two governor's races that we have been watching. Steve, let's talk first about Virginia, where we are with Youngkin versus McAuliffe.
Yeah, Rachel, it continues to be a similar story to what we've been talking about with Glenn Youngkin's lead. You see now it's fallen a little bit. It was 200,000 the last time we checked in. Now it's 184,000. It's fallen just a little, but now we're over 80% of the vote is in statewide. And again, basically what we've been waiting on here is there are some of the bigger counties in the state had absentee vote and still do have absentee vote to be reported. The absentee vote is the most Democratic friendly. So again, you would expect Youngkin to be, you expect McAuliffe to be making up a significant amount of ground here. But again, even when you give McAuliffe, I was just running the numbers right here, when you give McAuliffe Biden levels of support with the absentee vote that we know to be out in places like Chesapeake, Virginia Beach, Chesterfield County, south of Richmond. If you just say, hey, he's going to get the same number Joe Biden did, which would be very good for Terry McAuliffe with that absentee vote. Even when you do that, he's still not making up 184,000 votes. There's still a significant gap there, about 50,000 or so for Youngkin. There are also still some Republican-friendly areas of the state that are also still reporting vote out. So opportunities still exist for Youngkin to build on his lead as well. So again, waiting to see these big chunks come in here, but they'd have to be massively big and kind of out of whack with what we've been seeing elsewhere in the state tonight for McAuliffe to have a shot here. So McAuliffe continues to trail here, running out of votes left in Virginia. Meanwhile, I will put up New Jersey. And again, you see there's just over a third of the vote in right now. And you see Phil Murphy, the Democratic incumbent, ahead by just 6,000 votes over Jack Ciattarelli, trying to get a handle on exactly how to read this right now. It's a little complicated. I'll show you why.
Wait, let me interrupt you just for a second to tell you that the NBC News characterization on this race, Steve, is that it is still too early to call, but that Phil Murphy leads. That characterization was just changed. I don't know if that impacts it all the way you're looking at this.
Yeah, no, that's pretty consistent with this. What I would say is this. Take a look at, like, Hunterdon County. I think we showed this a minute ago. Most of the vote, just about all the vote is in Hunterdon County. And you see here, Trump got 51, Ciattarelli basically at 61. And Ciattarelli needs to be showing about 8 to 10 point improvement over Trump in every county, just on average, if he's going to pull this out. So that's an encouraging one there for Ciattarelli. You take a look here, Monmouth County, now 83% of the vote is in. Let's compare it, 50 to, again, 10 points. So this, when you see Monmouth, when you see Hunterdon, it starts to get a little interesting in terms of, is he getting those kinds of numbers? You take a look at Gloucester County here, now in South Jersey. There's improvement here. It's only a 6-point improvement with 85% of the vote in. We can go next door to Atlantic County, still a little bit early in the Atlantic County count. So there are some areas here right now where Ciattarelli is putting up some very good numbers. The problem for him becomes, you take a look here, Essex County, where Newark is. This is the biggest Democratic vote-producing county. We don't even have 20% in. There's going to be a lot of Democratic votes still to come here. Hudson County right next door. Again, core Democratic county. This is where Jersey City is, for instance. And again, look at that. A ton of votes still to come in here. You could even take a look at Union County. This is another big Democratic county, only 25% in. There are some big remaining pockets here of Democratic vote. Even Mercer County, down where Trenton is, pretty good-sized place. You see Murphy only up 6 right there, but early. Again, what I want to see here in New Jersey, and we've got 13% now in Bergen County. Bergen County is the one I want to see a substantial amount of vote in, because if this could hold in Bergen County, if Ciattarelli could continue to, you see 41% for Trump. Ciattarelli's doing 11 points better than Trump right now in Bergen County. If that could hold, that's the kind of improvement that Ciattarelli needs in. Bergen County is the largest county in the state. There's 1 million people there, and it's typically, pretty much a bellwether county. Not always, but usually as Bergen goes, so goes the state. I want to see Bergen, and the other one I want to see where we have no vote so far is Burlington County in South Jersey. And again, Burlington County, I think, is a lot like Bergen County. This was the result in Burlington County in the 2020 presidential election. That's not far off what the statewide result was in New Jersey. Is Ciattarelli getting is he getting 49, 50%? Is he ever winning a Burlington County? Those are big lifts for a Republican candidate. If he could do that in Bergen, if he could do that in Burlington, especially with what's to come in these core Democratic areas. And in some areas that have a more Republican voting history so far, we've seen Ciattarelli putting up some good numbers. But we got to see, first of all, how many votes exactly the Democrats squeeze out of Essex, where Newark is, Hudson. We also got to see Bergen and Burlington. That's really what I'm looking for right now.
And Steve, is this in New Jersey, is this the sort of thing where when we've got 13% of votes out and stuff from these individual counties, we know what kind of votes those are? That's the distinction it's been so important in Virginia.
Right. The mail-in vote. Now, New Jersey is a little different than Virginia, too, I should say, where the absentee vote in New Jersey, there's a lot more of the absentee vote in New Jersey is the mail vote than it is the in-person early vote. In Virginia, it's the other way around. The people who vote absentee are more likely to do the in-person early than to do the mail. And the mail vote tends to be more Democratic friendly. So, for instance, I think we've got a fair chunk of mail vote in Essex County so far. We've also, let's see if we've got this here. I want to see if this was working. Yes, here we go. We've got a mix of it right now in Monmouth County with 83% in. So there's not one dominant type of vote here left in Monmouth County. So if I can get that off the screen. Get that off the screen.
Unplug it and replug it.
One of these days I'm going to learn it. But that's a good sign for Ciattarelli within Monmouth County. I don't know what I'm pressing. Okay, that's a good sign for Ciattarelli within Monmouth County. But I think the key here is only 13% in Bergen right now. And again, with Ciattarelli up there, that wouldn't be the mail vote there, and nothing in Burlington. These are two pretty big ones, especially Bergen. So I think as they go, that's really going to tell us our story.
All right, Steve Kornacki, watching what's coming in New Jersey. Again, the characterization there has just changed in the past couple of minutes. NBC News now projecting that in the New Jersey governor's race, it is still too early to call, but NBC is characterizing this race as being one that Phil Murphy, the incumbent Democratic governor, is leading. Again, one of the things that we are watching for in the next few minutes is that the New York City mayor's race has been called. Eric Adams, who's currently the Brooklyn borough president, is projected to be the next mayor of New York City. This is a shot of his headquarters where we believe that is him taking the stage. Is he about to give his speech? If he is, I would like to take it if we can.
Mayor for the city of New York, Eric L. Adams.
He's going to crowd surf a little bit here, or if this is going to become a speech soon. Chris, you're closer to the monitor. What's happening?
He's just soaking it in and putting together a kind of rainbow coalition on stage of supporters. Okay. An incredibly New York-looking picture of all kinds of folks representing all different slices of the incredibly diverse and complicated city that is New York City. And he's, I think, enjoying being the winner right now and taking something of a victory lap. Like, he doesn't seem to be in a rut.
Literally a victory lap. This has been a couple laps around the room and a couple laps around the stage while we've been watching. You know, you never ever get that moment again, which is just before you give your first victory speech as New York City mayor. You only get this moment once in life. Not only that, shorten it.
Not only that, it's like Christmas Eve. You know, it's better than anything. It's all expectation and hope and possibility. There's no burdens yet. You don't have to run New York City yet.
His victory speech is perfect.
And by the way, I would still argue, and no one will ever be able to talk me down from this, New York City mayor is the greatest mayoral job in America. It's the most interesting. It's the most colorful.
And hard as heck.
And it's hard as heck. Just the subway issue alone.
I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy, though. You see what it does to people.
Me neither.
You think
Good luck.
presidents get aged by being president?
Oh, New York City
what
mayor is
happens to
everything.
New York City mayors?
And it's usually been occupied by somebody that's always a little bit interesting.
Yes.
He's only the second black mayor, by the way. I have to say, after David Dinkins, only number 2 in a city that's very diverse.
The team told me to come through the back, come around the stage, come directly in. And they said, this is the way we want you to move. And I said to them, I'm the mayor. And if they only knew the level of energy I get when I walk in your crowd. There are days on this journey when I was just so depleted and tired and just weary. And historically, I was able to just go out to Queens and sit down with Mommy, and she would re-energize me. And then when Mommy transitioned in April, I will move among you somewhere at a train station, at the grocery store, walking inside the laundromat, or just going to some of the barber shops late at night in Brownsville and Bed-Stuy and go inside when they finish cutting hairs, and we just sit there and just talk. You don't know how much you fuel me. You just fuel me every day. And let me tell you the uniqueness about the fuel, that it's a Shakespearean tragedy that many of you don't know. It doesn't matter If you are in Borough Park in Hasidic community, if you're in Flatbush in the Korean community, if you're in Sunset Park in the Chinese community, if you're in Rockaway, if you are in Queens in the Dominican community, Washington Heights, all of you have that power to fuel us. We are so divided right now, and we're missing the beauty of our diversity. We have to end all of this division of who we are, where we go to worship, what do we wear. No, today we take off the intramural jersey and we put on one jersey, Team New York. So New York City, brothers and sisters, and I just need to pause for a moment because it's so important for me to do this. 5 people I must acknowledge, and I'm going to acknowledge all of you within time, but there's 5 people I must acknowledge. First is my sister, Ingrid Martin. Where's Ingrid? If I can quote one of the most philosophical geniuses of our time, Drake, started from the bottom, now we're here.
You're watching Eric Adams, who is going to be the next mayor of New York City, only the second African-American mayor in New York City's history. He defeated Republican Curtis Sliwa, a real character in his own right, tonight in order to win the New York City mayoral race. I want to let you know we just got in a little bit of news. We still don't have a call in the Virginia governor's race. It's characterized right now as being too close to call, with Republican Glenn Youngkin in the lead. But a senior official in the Mcauliffe campaign has just told us that we should expect to hear from Terry Mcauliffe within the next few minutes. We are hearing from the Mcauliffe campaign that their take on this race right now is that there's lots of votes still to count, and so we expect that that will probably be the kind of speech that Terry Mcauliffe is about to give in Virginia, but we shall see. I want to bring back into the conversation now our friend David Plouffe, who was campaign manager for President Barack Obama's 2008 presidential run. He knows what it takes for a Democrat to win statewide in Virginia because he's done it. David, as this story has ripened over the course of the night and the picture has become more clear, what do you feel like Democrats will take away from what's looking like may end up being a split decision between New Jersey and Virginia? And obviously, it looks like it may be disappointment for Democrats in Virginia, both at the governor's race and potentially in the state legislature as well.
Well, Rachel, Matt, most important for people in Virginia is now they may have Republican control, and I think a lot of people in that state are going to see real negative consequences. But listen, the Virginia margin is probably going to be anywhere from 10 to 14 below Biden's margin. My sense in New Jersey, back of the envelope, is maybe you're 10 to 12 points below Biden's margin there, too. So let's remember, Democratic Party in 2020, we won the presidency, won the Senate because of Georgia, but we lost 13 House races when Biden was winning Virginia by 10 and New Jersey by 18. So the conversation you and Chris Hayes were having is interesting. There's unique elements to these races in terms of Virginia and New Jersey, but there's also the national political environment. And I think Democrats need to be clear-eyed and sober that if the race for the House or Senate happened next week and it's not in this national political environment, they'd probably lose both. I expect that the political environment can and should get better for Democrats a year from now. They're going to have a lot of accomplishments to run on, particularly incumbents, and I think they need to prosecute the case against the Republicans. But I think we should not say, well, this was Virginia or this was New Jersey. Yeah. This is really, really dark and bleak in terms of what this means for next year unless we turn it around in the next 12 months.
Yeah, David, I wonder how much, there's a few things to jump off at. I wonder how much you think that is the conditions in the country and how much that's messaging. Obviously, as a political professional, you want it to be messaging as much as possible. But my read of this is the most bullish case for Biden and the Democrats is that you pass both elements of the agenda, you get the country vaccinated, you suppress COVID, inflation goes down, supply chains kind of become unkinked, and you have like a good economy and a country that feels back to normal a year from now. And that's more important than any message or ads that you run?
I tend to agree with that, Chris. And as someone who's kind of spent their career in messaging, it's painful to say. But when you've got powerful headwinds or tailwinds, a message can make a difference, but it's not going to overwhelm those things. And so, yeah, I mean, maybe it can get worse. I take the bullish view that a year from now, Democrats will have had big accomplishments that they can do storytelling to everybody in America. Republicans would have stood in opposition. The pandemic, hopefully, is either complete in our rearview mirror or endemic. I think it's important at some point the Democratic leaders in the country say 80% of the people have now been vaccinated. 5 to 12-year-olds can start getting the shot tomorrow. We've got to move on here. And that should help the economy. So I'm bullish that the case will get better in the next 12 months in terms of the environment, but it's pretty dark right now. And I think we need to learn a lot about which voters moved in these states and why, both swing and base.
David, I have this is some stats that 𝚢𝚐𝚘𝚗𝚆, the great 𝚢𝚐𝚘𝚗𝚆, our colleague, just tweeted out. Mcauliffe, he's slightly ahead with non-white voters, so that was not his issue. He's slightly behind with white male voters. That seems fairly typical for a Democrat. He's getting clobbered among white women voters. In 2020, white women voters went 50% for Biden, 49% for Trump. In this election, per the exit polls, they're going 57-43 for Mcauliffe. That is not macro. That's issues. With education being the #1 thing on the minds of these voters, that means that Terry McAuliffe lost a very specific messaging war on race. And so I wonder what would be your advice to Democrats about how they should answer that. Is it a candidate that's different, that is somebody maybe newer, maybe you have a candidate of color, it's just somebody who really knows how to message that? What could they have done differently? Because that is not a good number for them going into next year.
No, it's a massive shift. I will say, Joy, some of it, I think, is, first of all, Youngkin portrayed himself as not a Trump Republican. Okay? He ran as kind of almost like a Romney Republican for most of the race. There's no doubt that critical race theory is a weapon that he utilized to great effect. But I think a lot of those white women, they're now gone negative on Joe Biden's job performance. They're worried about the economy. They're worried about the pandemic. We've been, dealing with school issues for a year and a half in terms of kids in school. So I think it's a blend. I think the mistake Democrats would make is to say, we just lost 16 points with white women, which is a massive shift in 12 months, and it's only because of the race Glenn Youngkin ran. I think it's a blend, and I think you have to understand these are big, big warning signs that are blinking as bright as they can.
One more thing on this, on Youngkin and Trump, which I think is an interesting takeaway tonight, David, and I'd be curious to hear what you think. One is Youngkin. Donald Trump blew up so much about our politics that reclaiming the most conventional wisdom pre-Trump feels like some innovation. This is the way Republicans always used to run. They would say it was about education, it was about welfare, it was about a handout. It was, there were these sort of coded appeals that were able to weave together different coalitions. That the guy at the back of the rally with the Confederate flag was there for you, but so was the, relatively affluent suburban mom who doesn't like Donald Trump saying send them back and we're going to ban all the Muslims. Right? Like this is not rocket science. This is how Republicans used to run. And I actually wonder the extent to which in Republican political circles, there's an understanding that, like, Donald Trump, you don't maybe need him in the way that you think you do, given how much the transformation of your base into this kind of very backlashy base right now is going to be there, whether you court him or you don't.
Well, Chris, I think that's true in the general election. I agree with you. It's a very low bar to kind of portray yourself as not Donald Trump.
Yes.
But, right now, I think in most of the United States Senate races that will determine control, I think you'd say maybe with the exception of New Hampshire, the lead candidates right now are Trump-like figures.
Right.
So in the Republican primaries, that gate, I think, still slants in that direction. Yeah. And that's another reason, I think, to be more optimistic about the Democrats is they may nominate a bunch of people who aren't Glenn Youngkin. I can't believe I'm saying, like, Glenn Youngkin is some, like, ideal candidate. He's not. But I think they are going to come out of those Senate primaries owning everything. All the Trump, not apologizing for anything. And by the way, someone who came across as less of a moderate voice might not have been able to pull off the critical race theory thing, because they might just come across like a flat-out racist. Okay, I think Youngkin came across as somebody wrongly, in my view, but was able to convince voters, including a lot of those white women voters, that he's not a racist and he thinks race should be taught, but it just shouldn't be this critical race theory, which, of course, doesn't exist. So I think we have to look very carefully about the type of Republican candidate that comes out of House Republican and Senate primaries next year.
In terms of how things are resolving right now in Virginia, there's still more to learn in terms of how this is breaking down. I know that Steve Kornacki is looking at new data that we've got out of Fairfax. Is that right, Steve?
Yeah, we've been talking all night about Fairfax, the biggest county in the state. This is sort of the ultimate test of the Northern Virginia area here. We finally have basically all the vote in Fairfax County, so I think this really does kind of give you a clearer picture of everything we've been talking tonight about what happened in Virginia. Basically all the vote now in Fairfax County. Again, 1 out of every 7 votes cast in Virginia cast in Fairfax. Mcauliffe, 64.4%. Youngkin, 35%. A margin of a little under 30% for Terry McAuliffe. I mean, this is the story of the night right here, because this is what it looked like in 2020. Donald Trump won Virginia, Joe Biden won Virginia by 10 points. Big reason Joe Biden had such a big margin statewide. He won by far the largest county by 42 points. Tonight, that margin is falling to about 29 points. McAuliffe over Youngkin. So we said the Youngkin campaign's goal in a place like Fairfax County was probably to get it to about 33, 34. They're going to land at 35%. And again, if you had told them at the start of the night, you're getting 35 in Fairfax, they'd be ecstatic. So we have a much more complete picture of Northern Virginia right now. We talked about the question at the start of the night: could Youngkin win back some of the voters lost by Donald Trump? He did in Fairfax. He improved 7 points over Donald Trump. He did in Loudoun County next door. We've talked about this. He's going to improve 8 points in Loudoun County over Donald Trump. Take a look closer here. Prince William County, we are still waiting on Prince William County. This is one of those places where the absentee vote is still to come. And we can see in Arlington County here, this is right outside Washington, D.C. And again, even here, Youngkin's improving by about 6 points over Donald Trump. So he didn't have to win this area, didn't have to come close to winning this area, but he got the 5, 6, 7, 8 point improvement, Youngkin, that he needed to, combined, as we've been talking about, with it's truly, when you look at some of the margins he's rolling up here in these rural counties, just massive, massive numbers for him there. And that's the recipe for what you're seeing here statewide.
And now, Steve, overall, we've got 87% of the vote in Virginia. In terms of this potentially being called, we are expecting right now that McAuliffe's about to give a speech. We don't expect that it's going to be a concession speech. A senior official with the campaign telling us that he's due to speak any minute. And we expect that the message will be, there's more vote out there. There's a lot more votes still to count. Don't give up. Is that a rational message at this point?
Yeah, I'm just taking a look here at our spreadsheet to see where there is still vote left. Like I said, what the Democrats still have here are a couple of places. Prince William is an example of this. I just put it up on the screen. You see about 60% of the vote is in Prince William County. What is still to come in Prince William County is going to be the absentee vote. So it's going to be the more Democratic vote. But I'm just looking at the numbers here. What's left, even if you applied like the level of support that Joe Biden got in 2020 and you applied it here, McAuliffe might be able to net 15,000 votes. Again, he's trying to make up 126,000 statewide. There also still are some places, I'm looking at on the map here, there are still some places left, much, much smaller than a Prince William County, but places where there's still vote out that are Republican, where the vote is going to be Republican. So not every area that reports more vote right now is cutting into that Youngkin lead. So it's just tough to look at what's left on here. And I think especially just to look at the trends that are so well established, again, throughout the state tonight. I'll just take you down to Virginia Beach. Again, now we're starting to get a lot of the absentee. Virginia Beach is not moving that much toward McAuliffe. The trends are so well established, it's hard to see where McAuliffe could come up with 125,000 votes and change at this point.
In terms of the timing here, obviously, the decision desk makes an independent decision in terms of when it makes these calls. They're not influenced by us, and we have no ability to try to influence them if we wanted to. But we can watch the signs from the campaigns. And as I said, we are expecting Terry McAuliffe to be speaking any moment. And there's no sign that this is going to be a concession speech. Again, we've got some advance word about what the word is going to be, but we've got eyes on that room right now. You see, we're showing that live shot right now at McAuliffe headquarters. You're starting to see people get up on stage. Can we take that full frame for just a moment, just so we can see how they're setting up these remarks expected again from Terry McAuliffe? There he is. Let's go to this live. He's greeted by his supporters at his campaign headquarters in Virginia.
tonight. Let me first of all thank you for coming out here tonight. And I want to thank our great Governor, Ralph Northam, and Pam Northam, for the great work that they have done. So we still got a lot of votes to count. We got about 18% of the vote out, so we're going to continue to count the votes because every single Virginian deserves to have their vote counted. Let me first of all, I want to thank everybody here with us tonight. It has been a great campaign. I started this campaign 328 days ago. I have done an average of 7 to 10 events a day for the last 328 days. And it was great to be out here. And we opened up this campaign. When I kicked off this campaign down in Richmond with my great co-chairs, LeVar Stoney and Louise Lucas and Charnel Herring, to talk about how we needed to rebuild all of our schools here in the Commonwealth of Virginia and raise teacher pay and get every child access to a pre-K education and to get everybody access to broadband here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And we have continued to take that fight throughout this Commonwealth. But first of all, I want to thank my family. I want to start by thanking... I want to thank my wife, Dorothy. As you know, she has been a champion, a true policy expert. And through her efforts, as you know, 13 million more meals served to needy children here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And I want to thank my family. You know, you don't get to pick your parents, as you know. You're born into family. And they have survived campaign after campaign. And I want to thank Dory, who is here with me tonight, with her fiance, Nick, who's here with us tonight. Jack Mcauliffe, who is here with his fiancée, Shannon, tonight. Sally Mcauliffe. And Peter Mcauliffe. So let's count all these votes, but let me thank each and every one of you over the course of the last 11 months for the doors that you've knocked on, the phone calls that you made. Just last weekend, 450,000 doors knocked on, 2 million during the course of this campaign. I want to thank you. The Mcauliffe family loves each and every one of you. Thank you for what you've done for this campaign. And I want to thank my campaign staff. It was the greatest campaign staff ever assembled, and give them a great round of applause for all the great work they have done. But folks, as I said long ago, this is a different state. When Ralph and I were elected 8 years ago, we have made our state open and welcoming, but the fight continues. We got to make sure we protect women's right to choose here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. We got to make sure everybody gets quality, affordable health care here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Everybody's entitled to a world-class education here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And we are going to continue that fight tonight and every day going forward. So I just want to thank all of you for what you have meant to us. I look around this room and I see so many friends we've worked with for many years. This is a different state. We are the greatest state in the United States of America, and it's because of you. Thank you. God bless you, and let's go on and forward. Thank
you. Democratic candidate Terry Mcauliffe. He is the former governor of Virginia. He is in the running tonight to become the next governor of Virginia as well. An upbeat speech and a weird little dance from Terry Mcauliffe tonight. Not a concession, although the NBC News characterization of that race right now is that it is too close to call, with Youngkin in the lead. Again, we've got a lot of the vote in Virginia. We've got about 87% of the vote in. There's a difference of about 120-something votes, 120,000-something votes between the two of them. We are expecting, I think, that we will also get remarks from Glenn Youngkin. Again, that was not a concession speech from Terry McAuliffe talking about how much vote remains to be counted and thanking everybody for their participation in his campaign. We have no way to characterize Youngkin's expected remarks either, other than to show you this live shot of his headquarters, his very exuberant crowd. And we are, I think, expecting to hear from him sometime soon. Again, no characterization of what those remarks may include. Our beloved colleague Lawrence O'Donnell is here. It's so nice to see you in person, my friend.
It is nice to see you. Great to be here.
How's this night been for you thus far?
Well, I think people have to remember we were watching to see if Terry McAuliffe could do something that has never been done before. Virginia has one-term governors, apparently for a reason. Apparently, Virginia voters like it that way. There has been exactly one who managed to get a second term, and that was Mills Godwin. He won as a Democrat in 1965, and in 1973 he won again, but as a Republican at that time. Okay? So that's Virginia. This is, if Terry McAuliffe pulls this off, the very first time in history a Democrat will have won a second term. So that's how high the mountain was that he's been trying to climb. And there's 4 years of this campaign that has been largely ignored, and that was the 4 years of his governorship. So those Virginia voters had an opinion about that they carried through this campaign. I think many of them immune from the entire campaign because their mind was made up at that point. And so that's another hard thing for McAuliffe, because that's usually a negative decision that they've made about incumbents. And so it's remarkable if he can pull this off, and it is simply history behaving itself if he does not pull this off.
That's exactly right. As I said, we are expecting Glenn Youngkin to speak, we think, shortly, we think. We're going to take a quick break because we don't think that's immediately imminent. But when we come back in, we're going to check back in with that New Jersey governor's race, which is too early to call, with Democratic incumbent Governor Phil Murphy in the lead. We're also going to check back in with this very tight race in Virginia that has not yet been called. And we do think we may get remarks from Glenn Youngkin. Lots still to come tonight, lots still to be decided. Stay with us. The night is young. In addition to these big high-profile governor's races we're watching, we've been watching some interesting mayor's races around the country, including this, our first look at the Boston mayoral race. This is a runoff between the two candidates who placed as the first two contenders in the earlier Boston mayor's contest. Michelle Wu was the first place finisher in that earlier contest. Annissa Essaybi-George is running fairly close. This is about 30% of the vote in. Michelle Wu with a 13-point lead. I would never forgive myself if I didn't ask Lawrence O'Donnell for an instant reaction to that.
Well, Michelle Wu has had bigger leads than that in the polls just about every day of this campaign. So the expectation here has been that it will be Michelle Wu. It'd be a gigantic upset if she didn't win. And if she wins, not only will she be Boston's first elected woman mayor, replacing Boston's first woman mayor, Kim Janey, black woman who took over when Mayor Marty Walsh went into the cabinet, but she will be the first person born outside of Boston's orbit. Almost all Boston mayors were born in Boston. The expanded geography that Boston voters were willing to accept were mayors born in New England, somewhere else, like Maine, maybe in the summer, and you could also be born in Ireland. That was allowed.
It's okay. Yeah.
She was born in Illinois. That's just a wild thing. Yeah, it's outrageous. And she came there to go to Harvard College, and so this is Boston kind of adjusting to you don't have to be from here anymore.
Wow. It'll never fully adjust. Let's be clear. We are watching a sort of split screen here. The Virginia governor's race. We just heard from Democratic candidate Terry Mcauliffe, who gave not a concession speech, but a "there's still more vote out there" speech. We are expecting, we think, Glenn Youngkin, the Republican candidate who is leading in this too close to call race. We're expecting remarks from Glenn Youngkin. His headquarters is hopping, and his supporters are very, very excited in Virginia tonight. We'll bring you those remarks from Glenn Youngkin if and when he makes them. But again, the characterization on that Virginia race is too close to call, with Glenn Youngkin, the Republican, in the lead. That's with 88% of the vote in. But we've also got an interesting situation in New Jersey. The characterization there is that it's too early to call. Just about half the vote is in, 52% of the vote. But NBC News characterizes this as Phil Murphy, the Democratic incumbent, is in the lead. That's not what it looks like on our screen, Steve. So can you explain that call?
Yeah, it's an interesting situation here. Ciattarelli leads in the count, in the running tally, and you can see it ticked up a little bit more by about 4 points over Murphy. Let me take you through what we know, because it is a little bit complicated. One thing that we're seeing is that areas that in the recent past, I should say, when Republicans like Chris Christie won in New Jersey, when other Republicans have been competitive in New Jersey, Ciattarelli is making big gains in those areas tonight relative to Donald Trump. So I'm going to just take you through them. Hunterdon County is a very good example here. Almost all the vote is in Hunterdon County. Here's how Trump did last year. Here's how Ciattarelli did this year. Now, that is a significant improvement. If you're Ciattarelli, you're very pleased to see that. But put this in some perspective. When Donald Trump lost statewide to Joe Biden last year in New Jersey, the margin was 16 points, right? Joe Biden won the state by 16 points. So if you just did kind of a flat improvement, the same improvement for Ciattarelli in every county, he'd need to jump 16 points kind of everywhere. So here, Ciattarelli's winning by 22 tonight, right? Trump won by about 4.5. We'll call it, let's say 4.5. So that is a difference of about 17.5. That is more than 16, but it's not much more than 16. So it's an encouraging sign for Ciattarelli that in an area where Republicans have done very well in the past, he's making that much of an improvement. The question starts to become, okay, is he also making improvements like that in areas that are harder to win for Republicans and also, by the way, bigger in terms of the vote they bring out? So that takes us, for instance, to Essex County. Essex County, one of the biggest in the state. This is Newark and the area right around Newark. Now, here, Joe Biden won by 56 points, basically, last year. Right now, this is mainly mail-in vote that we see right now in Essex County. That's why Murphy's up into the 80s right now. We got a lot of the same day, the vote that was cast today, to come in in Essex County. So we want to see what that does. But again, using this as a benchmark, if Biden won by about 56 points here last year, and Ciattarelli's goal is to be improving by 16 points, can he keep this within 40 in Essex County? That's a monumental ask for a Republican. Let's see what happens when that same-day vote comes in. But this is a big, core Democratic county. That's a hard number for Ciattarelli to hit here. We will see if he does. But if he doesn't, if he falls short of it, then it becomes the kind of situation where, you know, that good number he had in Hunterdon County is a good number that's not quite good enough because he didn't match it in the Democratic area. So we're kind of looking for that dynamic. The other thing I would tell you is I flagged two big kind of suburban counties here and said, let's keep an eye on Bergen and Burlington counties. These are kind of bellwether counties in New Jersey, so we're starting to get more vote in Bergen County. Now here, this is interesting because Ciattarelli is making a significant jump over Trump's number in Bergen County. However, the key to this is there is no mail yet included in this Bergen County tally. Some of the counties have included it. The mail is overwhelmingly Democratic, so Ciattarelli is doing very well with the Election Day vote here. What we need to see in Bergen County is when you factor in the heavily pro-Murphy mail vote here, what's that going to land at? Is Ciattarelli still going to end up winning this county? Is he still going to end up having a double-digit improvement over Donald Trump there? Same story in Burlington County. Again, right now, Ciattarelli is improving leaps and bounds over Trump in Burlington County. There is no mail vote that is part of this. So again, that's a big kind of outstanding question here. When the mail vote gets factored in, is Ciattarelli still going to be showing anything like that kind of improvement? That's the kind of improvement he needs to be showing in order to have a shot here. So if you're Ciattarelli right now, again, we can reset this to the statewide. A place like Hunterdon County, they're very happy with what they're seeing. We could show you in Monmouth County, you know, getting close to 90% of the vote is in Monmouth County. Monmouth County is the kind of place when Chris Christie was getting elected governor of New Jersey, he was racking up massive margins in Monmouth County. You can see Trump barely carried it last year. And now here's Ciattarelli with that almost 20-point improvement in Monmouth County. So he's getting it in a place like Hunterdon. He's getting it in a place like Monmouth. We're taking a look at Ocean County, core Republican county here in the state. Ciattarelli is outpacing Donald Trump. The margin of difference between Ciattarelli and Trump's performance isn't a ton, although the turnout, we're seeing extremely high turnout here in Ocean County. So that's something for the Republicans to smile at, too. Ciattarelli's doing a lot of things in these counties I'm showing you to make this a very competitive race statewide. But I got to see, and in Bergen and Burlington, the question is the mail vote. We got to see what Bergen and Burlington look like when we actually have the core Democratic vote counted there. And then we got to see the same-day vote in a place like Essex County to see if Ciattarelli can land somewhere, you know, a much better than he's running right now in Essex County. When you can get a county in like a Bergen or an Essex or a Burlington, something like that, if you can get all the vote in one of those counties and Ciattarelli is doing in one of them, something like he's doing in a Hunterdon County or a Monmouth County, then it's game on. So my curiosity is absolutely piqued here, but I want to see. I want to see something outside of one of these sort of traditionally Republican counties swinging back to Ciattarelli. I want to see if it's matched in one of these others that I'm talking about.
Steve, you are the only election guru who I would ever ask this question to because I'm so confident in your knowledge of New Jersey politics. What does it mean that Essex only has 18% in the sense that I want to know if I'm going to know who the governor is going to be before I go to bed? I mean, how long will it take Essex to get that number up in terms of how much it's reporting? I mean, not to mention Bergen and Burlington without having any of their mail vote counted, but Essex at only 18% of the vote and hours after the polls have closed. What do you expect from Essex County in terms of their counting pace?
Yeah, and actually what's interesting in Essex County, like I'm saying, is they have a lot of the mail vote counted. When I look at this right now, in terms of being concerned about getting a result tonight, these two are jumping out at me, Bergen and Burlington, for that reason of the mail vote. New Jersey does not allow the counties to open up the mail ballots until midnight of last midnight. they could open these ballots and begin processing them. I don't think they all did. I think there's going to be some I think there's the possibility. This is what we saw in the 2020 election, where the mail ballots are being counted for a couple days after the election. I'm looking at Bergen, I'm looking at Burlington, I'm looking at a few other places like this on the map, and I'm definitely seeing that possibility right now.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we are expecting remarks from Glenn Youngkin, the Republican candidate for governor in Virginia. We just had remarks from the Democrat Terry McAuliffe, who said there are more votes to count. This is a race that is characterized as too close to call, with Youngkin in the lead. We're expecting remarks from Youngkin any moment. We'll take a quick break and come back with that right on the other side. Stay with us. We're back with our election coverage tonight here on MSNBC. This is the situation in the New Jersey governor's race, and I did say the situation there on purpose. It's my only reality TV show reference of the entire night. I get one. That's the situation. It's too early to call. The Democratic the Democratic incumbent Phil Murphy is characterized by NBC News as being in the lead, even though the numbers don't look that way on your screen. That's because of which vote has come in thus far in New Jersey. We're continuing to watch that closely. It's turning out to be super interesting. This is the situation in Virginia. NBC News characterizes this as too close to call, with 91% of the vote in now. Too close to call, with Republican Glenn Youngkin leading. We are expecting remarks from Glenn Youngkin fairly soon. We've also been watching down-ticket races in Virginia, because if Glenn Youngkin is elected the new Republican governor in Virginia, one of the big things that will make a big difference in the lives of Virginians is whether he's also got Republicans in the state legislature with whom he can form a governing coalition. Democrats have controlled the governor's house. The governorship and both houses of the state legislature for the last 2 years in Virginia. That's a very rare thing. The Democrats are struggling to hold on to their majority in the State House of Delegates tonight. Nadarius Clark is a 26-year-old Democratic candidate for the Virginia House of Delegates tonight. I want to show you a little piece of tape. This is a little piece of tape from earlier this year. This is the night that Nadarius Clark actually won his spot on the ballot tonight. He won this spot on the ballot tonight by beating a 3-term incumbent in the primary back in June in order to become a candidate for this seat that night. Watch this. If you haven't seen it before, this will stick with you.
And this is just truly so remarkable. I'm so happy that I was able to do this, to show Virginia that we needed new representation, that the time is now to make a change. And we did that.
Talk to me about the emotion,
yes.
All the time and effort you've spent.
Yes, it's been a long 6 months. Day in and day out, knocking doors, making calls. It's just so emotional because I didn't think, this would happen. People like me don't normally get this opportunity to represent their community. So it's just so remarkable that we got the opportunity to do this, to show Virginia that a young 26-year-old can make a difference in their community.
That was June 8th. Nadarius Clark beat a 3-term incumbent to become the Democratic nominee for the Virginia House of Delegates. In his district, it represents parts of Portsmouth and Chesapeake and Norfolk. Tonight, Nadarius Clark is leading in that race by, I think it's 13 points at this point. Mr. Clark, thank you very much for joining us tonight. Thank you so much for making time.
Yes, no, thank you for having me.
Am I right that you're up about 13 points right now, looking at the returns in your district?
Yes, you got it right. We're up by 13.
How are you feeling about the prospects tonight? Obviously, your race is an important one. Every race in the House of Delegates tonight is important. But the governorship returns tonight are pretty spooky for Democrats, thinking that the prospect that there may be a Republican governor elected tonight in your state.
Yeah, definitely. We're still hopeful. We got some early votes that still is coming in, but we're still staying optimistic. We ran a great campaign, Democrats up and down the ballot, and I'm hoping that turnout will come out and the results will give us what we're looking for. But we're still ready to fight for these great causes. Democrats have been fighting for up and down the ballot. There's so much still on the line, so we're still keeping our fingers crossed and hoping for the best tonight. But it's looking like I believe that Terry will pull it off once the numbers come through.
Mr. Clark, this is Joy Reid. Quick question for you. You really are at the polar opposite in many ways in terms of the politics of today from the man who's running for governor, Terry McAuliffe. He is somebody who's been around politics for a very long time. You're obviously a 26-year-old new face. Tell me what you think, if you're able to pull this off, what should that tell Democrats about the kind of candidates who resonate, and what was your core message in the general election to the voters in your district?
Yes, thank you for that question. The main thing that we see is when you get out here, when you're in your community, when you're in your district, when you're knocking doors, making those phone calls, sending text messages, you have to be available to your community, and they will come out and show out for you. And that's what we've been seeing in the general and the primary. We knocked 20,000 doors in the general. We've been helping candidates up and down the ballot with door knocking. And I think what resonates is just that people can be tangible and be in their community and stand up for their community when they need it.
Mr. Clark, if you win tonight, you'll be the youngest person ever elected to the Virginia House of Delegates. You'll be the first African-American person elected in your district. Breaking those kinds of glass ceilings is important on any night. At a night when your state seems to be swinging somewhat in the other direction, it has to be not daunting, but it has to be. So you must feel the weight of that. You must feel the responsibility of that, but also the history of that on this evening. I have to imagine.
Yes, definitely. As we know, Virginia has a long history that is a sad history. As we know, Virginia was the capital of the Confederacy, and it was also the first state that introduced slavery. So now just to see that, I am the first African-American to represent the 79th District and the youngest Democrat ever elected for the Virginia House of Delegates, it's just a long time coming, and my voters agreed, and they said that it's time for, fresh blood and new ideas and innovative, thoughts. So that's where the voters put me here, and I'm just so thankful that they showed up for me, for being out there day in and day out, knocking these doors, meeting the voters. They were so appreciative that someone was out there, and it turned out for the best.
Ladarius Clark, 26-year-old candidate for the Virginia House of Delegates, currently leading in his race tonight. Sir, good luck. Thank you for joining us tonight. Come back soon.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
All right. Again, the results are still unsettled tonight as of Virginia and as of New Jersey. Frankly, watching the New Jersey results come in, to have the distance between that characterization of the race with the Democrat in the lead, but we were looking at the Republican in the lead in terms of the count that we've already got, having absolutely no idea about when any other count is coming in.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of drama tonight. This is a dramatic night.
But is it in a way, it's part of the way that we wind up getting Republicans able to put forward these anti-voter laws? Because these elections are not a thing where you get a result. There's a thing where you get an early result based on who votes that day, and then that could completely change based on when they start counting the absentee, then they start counting the early. Once you start counting more votes, things can dramatically change. And I think for a lot of voters who were used to having a call in an election, and it seemed a lot simpler, it's really easy to manipulate people into thinking there's something sneaky going on when it flips.
There's nothing wrong with having these different types of vote that take different amounts of time to count in different places, provided people aren't already wired by propagandists who have been trying to wire them this way to believe that any delay or anything that seems to switch over time against their proven candidate shows that there's something nefarious in the election and the results should be rejected.
Exactly.
Yeah, and we used to have elections going on overnight and into the next day. Many presidential elections, 1960 wasn't decided till the next day, 68 wasn't decided till the next morning, and no one thought there was anything strange about that. It takes a while to count, and then you had the mail-in ballots. Everyone always understood the mail-in ballots would be counted later, actually, because they tended to arrive at the last minute. Ballots from overseas, all of that stuff, and all of that stuff, which we've been doing, for forever, now is considered suspicious activity on the Republican side of elections. It's just one of the strangest outcomes, especially as you've been making the point earlier tonight, that mail-in voting used to be a Republican strength. It used to be, something that they were kind of really wired into in a stronger way. And so I don't know how you cure this new disease of the mind that has them looking at these votes this way.
It's funny, though. I've seen a lot of sort of snark from dark snark from progressives tonight, particularly online, saying like, oh, now it looks like if your Republican candidate is going to win the governorship in Virginia, does that mean that there weren't any shenanigans? Does that mean that the election did have integrity? Trump personally has been stoking all of these fears and all of this, all of these efforts to undercut the legitimacy of the vote in Virginia. And now that the candidate is winning, suddenly they're being very quiet about that. I think what that ignores is that even after Trump won the presidency in 2016, he continued for 4 years to say that the election that elected him in 2016 was illegitimate, and that there were millions of illegal immigrants who had voted, and that actually he had also won the popular vote. The point is not just to contest election results that you don't want. It is that. But it is to reject the idea of knowable, objectively true election results, full stop.
And also the issue that GOTV on the Republican side has now become completely wrapped up in questioning the results of elections, right? They're passing these laws because, as Nicole said earlier, they say a fake thing happened. The election was stolen from Trump. But they're saying, well, we're going to fix that. We'll do all of these things to fix a thing that didn't happen. Right. But that's get out the vote strategy. It encourages their voters when you tell them, don't worry, if you come out, we'll guarantee that you're going to win. Trump has actually asked for audits to happen in Florida, in states where he won. He wants all of them, Texas,
Utah.
He wants them all redone because it's a get out the vote strategy to tell his voters, I care about you. When you say you don't trust this process, we believe you. And that's how Republicans operate. They fear their voters. Democrats, I don't know. Well, something different. Ignore them.
I will say, as we are coming up on 11 p.m. Eastern time, our good friend Brian Williams is going to be here with a special edition of the 11th hour, starting just moments from now. We've got both the New Jersey governor's race and the Virginia governor's race not yet called, plus some important mayor's races not yet called. It may feel like we're getting into the shank of the evening. Ask Brian what that means, but the night is young. Stay with us here on MSNBC.
morning once again. The late shift begins, and what a night this is turning out to be. Day 287 of the Biden administration. More importantly, of course, for our purposes here this evening, the first election night of the Biden era and the most closely watched race of the night, governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia. Joe Biden won Virginia by 10 points a year ago. Former Democratic Governor Terry McAuliffe has been locked in a tight one with first-time candidate Republican Glenn Youngkin. We're also still watching the vote counting in the state of New Jersey. Incumbent Democratic Governor Phil Murphy hoping for a second term. His race against Republican challenger Jack Ciattarelli remains too early to call. NBC News can project that Democrat Eric Adams will handily be elected the next mayor of the city of New York. Only the second black mayor in the city's history, notably a former member of the NYPD who decidedly did not sign on to the defund the police movement, perhaps the most toxic phrase ever introduced into our politics in the modern era. With all that, we want to begin with the very latest on the vote count. You know what that means. For more, we go to Steve Kornacki at the big board for us tonight, as he has been all evening. Steve, what do you got?
Yeah, Brian, I mean, the story right now has shifted a bit towards New Jersey, a state we did not talk about a lot in the run-up, obviously, to this election. But here's the deal right now. We got about 60% of the vote counted statewide. In the tally that's been done so far, the Republican challenger, Jack Ciattarelli, leading the Democratic governor
is
by
outperforming
4
Trump,
points.
as we
now,
might expect. But there's still, look at all the vote that's still left in Essex County, home of Newark. We expect a lot more vote there. In Hudson County, there's still a third of the vote out there. So what I would say is it's New Jersey. They usually do take a long time to count votes, particularly in the northern counties there that I just showed you in Essex. So I wouldn't, if you're a Democrat in New Jersey, I wouldn't be loading up on the antacid just yet. give it a few more minutes to see what things look like here. However, speaking of antacid, I do think Democrats in Virginia are going to be loading up on it. Look, there's a number of places. One of the swing areas that we were focusing on that wasn't in the Northern Virginia suburbs and wasn't in the Richmond suburbs is Virginia Beach. It is perhaps the swingiest part of Virginia. As you can see, most of it is in. It looks like Youngkin has done it and has won this. In 2020, Biden narrowly carried Virginia Beach. But as you can see here, Trump actually carried it in 2016. And if you look at the governor's race here, as you can see, this was an area that McAuliffe actually lost. So he's actually hitting about the similar mark, but this was an area that Northam did well. Now, Northam overperformed in many of the metro areas that were not in Northern Virginia. He obviously overperformed in Northern Virginia, but he did really well in places like in the suburbs of Richmond and in Virginia Beach. But that's just one explanation of what's going on here. I told you another swing county that we were watching, Chesterfield County, again, just to remind you. And we're still waiting for some early vote. I wouldn't be surprised if this narrowed a little bit, but this does appear to be another county that Youngkin was able to flip, not just flip a Northam County, but flip a Biden County to him. And it appears he's done that. We're still waiting to see. But the other part of this story is not just a great turnout for Republicans. It has been what you would call a B- turnout for Democrats. Here's Prince William. This is one of the collar suburban counties here in Northern Virginia. McAuliffe, 95, he's going to win it by double digits. Biden won it by nearly 30 points, as you can see here. And if you go back to 2017, McAuliffe is underperforming Northam. This has been the story. He's doing good, not great on his Northern Virginia turnout. But as we told you, didn't mean to do that, get into West Virginia. We're a ways away from getting into West Virginia. If you just all these red counties, and you can just pick any one you want here. And in each of these cases, it was a case where he just way overperformed the Gillespie number and got so much more raw vote than Gillespie, while McAuliffe essentially got the same vote that Northam got. So that is the story. Great turnout in the Republican rural areas, and that B- turnout in Northern Virginia. Again, good enough to win in a average political environment, not one that has supercharged on the Republican side.
And just to put a fine point on it, in those counties, time after time, you're seeing him outperform Trump, not surprisingly, but Cuccinelli, and outperform these candidates past Gillespie.
he looks like, and I was saying this, and I know we have a couple new guests to bring in. I'll just bring them in now. You know, if we want really quick, I got Sabato Kapoor, NBC News Capitol Hill reporter. I got Amy Walter here. And I know we're going to go to your colleague at the White House, Monica Alba, but Glenn Youngkin looks like every single successful Republican governor of Virginia that I've covered in my lifetime. I mean, he actually looks like George Allen, but they have run the same race, which is don't call me a Republican. That R is just sort of, I'm sort of a normal suburban guy. And it is a recipe that still seems to work. I think we were all wondering, does that still work in Virginia? It turns out it does.
Okay, let's go out to Monica Alba because the White House watching this. And Monica, I know you've been talking to your sources there and they already have their talking points. So what are we hearing from the White House? Because they've been saying to me for days that what happens in Virginia does not have to do with the intransigents, their inability to get their spending bills passed. What are you hearing tonight?
Exactly, Kristen, and there's notable public silence from the White House and the president ever since he was wheels up from Scotland earlier this evening. He'll be landing back here at the White House in about 90 minutes or so to a very different political reality than the one he thought he was going to encounter when he was leaving Europe. The president was the one who was incredibly optimistic earlier this evening in a press conference, saying he thought that they were going to be able to win in Virginia, that the Democrats looked poised to be able to succeed there. But very notably in those remarks, he said, I don't think it will have much bearing whether my agenda was passed or not in this, but let's see. And I think that will be an operative question now in the postmortem, depending on what does happen in some of these critical races. But I am getting some insight and reaction from a Democratic source that is very much previewing what I think we can expect the White House to be talking about tomorrow when they respond to this, which is to say one of the overarching takeaways so far from what they've seen, according to this person, is that they argue it's incumbent on Democrats to talk more affirmatively about what they're for and not just run against Donald Trump. In the words of this source, who's quite plugged into all of this political strategy, they said clearly and argued that that on its own is not enough and is not a simple enough plan, especially heading into the 2022 midterm. So I think that's one big lesson they're going to take away. The other, according to this source, is that this inaction potentially on Capitol Hill from lawmakers on the president's economic agenda potentially did hurt them in places like Virginia, and that this is something that voters are simply frustrated by and would have liked to have seen more done. We know that we heard that exact messaging from the Democratic candidate, Terry McAuliffe. Weeks ago, he said, I wish lawmakers would just get in a room with the White House and figure this out and get these spending bills across the finish line. The president himself last week went to Capitol Hill in an attempt to do that. He was unsuccessful for a second time. Democrats have missed their own deadlines. They're going to try to see if they can get something done this week. But that is going to be an important part of the conversation about whether if they had done something a little bit differently there, that could have made a difference, again, in this race that is still too close to call in Virginia. But I think the president, when he lands here just a little bit of time from now, is not necessarily going to be eager to answer these questions, given he had this prediction earlier that it's looking like it's going in a different direction. The White House, of course, will save all of that and analysis for tomorrow. Notably, after this 6-day trip in Europe, the president doesn't have anything on his public schedule tomorrow. And there's no daily press briefing here at the White House either, because the press secretary is still recovering from COVID-19 at home despite being fully vaccinated. And so we're not expecting to get any of that kind of public reaction, at least in the initial hours, which after an election day is a little bit unusual, but those are the circumstances we find ourselves here in. Kristen and Chuck, as you both know so well, the TVs on Air Force One are always tuned to whatever political news channel might be out there. One screen might be on the World Series tonight as well, but you better believe that the president and top aides have had at least one eye on these returns and are trying to figure out their messaging on these mixed results so far tonight.
Great reporting, Monica, and I think you encapsulate what we are going to hear from the White House in the coming days, really trying to put the focus on Terry McAuliffe and the fact that his message was so anti-Trump and not focused on what he wanted to do.
The question, though, is your message matters if the political environment craters on you. And whose fault is that, right? Like, there's no doubt Terry McAuliffe we can sit here, when you lose a race by less than 3 points, you can find a ton of mistakes.
Right.
should it have ever been in this situation, that's going to be the quiet pushback. But let's talk about the circular fine squad that apparently is getting ready to happen. It's already started. Sahil, before you got here,
by the way.
Let's bring in Sahil and Amy. Sahil, before you got here, I read a press release from the PCCC, our friend Adam Green over there, who's and he put the blame squarely on the obstructionist corporate Democrats. I think he was referring to Mr. Manchin and Ms. Sinema, and saying that that's who Terry McAuliffe should be angry at, that he didn't have anything to run on. I know that our friends at the White House think that, hey, you know, everybody in Congress shouldn't be holding this up, especially if you're going to end up passing this in a week. It's going to look even. It's probably going to make Terry McAuliffe even angrier.
It will. The finger pointing and the recriminations.
Obviously, if some big-ticket counties in either of these two races come in, we'll go right back to you, as we will regularly over these next 2 hours of coverage anyway. Our thanks. For more, let's bring in a couple friends of ours. Lawrence O'Donnell, host of The Last Word, 10 p.m. Eastern here on this network. Claire McCaskill, former Democratic senator from the great state of Missouri. Juanita Tolliver, veteran political strategist to progressive candidates and causes. And A.B. Stoddard, veteran Washington journalist, associate editor and columnist for Real Clear Politics. Good evening and welcome to you all. Let's start with the former senator in the bunch, and that would be Claire McCaskill. And Claire, the question is this: what do you think your old colleagues on the Democratic side of the U.S. Senate are thinking and saying tonight?
It's not a good night. And I think we can try to dress it up. We can try to take it out. But it's not a good night. And here's what I'm most afraid of. I am begging my friends in the United States Senate, I'm begging all the Democrats on Capitol Hill, do not spend days or minutes even trying to blame someone for what happened tonight. You know, whose fault was it? Why weren't the bills signed? You know, did Joe Biden could have done more? It's time to pivot and punch. They got a deal today on reducing prescription drug prices in this country that will be huge. They are on the precipice of passing legislation. Forget about the top number. Look at what it's going to do for women in this country, especially women with children that need child care, that want universal pre-K. And I think we have an opportunity to turn this around for next fall, but not if we spend the next 3 weeks or month trying to figure out who to blame.
But, Claire, to your point, Congressman Ryan of Ohio, during 2 minutes today on the House floor, did a better and more passionate job, sometimes at a shout volume, of telling people what's in the bills that will improve their lives, laying out the stakes for not just Democrats, but for all Americans. He did a better job at that than anyone in congressional leadership, and certainly anyone at the White House. Why is that, do you think?
I think part of the problem is there has been such a focus on, very narrow margins. I mean, we have a bare majority. So we've got to get everybody going the same way. And that is a hard job for Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, and the White House. They've been so focused on making that happen, they have forgotten that most Americans don't even know what's in the bill. They don't know. They know something about climate change is in there. I think they're beginning to figure out universal pre-K is in there. Child care, expansion of health care, hearing assistance for Medicare. They need to start talking about what's in it and quit talking about who agrees with them and doesn't agree with them in the Democratic Party.
All right, Lawrence O'Donnell, your reaction to this evening thus far as we look at the board in the studio. A quick note to our viewers. Our characterization of the New Jersey race has changed, as it had to, from too early to call to too close to call. So in that case, we're covering two barn burners side by side here. Lawrence, over to you.
Well, Brad, there's always a risk of over-interpretation of governor's races and what they might mean for Washington. I mean, when you look at Virginia, it's such a peculiar situation there. It's a one-term state. They really only want their governors to serve one term. And so you're asking Virginia voters to kind of defy their own habits by restoring a former governor to become governor again, which they've only done once before. They did it with a Democratic candidate who ran in 1965, I think it was, yeah. And then in 1973, he ran again and won as a Republican. And so what Terry McAuliffe was trying to do tonight has never been done. And so there was 4 years of a McAuliffe governorship that was on the line, that was being evaluated by voters. And there was, Youngkin doesn't have a record. He has that advantage of not having a record. And so it's a very peculiar race to try to bring into the calculus of what does it mean in Washington. That won't stop people from doing it. They'll be doing it in the House. They'll be doing it in the Senate. There are members of the House who have never served in the minority before in the House of Representatives. They will be hearing things about what it is to serve in the minority. There'll be people who are trying to worry them about what they need to do in terms of this legislative negotiating that's going on now and the ground they need to give in order to get this bill across the finish line as fast as possible. There will be a new urgency in that. It will be a fear-based urgency that wasn't there last week.
Juanita Tolliver, I think everyone can agree that McAuliffe made some unforced errors, big ones, in this campaign at a terrible time. They are seldom made at a good time. If he indeed ends up going down to defeat tonight, and I want to pick up on Claire's point, maybe go against Claire's advice, do any Democrats not named McAuliffe share any of the blame for what may happen in Virginia?
Brian, I actually agree with Claire on this one. It is not worth Democrats' time to play the blame game, but instead they should be pressing the reset button, resetting on how they respond to these horrible racist dog whistles from the GOP and the lies from the GOP, resetting on how they sell their policies to voters and make sure that voters fully understand that they're fighting tooth and nail for them, as well as resetting on the types of candidates that they run. Right? Like, I feel like voters have been explicitly clear about the need to see candidates who are more representative of this country, as well as candidates that they know will fight tooth and nail for them, to deliver for them. That is what Democrats need to focus their energy on in the coming weeks, especially as they gear up for 2022, because I assure you that the sweater vest, very nice soccer dad model that Youngkin has put out there, this new, like, I'm a palatable version who still says similar themes that Trump said, especially when we saw his closing argument about what he dubbed education, when in reality it was about race and whiteness. When he put that out there, people responded to it. And Democrats have to come up with a substantive rebuttal that is going to not only resonate and counteract the energy that the GOP is going to receive from these types of arguments, but also create enthusiasm among Democratic voters, because it's not enough now to just say that Trump is toxic and this candidate is just like Trump, especially when they carry themselves explicitly different from Trump.
Great point to go to A.B. Stoddard, who is terrifically connected among especially elected Republicans in Washington as journalists go. And A.B., what is the lesson here, or is it too early to write it down, about Republicans wanting to run a successful campaign, perhaps even in 2022, this looming presence of Donald Trump, who I note has claimed credit tonight, as everyone anticipated he would, even though we have not called this race. He's claiming credit for a Republican victory in Virginia.
Well, Donald Trump does not like being shunned off stage, and he was in this race. It was clear that Glenn Youngkin did not want to have him around in the final days, didn't want to appear with him, didn't want to answer questions about him. And so the former president is trying to make sure that everyone is looking at his new statements, taking credit for turning out the MAGA base and calling Glenn Youngkin an America First, patriotic Republican and cut from the cloth of his base, and really trying to cling to Glenn Youngkin when Glenn Youngkin was trying to detach himself in the general election of this campaign, not the primary, from Donald Trump. So he's a little bit sore, wants some more attention, and really interesting numbers, both in New Jersey and in Virginia tonight, Brian, in areas where both Republican candidates are doing way better than Donald Trump did in those two states. So that's obviously going to make him soar. I think there's too much early celebration among Republicans that Glenn Youngkin is the new mold, the post-Trump candidate, and a way for the party to pivot. It's going to be very different next year for congressional and federal candidates in the House and Senate to separate away from the former president, who will loom very large in the 22 campaigns with his endorsed candidates and, again, his need for attention. And it's not going to be the same kind of thing with a one-off governor's race where he's not really part of the show. It will be harder for people to talk about whether or not they support Kevin McCarthy for Speaker. What do they think of the big lie? That's just going to be a separate kind of question entirely. But for Democrats tonight, they do need to think. They need to get into the data of this race, and in Virginia particularly. And they need to be concerned about Biden's poll numbers. They need to be concerned about the fact that very many Virginians who voted for Joe Biden ended up voting for Glenn Youngkin tonight. They need to find out why.
Some terrific analysis already tonight. Times for, to our guests and to our viewers, the same message. We're going to sneak in a break here. You'll hardly feel it. Our director, Jason, and I promise that if we call one of these two races we are covering, we will bust out of the break and onto live television. Either way, we'll see you in a few moments. Our live coverage of this election night continues right after this. Want to take a look at the stakes tonight, just what it is. We're covering these two races that are locked in the same call right now, and that is too close to call. Governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia, governor of the state of New Jersey. With that, over to Steve Kornacki at the big board. Steve, what has changed since last we spoke? Yo, Steve.
Sorry about that. I was just talking to my producer right here. What we just got in New Jersey, and we can show you, you might have noticed the last time we checked in, it was a 4-point advantage for Jack Ciattarelli, now down to 1 point. We just got a lot of vote in. We said we had been waiting. Essex County just reported out a ton of its same-day vote, and you can see it right here. Phil Murphy now leading in Essex, 73-26 for Ciattarelli. Now we can start to put this number in perspective here. Remember, we said we wanted to get a sense here of what that same day would look like. So Ciattarelli is doing better than Trump. You know, Trump lost here by almost 56 points, 55.5 points. Tonight, Ciattarelli now trailing by 46.5. That's an improvement for Ciattarelli, but again, he's trying to make up 16 points statewide in New Jersey. Joe Biden won this state by 16 points over Donald Trump. Essex County, it is one of the biggies in New Jersey, and for Democrats, it is the biggest. And for Phil Murphy here, there's some slippage here, but perhaps Ciattarelli would have wanted a little bit more slippage because, again, there are some other areas here in the state where Ciattarelli has made some inroads. We've talked about them in Hunterdon. We've talked about them in Ocean County and in Monmouth County. He needs to make significant inroads, too, in these big vote-producing areas. So Essex County now, we have a much clearer sense of, and Ciattarelli cutting into that deficit that Trump faced, but not by the margin necessarily he might need statewide. But we want to see if he can make up for it elsewhere. Bergen County really looming as one of the big ones right now. Ciattarelli leading by 5 points right here. Again, this would be a significant jump for Ciattarelli over Trump. We are still missing. We are still waiting for, and it looms very large with almost 75% of the vote in Bergen County, the vote by mail. The mail vote in Bergen County. The mail vote is very heavily Democratic, so Phil Murphy will get a big boost from that when it comes in, and that will change what you're looking at right now. The question is, how much will it change it? Again, Ciattarelli wants to be running in a place like Bergen, like 10 points higher than Trump when all is said and done. Right now, he's 11 points higher than Trump. But you add that vote by mail in Bergen County, that could be a different story. So that's the big sort of looming variable there. Burlington County, we're waiting on a lot of vote in general in Burlington County, but also one of the things we're waiting on in Burlington County is the vote by mail. So, again, we've seen some places on this map where Ciattarelli has just made enormous gains relative to Trump. I was showing you Ocean County. I mean, what Ciattarelli's doing here is better than what Chris Christie did when Chris Christie got elected governor of New Jersey back in 2009. But, again, he needs to be making leaps and bounds gains pretty much everywhere on here. This was a pretty big piece of the puzzle, I think, getting what we just did in Essex County. And so, again, for Ciattarelli, he gets to about 46. This is what it was for Trump. This is what it is for Ciattarelli. And remember, he's trying to, wherever we pull this up, he's trying to erase a 16-point gap that Democrats faced last year. Ciattarelli continues to lead here in the statewide total, but still some big mail vote in Bergen, mail vote in Burlington County, some core Democratic areas, Hudson County, still perhaps some to come. So very interesting race taking shape here. Murphy, I'm just looking, I'm talking because I'm trying to see if more votes coming in, and you saw a little bit of an uptick there from Murphy to 0.8 of a point. So anything big I get, Brian, I'll flag you right away.
Point of personal privilege, having been born in Bergen County, I can't believe the numbers coming out of there tonight. Steve, is this your polite way of telling us we may not have a call on the New Jersey governor's race tonight and sending people to bed without a decision?
Yeah, I want to say we don't have clear information on this in terms of, I mean, as I say, that's a huge outstanding piece of the puzzle to not have vote by mail in a place like Bergen County, which is the largest in the state. And there are some other places where we're missing it as well, especially in a race this tight. Again, the thing in New Jersey is unlike what we were talking about in Virginia. The rule in Jersey is midnight of Election Day, you can start opening and processing those vote-by-mail ballots that have been piling up. And so I think you have potentially a backlog in some of these places. We've seen in places where that delays the vote or a significant share of the vote by days. So if this thing continues the way it's looking right now, and we're not getting vote by mail in Bergen and a few other places, I think it's very possible we're not going to get a called winner tonight. And again, I just say, talking to political folks there in New Jersey, there's a lot of frustration at the way this is playing out tonight, just in terms of how slow and how difficult in some cases it is to understand what's going on in these counties.
Yeah, I bet there is. Steve Kornacki, thanks. Wave your arms. Let's bring in former Minnesota Democratic Senator Al Franken. And because of the natural nexus between comedy and politics, he has returned to the former and is currently touring and performing stand-up. It's part of the tour he calls the only former senator currently on tour. So, Senator, you may need to rely on both of your skill sets for this tonight. When last we spoke, really just a few nights ago, you said to me, for the Democrats to be successful, and I wrote it down, they need to pass their agenda. They need to tell people what's in these bills that's going to improve their lives. How are you feeling tonight?
Well, I was right. They didn't quite do those things, but I agree with Claire, too, that we got to get past that now and pass those things, because there's so many. The reason I was talking about that is, yeah, we're going to have child care for people so they can go to work. We're going to have pre-K. We're going to have all these provisions in this that people are going to like, bringing down the cost of prescription drugs. I wish we had done it earlier. I wish we had gotten it together, but it's very hard when you have when your majority is 0 + 1.
Does the president, and I think I asked you this days ago, does the president need to get tougher? And I'm speaking here about these outliers who have D's after their names, Sinema and Manchin.
Well, I bet you he's tried, and I'll bet you he's tried to get tougher, and he's who he is. He's not LBJ, but they're going to do this. They're going to do this, and I do hope they do it soon, but it's too late for these two races, for these two governorships. But I really believe they'll be doing it soon, and that the midterms will be very different. Now, one thing I want to talk about tonight is Youngkin basically ran on a number of lies, one of which is critical race theory being taught. He was going to end it being taught in our school. Well, it wasn't being taught in their schools. Also, the Republican Party now is just a party of, they just tell lies. The election was stolen. The insurrection wasn't an insurrection. It was a false flag operation. I think we have to deal with that. I think we have to find an effective strategy to have the American people understand that they have nothing but lying right now.
Al, people showed up today in Dealey Plaza in Dallas because of a QAnon rumor that John F. Kennedy Jr., who's been in hiding this whole time, which is surprising to his family following his death in 1999, was coming back to us to somehow be Donald Trump's running mate. So that's where we are. And a fair number of people showed up in Dealey Plaza only to go home disappointed tonight. We could have saved them the trip. It's a roundabout way of asking you just how much Trumpism is going to be on the ballot across this country in 2022.
Well, it is going to be, because he's going to demand as much as he has of these gubernatorial candidates, and I think Youngkin played it extremely in a very savvy way. These folks running for the Senate and for the House, they're going to have to be much more tied to Donald Trump, because they're going to be in primaries and they're going to have to pledge their loyalty to Donald Trump. this is going to be a different kind of feel, I think, in 2022. And I also, again, believe that the accomplishments that we will have through this, the reconciliation package, which includes all these good things, that will become clear. The child tax credit, what that will mean to families, to children that have the number of children in poverty. All of that stuff is going to mean stuff, and I wish we had done it, obviously, before this election.
Former Senator Al Franken, our guest tonight. Always a pleasure. Thank you very much for sparing the time and coming on. Still with us, our panel: Lawrence O'Donnell, Claire McCaskill, Juanita Tolliver, A.B. Stoddard. Lawrence, before I lose you, I had my point of personal privilege. I'm going to give you one, and that is Mayor of Boston, Massachusetts, the city of your upbringing and youth. What can you tell us about that race tonight?
It's a wonderful story. Michelle Wu, 36 years old, is going to be the next mayor of Boston. She will be the first elected woman mayor of Boston. Kim Janey was the acting mayor. She came into office after Marty Walsh went on into the Biden cabinet. And so Kim Janey served most of this year and will continue to serve as the first woman mayor, but she was not elected, a black woman. And this Michelle Wu's story is really wonderful. She came to Boston to go to Harvard College, and that makes her very much an outsider in Boston politics, especially Boston City Hall politics, where you had to either be born in Boston or somewhere close by in New England, or some Boston mayors were born in Ireland. That was allowed. But certainly Illinois was never allowed, Brian. And that's where Michelle Wu is from. And so you're seeing the 21st century of American politics come to Boston in a big way. And it's a really, she was the front runner, very strong front runner throughout this campaign once it was a two-candidate campaign. She was endorsed by Kim Janey and most of the people who she ran against in the first round of the campaign, which narrowed it down to just these two candidates. And so it's a very big night for Boston, and people are feeling pretty great about it there.
Change is coming, though not to all places on the map that we are covering tonight. Lawrence O'Donnell, thank you. Claire McCaskill, back to you, having just heard from one of your former Democratic Senate colleagues. It really is true that just days ago, Al Franken said they'll be successful if they can pass the president's agenda, and then if they can just explain to the American people what's in it that's going to make lives better.
Yeah, I think the formula for next year is, first, we need strong candidates. And right now, the electorate, especially those that decide close elections, like fresh faces. They like people who haven't got a lot of experience in politics, someone who they're maybe not as familiar with. But I think we've got to realize that not only do we have to sell what is going to get done, and Al's right, it's going to happen. This is going to get done. I think we also have to make sure we talk not just about Donald Trump, but Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell is the most unpopular politician in America. They just took a poll of rural Americans. He was the most unpopular of anybody you could think of that you know their name in politics. And he's the guy who is trying to pull the strings, stop everything good from happening in order to take over power in Washington. And I don't think most Americans are that excited about Mitch McConnell being the face they look at so frequently. So I think we need to use Mitch McConnell more effectively, as this is what you're going to get if you don't stay with the Democratic team.
Juanita Tolliver, the question becomes a little tougher when it comes to the progressive agenda colliding with the moderate Democratic agenda, colliding with the president's hoped-for agenda.
I'm not sure I understand the complication, especially on the Capitol, where progressives were most aligned with Biden and fighting the hardest for all of his proposals included in the Build Back Better agenda. Right, Brian? Like, I think that's the reality we have to understand. Also, I also want to emphasize the fact that Michelle Wu in Boston is a progressive candidate. You have progressive candidates winning down ballot across the country, and Democrats need to pay attention to that versus look to any type of friction that they want to create within the Democratic Party. Look to what is possible with women of color, with progressive candidates down ballot who are fully tapped into the communities they're running to lead, who are fully listening to the voters, and who are fighting, again, tooth and nail. That enthusiasm that people see when folks like Michelle Wu are fighting to advance policies that they know are going to change their lives. That is what's critical here. Making sure that the voters can see you and the sweat on your brow working day in and day out for them, because that is what's going to be critical to not only get voter enthusiasm, which we have seen this being somewhat questionable down in Virginia, but making sure that they are tapped in and they know there is a benefit to actually turning up to vote and voting for Democrats. I think that is absolutely something that cannot be understated here, that the future of Democratic candidates should absolutely come from a pool of women, of people of color, of LGBTQ individuals, of people living with disabilities, people who voters can look at and say, you understand me because you're living it. You understand me and you're going to fight for me because you're fighting for yourself at the same time. So people with skin in the game is who Democrats need to look to as their next slate of candidates going into the midterms.
A.B. Stoddard, it is possible that tonight is just going to make the national blue-red map even more fascinating. It is basically a sea of red in that one Donald Trump won 86% of the individual counties in the United States. Joe Biden won 16% of American counties. How would you describe our country, A.B., right now tonight?
Well, Brian, again, I have to go back to the polling for President Biden, which if you dig into any poll across all of the sectors of his coalition that he needs to hold on to, African Americans, Latinos, suburban voters, independent voters, across the board, he is losing support. He did almost lose the election in 2020 by 44,000 votes in 3 states. The House Democrats saw a loss of 13 seats last year, and they barely control a Senate majority. If they want to be strong in 2022, they need to look at the voters that are turning away from their party, and they need to find out why. Historical trends put them at an average loss since World War II between 27 seats and 40 seats. They have a 3-seat margin in the House right now. Redistricting is largely going to be controlled by Republicans. And then you look at these issues that are playing with these voters in the middle who are switching between Obama for 2 terms, then Trump, Biden, now these different Republican candidates. And those issues of inflation, of the economy, of education, school closures during COVID, chaos at the border, all of these issues resonate in the middle of the electorate with voters they need to hold on to next year. So they have a very tough hand, even without Mcauliffe losing and potentially Phil Murphy in New Jersey. They need to dive into this data and beyond passing their agenda, see why they're seeing this erosion in their coalition.
43 minutes after the hour, our great thanks to the members of our starting line tonight on this election night Tuesday. We are taking a look at the Youngkin campaign headquarters down in Virginia. Still a very boisterous crowd there, still a very good mood and a packed house. They don't yet know what to expect, nor do we. It's why we're covering dual races with the same proviso, too close to call, which brings us back to the big board and Steve Kornacki. Steve, any changes?
Yes, Brian. Sorry, I was just checking one message right there. So in Virginia, where you're waiting for Glenn Youngkin, not much of a change here. You can see why there's such excitement in that room right now. Youngkin, and there it is, actually. In fact, Youngkin's lead jumping up 7,000 there. See if I can get you where that just came from. But we've been hovering in that 85 to 100,000 vote range with not a ton left to come. I think one of the most notable things to say here, big picture about what we're looking at in Virginia, is take a look at the total combined turnout in this race. Youngkin now with that update we just got moving north of 1.6 million votes, 1.5 million there for Mcauliffe. We're well over 3 million votes, 3.1 million votes. You know, when you were talking to Democrats and Republicans Republicans in the run-up to this Virginia race. Some were saying, hey, maybe this could get up to 3 million, but I think is it 2.7? Is it 2.8? So this is just absolutely enormous turnout for an off-year election in Virginia. To put it in some context, in the Trump-Biden presidential race last year, the total turnout was a 4.4 million in Virginia. So this is running at more than 2/3 of the level of turnout that we saw for the presidential election last year in Virginia. So just enormously high interest, enormous turnout all across the state here. And in the midst of that, as you see another update just coming in here, Youngkin's vote lead over Mcauliffe ticks up another 4,000, now sitting close to 100,000 votes. We move up here to New Jersey, where now nearly 3/4 of the vote is in. And again, Jack Ciattarelli, the Republican, continues to lead Phil Murphy by about 1.5 points, 1.6 right now. I think one of the biggest outstanding pieces of business here, we have been talking about this, is in Bergen County, where we've got just about all of the same day, all of the election day vote in right now. We're waiting on absentee vote. We're waiting on vote by mail. We're waiting on what should be the most pro-Murphy block of votes we're going to see. The question is, how much is that going to change things? Again, nearly 3/4 of the vote here in Bergen County. Can Murphy get ahead of Ciattarelli, even if this thing basically lands at 50-50 in Bergen County? We've been talking about it. Bergen County is basically a bellwether county in New Jersey. So Ciattarelli's right around where he wants to be here in Bergen County. Key question here, when you apply the mail vote, the absentee vote that's going to be so heavily Democratic, how much is that going to shift this? That's a big piece of suspense there in Bergen. I have been hearing from some folks now who are a little bit more optimistic that we may get that vote tonight. We may get that answer in Bergen County. We continue to wait on that. We continue to wait on a ton of vote in Burlington County as well. There are also a number of places, some in Democratic areas. We could show you, for instance, Mercer County here. This is the Trenton area. Passaic County, we're waiting on a fair amount of vote right there. This is, Ciattarelli right now at 46%. And what we have in Passaic County, this is a core Republican stronghold, not that big, but Sussex County in northwest New Jersey. We have almost no vote in from Sussex County, so there's an opportunity here for Ciattarelli to still run up some votes. You might be noticing here at the other end of the state, there's one county where we literally have no votes from. This is Salem County. Keep in mind, pretty good land area there. Salem County is tiny. It is by far the smallest county in New Jersey. Still could be an opportunity there. Ciattarelli's been running very well in South Jersey tonight. Could be an opportunity for Ciattarelli to net a few thousand more votes. So again, there's been a lot of confusion, folks, on both sides in the aisle tonight in New Jersey, trying to understand exactly where the vote is left, and not just where the vote is left to come in, but what type of vote is left. Where is the mail vote left to come in? Where is the same-day vote left to come in? But the bottom line is we're eking up here to about 75% of the vote in. Jack Ciattarelli's lead, you see, sits at 31,000 votes over the Democratic incumbent Phil Murphy. And the polling in this race, the final two polls I saw had Murphy ahead by 8 points in one, by 11 points in another. We've talked about how Democratic a state New Jersey has become. This one was really not on anybody's radar, certainly nationally. This wasn't on a lot of people's radar in New Jersey, frankly. And yet here we are this late at night with this much suspense in New Jersey. There was a governor's race many, many years ago in New Jersey featuring Christine Todd Whitman, a Senate race featuring Christine Todd Whitman and Bill Bradley, where there was a massive election night surprise and Whitman nearly pulled off the upset. Some New Jersey junkies probably having a flashback to that tonight with Ciattarelli in this position. So again, still trying to get more clarity on exactly where and what type of vote is left to come in. But you can see a lot of this has filled in, and Ciattarelli continuing to run ahead of Phil Murphy by 30,000 votes, Brian.
Steve Kornacki, thanks. Stay at it. Let's bring in two more guests of ours. David Plouffe, former Obama campaign manager, former senior advisor to the president, and Julian Castro, former mayor of San Antonio, former HUD secretary under President Obama, former presidential candidate in his own right. Gentlemen, good evening. And Mr. Secretary, I'd like to begin with you. Are you okay with where your party is tonight, or are you scared for the future?
Well, of course not. I don't think anybody that cares about the future of the Democratic Party is okay with the results of tonight. Look, in a lot of ways, this was not completely unexpected. Many people have pointed out that we're always facing headwinds on these off-year elections when we control the White House. Mcauliffe had been the only Democrat, the only candidate in like 44 years to break the cycle in Virginia of winning when he had an incumbent president of the same party. And as Lawrence pointed out as well a little bit earlier, Democrat has not so far been reelected to a second term in Virginia as governor. So there were headwinds from the very beginning. But let's face it, these are also two states that we firmly consider to be Democratic states, and also two states that have become more and more diverse. In Virginia, for instance, just a couple of months ago, the 2020 census showed us that the Latino community in Virginia had grown over the last decade by 44%. And the African-American community had also climbed. The Asian-American community had climbed significantly in the state. So these are the kinds of states that Democrats are supposed to be doing better and better in. That's hard to take. And New Jersey, same thing, solidly blue. But we've seen Chris Christie, we've seen Bob McDonnell and others win in relatively recent history. I think it's time to take a step back, to regroup, to get the Build Back Better agenda done in Washington, D.C., as well as the infrastructure package, to, as I said a little bit earlier, reconsider what we consider electable as Democrats. You need people who are able, sure, to appeal to a broader array of folks, but also to fire up that base that Glenn Youngkin was obviously able to do and Terry McAuliffe was not able to do in this off-year election. And then finally, I also think that we need to figure out a way to address these cultural wedge issues, the racial priming that Republicans have engaged in successfully here tonight, the taking of fantasy land and making that a politically, quote-unquote, real issue like critical race theory that is anything but. Democrats have not come up with an effective way to address that. We need to do that. We need to use issues that benefit us. I didn't see much conversation about the fact that Youngkin, does not support the right to an abortion. I didn't see much conversation about a sensible path on immigration. You have a lot of new immigrants in Virginia and folks affected by that issue. So we need to get that together and go on offense, not just play defense.
David Plouffe, how would tonight have been different if Americans had so much as one deliverable, one thing the Democrats had to show from being in control of the White House, House, and Senate? How would tonight have been different if the Democrats going to the polls knew what was in both bills that are being hung up by their own party that may someday come their way and improve their lives?
Brian, it would have been better, but, these are pretty massive shifts. So, in Virginia, we're probably going to end up 10 to 12 points. McAuliffe off Biden's numbers. In New Jersey, it could be more than that. And, we lost 13 House races back in 2020 when Joe Biden won, and we won the Senate with those numbers. So this is a massive problem. I think it will get better. So, yes, I think passing the infrastructure bill, which is, I think, the easier of the two to go out there and do storytelling.
Hey, David, I can hear you, but I'm told our audience is struggling. You've got a microphone problem. We're going to try to switch it out. Is someone... Hang on. We can do this live. You got a good one now?
I hope so. Can you hear me now, Brian?
Yes, I can.
Okay, that's great. Well, I'll continue. What I was going to say is the infrastructure bill is the easier one, I think, to do storytelling. Everything in Build Back Better polls really well, including how it's paid for. But I've learned that selling one piece of legislation that's simple is really hard. This has so many components, it's going to take great skill to make sure everybody understands, there's universal pre-K, there's child care, there's elder care, and how it's paid for. So, yeah, I think it would help a little bit. But the big thing, I think, Brian, is the national environment ended up being really terrible tonight for Democrats. What the biggest thing that will change that is we're in a different place a year from now on the pandemic. It's either in our rearview mirror or it's endemic. The economy is doing better. Inflation's under control. Gas prices aren't $5 a gallon when people are filling up. Voters get very cranky around election time when gas prices are high. So the national environment, I think critical race theory got a lot of attention, as it should. But as we're seeing in New Jersey and actually in some other races around the country at the county level, this was just a really terrible national environment. The kind of national environment that if it doesn't change is going to bring back nightmare scenarios of 2010 and 2014 and 1994. That's the kind of movement. I mean, white women, non-college voters in Virginia who are women, based on the exit polls, moved 39 points in Virginia in 1 year. That's just a massive shift.
I mentioned this earlier, and if we don't get it on tonight, I pledge to our audience to air it tomorrow night. Congressman Ryan of Ohio managed in 2 minutes to tell Americans more about what is in these bills that will put money in their pockets and change their lives for the better than any elected Democrat I have seen since the bills were born. So I commend that to everyone's attention. David Plouffe, Julian Castro, gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Thank you for your comments and for joining us tonight. To our audience, we're going to take a break prior to the start of a new hour. Mr. Kornacki's at his board. There's Youngkin headquarters on the right. There's the race on the left, too close to call, as is the contest we are watching in the Garden State tonight. We've got a lot of political coverage yet to come and 2 tight races to cover and eventually decide.
As we cross over into Wednesday, election night gives way to a new day here on the East Coast, at least. As we enter our second hour of coverage tonight, the focus tonight on these governor's races, Virginia, New Jersey. We're still waiting for all the votes to be counted in the Garden State. NBC News saying the race between Republican Jack Ciattarelli and incumbent Democratic Governor Phil Murphy remains too close to call, and indeed it is, in the Commonwealth of Virginia. NBC News also saying this race between the Republican Glenn Youngkin and one-time Democratic Governor Terry McAuliffe remains too close to call. Also tonight, we do have news on 3 races with conclusions. Former NYPD officer Eric Adams, projected to be the next mayor of New York City, handily beating Curtis Sliwa. He will be the city's second black mayor. Michelle Wu, expected to become mayor of the great city of Boston, Mass. First woman and first Asian American to be elected to that office. And for those following along, the Atlanta Braves have won the World Series. But I digress. To the big board we go. Steve Kornacki with a look at the latest numbers coming in. Steve, we had a barn burner going on in New Jersey when last we checked in. And in Virginia, which I see is called up on your map, 5% of the known remaining vote still outstanding.
Yeah, and we've been hovering at this position for a while, Brian. Just you see Youngkin here just under 100,000 ahead, not much left. I can actually just show you, maybe this will give a little clarity here, the one biggest source of remaining vote here in Virginia, again with Youngkin leading by 96,000 votes. It's in Chesterfield County. This is big suburban county just south of Richmond. You see overall Youngkin is leading here tonight, but only 61% is in. What they are waiting on in Chesterfield County, and it took them a while to do this in 2020, is the absentee vote, which is going to be the most heavily Democratic vote that there is. We think there's about 56,000 absentee votes to be counted here. If McAuliffe got what Biden got in 2020, Biden got 60% of the absentee votes in Chesterfield County. If McAuliffe got that, he'd probably net an additional 11,000 votes out of Chesterfield County. And you could see, if you took 11,000 off Youngkin's margin, you could knock him down to 85,000. That'd be a nice little step for McAuliffe. But the problem is, that's the biggest one that's left out there. There's just kind of a scattering of much smaller remaining vote, some of it Democratic friendly, but kind of a scattering beyond that. So again, that number is just a daunting one that McAuliffe is trying to eat into right now. Biggest single source, though, is Chesterfield County. Okay, now, New Jersey, you set it up here. No one, certainly, no Democrat in New Jersey, and probably if you gave them truth serum, very few Republicans in New Jersey thought we would be in this situation with 3/4 of the vote in. Jack Ciattarelli, the Republican challenger, the lead now. It just ticked down as you were coming to me. It's 23,000 votes statewide. Some votes just came in from Hudson County. Heavily Democratic Hudson County. This is just across from New York City. Jersey City is here. Phil Murphy, no surprise, getting a big number out of Hudson County. Some vote just came in from here, and what that did is it knocked Ciattarelli's lead down to 23,000. Okay, where are the votes still to come in New Jersey? Well, this has been a somewhat confusing question tonight. And again, calling around to political folks in New Jersey, there's some confusion there, too, of not just where the vote is, but what kind of vote is left to come. Where's the mail vote left to come? Where's the same day? Here's what we know. A couple big sources of it. Essex County. We've got most of overwhelmingly Democratic Essex County. We don't have all of Essex County. What we're waiting on here is a number of precincts to report their same-day vote, their election day vote, the folks who went out and voted today. There are still votes to come in Essex County. They're clearly going to be Democratic votes. There are some extremely Democratic areas in Essex County. If those precincts are from those areas, that is an opportunity for Murphy to make up some ground. And speaking of Murphy making up some ground, as I was telling you about Essex, he just did. That 23,000 vote statewide lead that Ciattarelli had has been cut in half. That's down to 11,000. What just came in? It was down here in Camden County. So again, this is right outside Philadelphia, another core Democratic area. Murphy picking up votes there. He just picked some up in Hudson. He just picked some up in Camden. We say he's waiting on some same-day precincts in Essex County. Those are three of the biggies for Democrats statewide. And again, more to come there. So you can see that's a path for Murphy potentially to catch Ciattarelli here. What does Ciattarelli have to draw on right now to counter what Murphy could have? Here's a big source of it potentially. Sussex County, not the biggest county in northwest New Jersey, but this is a heavily Republican county. So there is an opportunity here for Ciattarelli to net a fair number of votes. Also, we are waiting Burlington County. This is a big one in South Jersey, Suburban County here. We don't have the mail vote counted here. That's going to be heavily for Murphy. We also don't have a lot of the same-day vote counted here. That looks like it could be a more pro-Ciattarelli vote. So there's opportunities actually for both candidates in Burlington County. We mentioned Salem County. It's just a very small county, here. Opportunity, though, for Ciattarelli maybe to pick up, let's say, 2,000 to 3,000 votes, something like that. Bergen County, again, we're basically down to absentee vote in Bergen County. We expect the absentee vote here to favor Murphy. So an opportunity for Murphy to draw further down on that lead for Ciattarelli statewide. So just check back in again with the statewide number here. Ciattarelli, boy, it's very slim right now, just under 12,000 votes. And again, there are some clear opportunities. Oh, there's one more I should tell you about. Mercer County. Mercer County was state capital. Trenton is here. This is also a core Democratic county. You can see Trump lost this to Biden by 40 points. Here's the key on Mercer County right now, Brian. We do not have the vote by mail from Mercer County. So big Democratic county. The vote by mail tends to be a big Democratic vote. So that's another piece of the puzzle there that could favor Murphy. So I think if you put together what we're talking about here, there are quite a few opportunities left on this map for Murphy to overtake Ciattarelli. There are some opportunities still for Ciattarelli to counter that. Sussex, I really, really want to see what that same-day vote that's left to come in Burlington County looks like. Ciattarelli has been rolling up some surprising numbers in some places around the state tonight, but that's what we're down to right now, Brian, in Jersey.
I love the tour of my home state. Chamber of Commerce couldn't have done it any better. Please alert us to any changes. Steve Kornacki at the big board. Thanks. With us now, four more of our guests. Peter Baker, veteran journalist and author, chief White House correspondent, importantly, for the New York Times. Our friend Juanita Tolliver is back, veteran progressive strategist to candidates and causes. And Mike Murphy, veteran Republican strategist, co-director of the Center for the Political Future at the University of Southern California. In his spare time, he is co-host of the Hacks on Tap podcast. Good evening and welcome to you all. Peter Baker, since your first rodeo this is not, perhaps we should begin this way. What could history have guided us as a predictor that would make tonight somehow less surprising?
Well, I think that's an important point to remember, Brian, and I've covered Virginia politics for 10 years before moving to the national desk. And I met Mike Murphy. Mike, if you remember back in that 1994 Senate race that was so exciting in Virginia back then. And one thing you need to know about Virginia is these off-year governor elections tend to be contrarian, tend to go against the national wave. If you go back the last 44 years, I think there's only been one example where a governor's race didn't go against the winner of the last year's presidential election. In other words, if a Republican wins the White House, a Democrat tends to win the governor's mansion in Virginia the next year and the other way around. So having Biden just won last year, history would say it's not a surprise if a Republican were to win tonight. Having said that, that doesn't make the pain any less for the Democrats, and particularly in the Biden White House, which is looking at this result, wherever it ends up, as a real warning sign of problems that they have still to come. And particularly, obviously, if they were to lose New Jersey, that would be an earthquake for a lot of Democrats. But it's an exciting night for elections, and I don't know that we know the answers yet. But the fact that they're so close, a lot of people will be reading a lot of tea leaves.
Mike Murphy, what should tomorrow morning bring on the bulletin board, chalkboard, or whiteboard of every local Democratic Party headquarters across the country? Are we a progressive country? Are we center left? Are we perhaps center right?
Well, lately we've a lot of center right. You know, let's put it this way: the voters keep reminding the Democratic Party that the really strong progressive super woke stuff is a dud with the electorate. We learned it in the New York City mayor's race where two moderates dominated the primary. We learned it tonight in Minneapolis with defund the police going down. We learned it in an Ohio special election not long ago. And what we're seeing tonight, there's a very clear theme here. I agree with Peter. It's not abnormal for these states during the beginning of a president's new term to kick. Reminds me of my days in Jersey in '93 of Christine Todd Whitman. After Clinton was elected in '92, we had a big upset win. But it is the suburbs racing back to the Republican Party. They had been scared away by Donald Trump. But in Virginia and in New Jersey, that's what's driving these amazing numbers. And, you know, if I were the Democrats on a whiteboard, I would write in capital letters, reset, less woke, more middle-class economics. Because they're taking a real beating tonight, regardless of what happens in Jersey. I think Virginia, we're just waiting for the final news there.
And Juanita, Mike's response does match what you were saying about go with the best, most electable candidates tailored for the race you're running, period.
That's exactly right. And I agree with Mike on a couple of things, but I disagree on the fact that Virginia was run and won. It hasn't been called yet, but run on economic issues, because we know that the last issue that voters said resonated the most with them came from Youngkin's campaign, came from this pseudo argument about education, when we know he was in fact putting out racist dog whistles that absolutely targeted white women voters who Virginia saw swing back to Republicans. And this is why I agree with Mike on the fact that they were turned off by Trump, but they are absolutely open to welcoming in this more palatable Republican who still uses the same racist themes that Trump did. He just packaged them in a soccer dad sweater vest model that I'm sure Republicans are going to try to run across the country in the midterms. And it's critical that Democrats come up with a response to that not only counteracts the lies that the GOP is running on, but also their swing towards a lot of the themes that come through white supremacy as well. I'm talking about the insurrection. I'm talking about all of the times that members of Congress and the GOP have said it was a normal tourist visit. Democrats need to remind voters of all of that, in addition to reminding voters of all the ways that they are working to improve their lives with different pieces of policy and legislation.
Mike, there were also unforced Mcauliffe errors, like saying parents, I'm paraphrasing, should have no role in curriculum, that the Youngkin campaign was up with an ad 12 hours later. It was the soundbite that made its own gravy. Mike, let me read you a quote from someone we both know, Dave Wasserman, over at the Cook Political Report. Needless to say, tonight's results are consistent with a political environment in which Republicans would comfortably take back both the House and Senate in 2022. Mike, I don't have to tell you how the friendly confines of social media are dragging Mr. Wasserman for that comment tonight, but do you agree? Do we know enough for that to be true or false?
Well, he's totally right directionally. And just a footnote, what I argued was the Democrats ought to do more middle-class economics to move away from this woke grievance campaign they keep running that the voters keep rejecting. But to Wasserman, he's right about the trajectory. The issue, though, these are governor's races. There's a little longer leash for a governor's candidate to get away from Donald Trump. And remember that Youngkin didn't have to go through a primary. You know, he's got a great model to win, but it's a hard model to replicate in the Senate races in 2022. I think the House is looking very good for Republicans. But in the Senate, that suburban battlefield, the Republicans got it tonight. Can they hold it? Well, part of that is who they nominate. And getting maybe it'll change. It should if the party listens to elections, which parties often don't. I'm not sure the Democrats will listen to what they should be learning about Virginia and Jersey, particularly Virginia. But anyway, it'll be hard to nominate more Youngkins in the Republican primary process. And finally, federal elections are more about the Washington take-a-side total war food fight. And you know Donald Trump is going to interject himself in every way he can. So Senate, I think, still up for grabs, but direction bad for the Democrats, mostly Biden's bad numbers. House looking pretty good for the Republicans.
Peter Baker, if my math is close to right, in about 45 minutes, Air Force One lands at Andrews carrying the president, first lady, and their party. And this president lands back at home in a hell of a mess. Hours ago, from a podium at the closing news conference, he leaned forward and said of the Virginia race tonight, "We're going to win." Now, I guess there's a mathematical path for him to be right, but his troubles don't even begin there.
Well, I think that's right. You know, he's landing in a way in a different country. Now, look, it is possible to overreact and overinterpret an off-year election, which, you know, where the turnout is not the same as it is in a presidential election for sure, and even in a midterm congressional election. And we often overread some of these off-year elections. Having said that, the narrative that will emerge from this is not helpful to President Biden. The narrative is that he is down in the polls, that he is costing Democrats support among the people who voted for him just a year ago, that he can't get things done because Congress won't get off the dime and pass even one of these two big bills that he'd like them to pass. And that leaves him in a position where he is weaker than he was when he left the country. That doesn't mean it'll stay that way. It doesn't mean that he can't turn things around. Remember, you know, Ronald Reagan had a pretty tough first couple of years, and then obviously went on to a pretty convincing reelection in 1984. Same with Bill Clinton. So, you know, don't, again, read too much out of one night. But you're right. When that plane lands, it's not a happy place for President Biden at this point. And the question is, what does he do with this now? Does he take this and apply lessons? Does he come to his congressional allies and say, OK, guys, you know, we're going to now have to adjust to the changing, you know, environment here? I think the thing that we have to remember is he won last year, not necessarily because everybody endorsed everything he wanted to do, but because there was this unifying force of Trump, right? The unifying force on Biden's coalition was they all didn't like Trump, whether they're progressives or moderates or suburbanites or city dwellers or whatever. Once Trump left that, you know, stage, you had an election like this one where he wasn't technically on the ballot, even if he was being, you know, bandied about. Then the coalition frays and becomes harder to hold together. That's the challenge for President Biden at this point.
And he won up ballot on a night that was more or less a bloodbath for Nancy Pelosi when compared with predictions and expectations for the number of Democrats that were going to sweep into the House of Representatives. As the Speaker sees it, would that were true. Our deal with our guests and our viewers is the same. If we get a call that one of these two races we're following is done and dusted, we will break out of a commercial break. That's a backdoor way of telling you we're going to pause for a quick break, resume our conversation with our guests right after this, part of our ongoing live election night coverage.
governor in the state of New Jersey, though the rather sedate campaign headquarters. That's Murphy on the left in Asbury Park and 𝚢𝚘𝚊𝚘𝚘 on the right, Bridgewater Township. To note Dan Rather's recent 90th birthday, let's just say the incumbent governor of New Jersey is as nervous as a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs. For reasons we're going to lay out with Steve Kornacki at the big board, and Steve's concentration in the minutes since our last visit with him has been in the far northeast corner of the state, Bergen County. Steve?
Yeah, Brian, we are waiting here. We've been telling you and trying to see if it's coming in right now, in fact, but the vote by mail in Bergen County, biggest county in the state. You see Jack Ciattarelli, the Republican, has been leading here. The big outstanding piece of business, the absentee vote, the vote by mail, the most Democratic vote you're going to get here. So Murphy's total here is going to tick up when that gets counted, when that gets added in. Was just seeing a report. We're trying to track it down here that vote's just been released. So we're trying to track that down potentially, because that would have enormous ramifications for the statewide vote. Again, Bergen, the largest county in the state. We are looking at a very big chunk of heavily Democratic votes that are going to be added to that tally in Bergen County. And this with Murphy chasing Jack Ciattarelli right now, trailing by 22,000 votes. So that Bergen County thing that we're following here with the absentee, that's a huge outstanding piece of business right now there. Again, as we've been talking about for Jack Ciattarelli, the Republican, Sussex County, he could still get some more vote out of there. We had mentioned Salem County, very, very small county. Now Salem County is basically done. Looks like about 5,500 votes. That's what Ciattarelli could be up to about 6,000 when it's all counted, is going to net out of Salem County. So that helps him somewhat there. Waiting a little bit more on Burlington County as well. Democrats can still benefit from the mail vote, the vote by mail in Burlington County. There's also some same-day vote in Burlington County. A lot of it, Ciattarelli could benefit from that. So each candidate could still gain here. But again, and I'm just going to, I'm seeing a slight change here. I keep looking at this, Brian, because I want to see if we get that Bergen. I'm not seeing it yet. I'm going to try to track that down, and I will get back to you immediately if and when I do.
All right, if the Bergen numbers come in, we will go right to you. A vexing issue there, holding at 75% of the known vote. Peter Baker, Juanita Tolliver, Mike Murphy remain with us as our guests. Peter Baker, let's delve into more of what the president has in front of him. I don't think anyone predicted that Democrats would be the problem between conception of his agenda, big and bold as it is, and passage and signature and getting those benefits to American homes. There is a subgroup within the kind of Twitterati and the Democratic Party who feels that the White House made their choices in the wrong order. They feel that voting rights is ballgame. Voting rights is preeminent on that list. So there is just no shortage. To our last conversation about the president, who is a half hour out from arriving back on American soil, there's no shortage. There's no nowhere he looks where something is done and ready to pass on to the American people.
Well, that's right. And they're going to have, obviously, a season of second guessing at this point for all the ideas you just talked about. Should they have gone for this first or that first? The problem with going for voting rights first, which you could certainly understand the argument, is they don't have the votes for it. They had, that's not something that could be passed with 50 votes in the vice president's tiebreaker. Because you need, to break a filibuster first. They don't have the votes for it. So that argues that according to the people on the left, you should get rid of the filibuster. They don't have the votes to get rid of the filibuster because that's something Senator Manchin and a number of other Democrats don't want to do. So it's one thing to say, yeah, they should have done voting rights first. It's understandable. And unless you come up with a deal with Republicans, that wasn't going to go anywhere. And there didn't seem to be a deal to be had, it seems like. So you can understand why the president was focused on things where he did have the possibility of getting things through without worrying about a filibuster. That's economic things, financial things that can be done on a 50-vote majority through this so-called reconciliation process. But they allowed it to drag on. They allowed these differences between the progressives and the moderates to kind of sort of hijack the process to the point where the American public wasn't even sure what was in this second bill to begin with. All they knew it was a number, $3.5 trillion. What does that mean to the average person? They don't know. All they see is a lot of stalemate in Washington and not a lot of things getting done. And one of the arguments that President Biden made last year successfully against President Trump is that he knew how to make Washington work. He knew how to get things done. He was effective. He would be competent. And right now he doesn't have a lot to show for that, even though he did have some things early on that were pretty important. And to the point you also made earlier, Brian, I think, too, as long as COVID is going to continue to be an issue the way it really is, that's going to be a drag on any president at this point.
Juanita Tolliver, our mutual friend Michael Steele, came on this broadcast about a week ago with the following. He said, if you landed from Mars and asked to see the majority leader of the U.S. Senate, you'd be taken to Mitch McConnell's office because he retains effective control of the U.S. Senate. It was a bold thing to say, but also very thought-provoking. And I'm just curious, and if you can do it in 25 seconds, where are you on the filibuster with that in mind?
I think Democrats should have been fully aligned on eliminating the filibuster long ago and passing their agenda with the same alacrity and the same ruthlessness that someone like Mitch McConnell would have done it and will do it when Republicans, if they receive control of the Senate yet again. So Democrats should learn a lesson
Juanita,
from the playbook to do that.
I have to take it back for two pieces of news. We're going to dip in and listen to the governor of New Jersey, but more importantly, we've just made a call. NBC News has determined that when all the votes are in, Glenn Youngkin is the governor-elect of the Commonwealth of Virginia. He was able to piece together a victory, keeping Donald Trump at bay while going hard on state issues and not turning away all aspects of Trumpism either. But in the end, it was something like student and parent rights at school that allowed him, as a relative newcomer, to come in and defeat the one-time governor of the Commonwealth who was running for another bite at the apple. Terry Mcauliffe, a fixture in Democratic politics going back to the Clinton years, goes down to defeat. This will be a big postmortem for the Democrats. We're waiting word from Youngkin headquarters. But as promised, let's dip into Governor Murphy in Asbury Park. I'm going to ask the control room as we listen to the governor what remarks we might have missed at the top.
To Lieutenant Governor Sheila, Chairman Leroy Jones, Vice Chair Peg Schaefer, our incredible team led by Molly Bonato and Jackie Burns, the thousands of volunteers who knocked on doors and made phone calls, our friends in organized labor who stood tall in support of us and our mission. To everyone, we say thank you all so much. And most importantly for me, I thank my family, many of whom were here tonight. I hope they still are. And I especially thank the chair of our campaign, the finance chair of our campaign, and New Jersey's all-time greatest First Lady, Tammy Murphy. And the four most important things that Tammy and I have ever accomplished, Josh, Emma, Charlie, and Sam Murphy, we love you guys so much. So, we're all sorry that tonight could not yet be the celebration we wanted it to be. But as I said, when every vote is counted, and every vote will be counted, we hope to have a celebration. Again, thank you all. May God bless you all. And may God continue to bless the great state of New Jersey and the United States of America.
So Steve Kornacki, Phil Murphy, careful to use that word yet in his remarks. Interesting man to rise to the top office in the Garden State. New Englander by birth, former Goldman Sachs executive. He was our ambassador to Germany under Barack Obama and has had mostly a successful go at it and was very tough on a subject like the pandemic, which made him controversial in the state. What new numbers might you have?
Yeah, Brian. So, again, 3/4 in statewide here. Ciattarelli, the Republican, up a point, 21,146. We keep saying the biggest outstanding piece of business is up here in Bergen County. One of the biggest. It's the absentee vote. It's the vote by mail in particular in Bergen County. Now, we do not have this officially reported out into our system yet, but just to give you a sense of what I think this looks like, this is from the Bergen County clerk, the clerk in Bergen County on their website. They have posted what they say the unofficial results of the vote by mail are for Bergen. And I can just write here what they have posted here. They say Murphy has 31,513 vote by mail in Bergen County, and they say Ciattarelli has 9682 in the vote by mail. You're seeing a little bit of the same day come in there, too. So what that would do, you can see the difference here is 22,000 votes. Murphy trailing right now in Bergen by 10,000. So that would, if that is, and again, the source here is the website, the Bergen County Clerk's website in New Jersey. This is what, in the last few minutes, it appears they have posted on their site. They have posted a 22,000 vote margin for Murphy, specifically with vote by mail, which we have been waiting for. So again, that would put Murphy ahead in the Bergen County vote. And again, the implications there statewide, at this point, that would draw him closer. That would draw him very close to Ciattarelli, though that wouldn't put him ahead of him.
All right, Steve Kornacki, thanks. Speaking of the challenger, Jack Ciattarelli, former member of the state legislature, a entrepreneur from the business world. Let's dip into his event.
Listen to the facts. All I need is the people in New Jersey to listen to what it is that we're going to do. We're going to lower property taxes. We're going to make this a better place to do business. We're going to downsize state government. We're going to support our state and local police. And we're going to get back to basics and teaching critical life skills in our schools, providing vocational training for our students that don't want or need to go to college. And we're going to leave all that other subject matter to the kitchen table between mom and dad and their kids. That's where it belongs. So here's the deal. Because you've been here for 5 hours, we're all going down to DeLucci's in Raritan. They've got 325 pies in the oven right now. Hey, listen. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It doesn't happen without you. Less than 2 miles from where we stand right now, my father was born in a 4-family house on Anderson Street in Raritan. My grandfather built that house. My grandparents lived in one unit. Across the hall was my parents, and their unit upstairs was my aunt and uncle, their kids. And across the hall was my uncle and aunt and their kids. And my mother got to do wash on Tuesday. That was the only day you got to do wash. They shared one wash machine. And New Jersey has always, always been home. Why am I so passionate about New Jersey? Because like all of you, I love this state. And I realize it's broken. You know it's broken, and I'm convinced that together we can fix this state. We can fix it. So here's what we're going to do. Sometime real soon, when we can declare unequivocally a victory, we will begin to fix the state of New Jersey and make this state someplace where everyone feels confident they can live, work, retire, start a business, raise a family. And let me say one other thing when we are able to declare victory sometime real soon. Diane Allen's going to be one hell of a lieutenant governor. And you know that woman that won the primary for me because she took care of that guy in the primary studio? She's going to be one hell of a first lady. Now, there's close to 1,000 of you here, and I wish I can come out there and give every one of you a hug and a kiss. Chris, you give good hugs. Yeah. Last time you hugged me, I was sore for a week. But here's what I need to do. We've already got to go in and begin the planning for what needs to be done to make sure that we can declare this victory. And so you can watch us closely over the next week or so in order for us to do what needs to be done to certify this win. The great news, guys, is we have sent a message to the people of New Jersey. What I love about this state, and although it was not my intention, we have sent the message to the entire country. But this is what I love about this state if you study its history. Every single time it's gone too far off track, the people of this state have pushed, pulled, and prodded it right back to where it needs to be. And so listen, sometime real soon, we're going to do this again, like we're doing it right now, and we will declare a victory. Guys, hang in with me. Thank you all so very, very much.
That's
Thank
the state of play at 𝚢𝚘𝚊𝚘 headquarters, and he is hoping a lot of those folks take the bet when somebody in New Jersey offers you a slice of pizza versus standing in a hotel ballroom. Take the bet. The lieutenant governor he mentioned, Diane Allen, was for years, decades, a television fixture as an anchor woman down in Philadelphia, turned politician. And the Chris, whose hugs he referenced in the audience, is former Governor Chris Christie, who's been campaigning for Jack Ciattarelli. You may have heard him talk about declaring victory and getting the transition ready and all that. That would go against the graphic we're showing you right now, especially that yellow part in the middle that says too close to call, two men separated by 25,000 votes and change. It's going to be, in all likelihood, a long night in the Garden State. For that matter, it could be a long couple of days until this is done and dusted and every last remaining vote counted. So we'll keep you posted on the gubernatorial election in the most densely populated state in the union. Usually, reliably, solidly blue. But if Ciattarelli goes on to be governor-elect, he will have accomplished just exactly what he was talking about in his remarks. Our thanks to our panel, and especially for their patience and long hours, Peter Baker, Juanita Tolliver, Mike Murphy. And joining us now, Robert Gibbs, former Obama campaign senior advisor, White House press secretary under the president, and Tim Miller, contributor to The Bulwark and the former communications director for Jeb Bush. Okay, Tim, at the end of broadcasts, at the end of long days, in this business, we like asking one question. So what have we learned?
Well, we've learned this should be a wake-up call for Democrats. It's not one problem that the Democrats have. It's a number of them. There was a big shift right in the suburbs and rural Virginia. You know, what basically the only area that I think the Democrats can look at tonight and feel good about is turnout. I think the Democratic enthusiasm was there. It's just Republican enthusiasm was higher than ever. And you know, a lot of times we forget talking about the fact that there are swing voters out there. There are people that are changing their minds. And there were voters in New Jersey and Virginia today that voted for Joe Biden and then came out and voted for a Republican for governor. And I think that Democrats need to really internalize that and think about, you know, what is it that is alienating those voters? I think some of it is what's happening with the economy and the coronavirus right now. And I think some of it is the messaging coming from Washington is not a message. It's not a message that's connecting with the concerns of these voters who are seeing gas prices going up, you know, who are concerned about the fact that their kids, you know, were in hybrid school for so long, and now they're hearing from Washington, which is just Democrats infighting over how many trillions of dollars they can spend. I think there needs to be a change in that. There needs to be a pivot from Washington that is addressing the concerns of these voters. Lastly, just real quick, the one other thing we learned is that it's good for Republicans when Donald Trump is not on the ballot. And no matter what Trump and his people want to spin, if you look at today versus the Georgia runoff, for example, in January, a big boost for Republicans when they don't have to have Donald Trump on the ballot. And I think, unfortunately, for Democrats, they realize it's hard to put him on the ballot when he ain't there.
Robert, forgive the snark inherent in this, but would this have gone differently if Americans had received just one deliverable from either of these two bills being held up largely by Democrats? Would this be different if Americans could name, say, two things in either bill that's going to put money in their pockets or make their lives better?
Brian, it's a great question. I think it's possible that it could have made some difference. But I think the point you're really hitting on, Democrats, and I think Tim said it well, too, this has to be a wake-up call. We can't spin this about off-year elections after a Democrat wins the White House. There's significant problems, right? And again, Tim touched on a lot of them. We've had the rise in COVID. Inflation seems out of control. The supply chain seems like a mess. There's gas prices. There's a lot of stuff that makes people feel bad, and that makes the political environment bad. I think some of this stuff would have helped get through Washington, probably if we would have had less process debate. But I think, and you've had a lot of guests that have talked about it, just because it passes Congress doesn't mean anybody's going to know what's in it. And I know there's 1,000 pollsters that can tell you that each of these planks is popular. But if the American people and voters who are going to the polls a year from now don't understand exactly what's in those bills, who Democrats are fighting for, who Democrats are fighting against, and what Republicans are fighting for in that equation, then the outcome isn't going to be a whole lot different. So I think it's important to call this a wake-up call because it shows Democrats have a year to get their act together to make the environment in which they're going to run in a lot better and a lot more hospitable, so we don't have the feeling a year from now like we're all feeling tonight.
And Tim, to your point, I know what I paid per gallon this weekend. There ought to be a mortgage banker next to every pump just for convenience. I know that we have a broken part in a